Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything is looking good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys are having difficulty hearing me or the visual presentation is not looking good, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early. All right. We got my man Lloyd Sky 9 in the house. Shout out to you. We got my man Cameron Jones. Shout out to you, bro. Carlton Way, what's good with it, bro? My man AB Promotions in the building. What's good with it, AB? We got Black Women Stand Up. Shout out to you, Black Women Stand Up. We got Hurricane IQ. Shout out to you, bro. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen 125. All right. Good to see each and every one of you. All right. So this it's so funny. I didn't even plan on doing this live stream. I actually had some other stuff that I wanted to talk about, but I had to do this, man. And I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm going to tell you why. One of the first reasons why I did this is because this is the first correlated video that the algorithm said that my content is related to. So I'm trying to get some of that suggested grift popping off. I'm trying to get some of that suggested video grift popping off. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all smash that like button. Make sure y'all hit the bell. If you're not subscribed, make sure you share the stream to your social media. All right. To help get that algorithm working. All right. The next reason why is because I find it fascinating. And I want to ask you guys your honest opinion. Do you guys notice that when people make pro-male content, it's shouted down by society and it's negative? Now, here's the thing, right? When it comes to the pro-male content, we all know that with the pro-male content, all of the positive attributes of men are being attributed to white men. And when it comes to all of the negative attributes, we can accept that as subtle racism and being attributed to black men. That we can definitely do, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. That is something that we can safely say as far as this quote unquote gender war content, right? And shout out to Hurricane IQ for being the first stream sponsor. Definitely appreciate it with the $9.99 super chat. Standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Hey, shout out to AB for being the second stream sponsor, man. Shout out to you, bro. My man AB said, I watched the whole Tribe Called Plebiscite. Tariq is super petty. Bro, if Tariq was a superhero, his name would be Petty Man. And his superpower would be being super petty. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just sitting up here doing this.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate the super chat.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, listen, tell me why that beat was so dope though for the plebiscite babbling drop. Why did the beat come in so hard like that? And homeboy just started dissing himself with authority. He said, man, I'm about to go in on myself, man. Watch this. Wait till this beat drop.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Man, my dude bars was on point with the beat. Like it was on point with the beat. He said, man, I'm about to, man, sit back. I'm about to roast the hell out of myself. Like, that's crazy. Oh, man, that's hilarious, man. He said, nah, get out the way, son. I got next. Talentless, scantless, plebiscite, babbling. Man, how many of y'all know about Side Crackhead? If y'all know about Side Crackhead, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't know about Side Crackhead, give me a thumbs down. Side Crackhead is this dude that's a panhandler from New York City. I think he's from Brooklyn. Now, no shade towards anybody, and I'm not calling anybody a crackhead other than the self-admitted crackhead who is Side Crackhead. This dude is a crackhead. He's a panhandler. He's homeless. But this dude be panhandling and rapping in the middle of traffic. He flowed to the Jigga What beat. If you go look, take a moment, go search Side Crackhead Gigawatt beat. Man, he ripped that beat, panhandling in the middle of traffic. He said, I forget what he said. I forget what he said, but he killed it. Side Crackhead should have had an album. Carlton said the real dude. Carlton said the real dude, who that character is quote unquote loosely based on, does rap like that. Yeah, the character that individual is quote unquote loosely based on. He actually got some skills. He got some bars, man. You know what I'm saying? I know, a lot of people, they got issues or whatever because people on one side versus the other, but homeboy got some skills. He got some beats too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going front. He got some beats. His beats be hitting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Carlton know about Side Crackhead. How many of y'all heard about Side Crackhead? I'm dead serious. Go look up Side Crackhead raps to Gigawatt beat. Man, he should have just did a whole freestyle over the Gigawatt beat. Like, he killed that. He should have actually been on the song for real. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because he actually be rapping about crackhead stuff. But homeboy got bars. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of rapping about crackhead bars, shout out to Andrew Tate, because we got to question if he's a crackhead or not after making this statement. Now, do you guys see what I'm saying about how a lot of this gender war rhetoric is extremely dangerous? It's extremely dangerous. And the reason why it's extremely dangerous is because you got self-proclaimed, quote unquote, top G. You know what I'm saying? He got mocked after claiming that sleeping with women is legitimate. Who agrees with that? If you guys agree that sleeping with women is legitimate, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't agree that sleeping with women is legitimate, then give me a thumbs down. I actually, I don't hate to say it. I have to say this. Bro, you sound crazy. Bro, you sound crazy. He got roasted after saying this. Let me ask y'all, and no offense to the ladies, right? But let me ask y'all this. As men, how many men have looked at a woman and said, oh, I bet you she would be good at this, or I bet you she would be good at that, or I bet you she got some, you know what I'm saying? How many of y'all have looked at a woman like that? Literally no dude, unless you are legitimate, and no offense to you if you're legitimate, you know what I'm saying? But I do have to ask you a couple questions here. You know what I'm saying? No offense to you if you're legitimate, but we do have to ask.
Why are you gay?
You know what I'm saying? Only those men look at other men and ask that question. So where in the world would Andrew Tate come up with this? Facts. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. If y'all agree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs down. What? They might as well stop fronting and come out the closet. Facts. You need to stop fronting. You're better off bucking yourself. You need to stop fronting. Oh man, they better off bucking theyself. You know what I'm saying? They better off bucking theyself. They need to stop fronting. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, alpha male Andrew Tate mocked mercilessly after claiming sleeping with women is legitimate. All right. Andrew Tate, notable for making controversial statements, exceeded his expectations after claiming that being intimate with women defined a man's queer sexual identity. Okay. Taking to his X page, which we're going to look at this. On Wednesday, April 24th, Andrew Tate wrote, "Sex is for making children. Any man who has sex with women because it quote unquote feels good is legitimate." How many people agree with that? Now, here's the thing, right? If you're married and you and your wife have good chemistry and you just can't stay off of each other and you're not trying to have kids every time you want to enjoy each other, that makes you legitimate. Shout out to Black Spider. That makes you legitimate. These are the leaders of the world. These are the world's leaders. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is one of the reasons why, if you ask me, when it comes to a lot of the gender war content, if people are going to continue to engage in the gender war content, a lot of stuff has got to be racialized. You got to draw racial lines. I you know what I'm saying? Like black men shouldn't just be signing on to some nonsense that, Earthworm Jim here decides to say. Mr. Get out of the Matrix, right? He wants to get out of the Matrix, quote unquote, through Morpheus, but not in the way of learning karate. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Bronze of God. Bronze of God said, "How can you even make that make sense?" It just is. It's just the red pill truth, Bronze. It's just the red pill truth. You must be a blue pilled, you must be a blue pilled simp, beta male if you don't believe it. Which would make both of us, because I guess that just makes me a blue pilled beta male simp. Now, the problem is that when you have stuff like this happen, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Again, I do not believe that the manosphere is a bad thing. There's a lot of people that do. I've said this multiple times. I don't. What I believe is that nonsense like this gets popularized, and then all of the women who hate men and all of the simp enforcers take this and run with it. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Facts. He just a smart dummy.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
For real. And I got my head to the side like that too. You are dumb. You know what I'm saying? You are really dumb. For real.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Really dumb. And then we had to sing it. Then we had to sing it. You are dumb. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Anton Dotson. Now, we know Anton Dotson is legitimate. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't the one sitting up here saying this. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, we need Anton Dotson. We need Anton Dotson to walk right up to Andrew Tate, right up to him, face to face. You know what I'm saying? And just tell him the truth about himself.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Again!
Yeah. Shout out to All Things Netta Jean. Good to see you, All Things Netta Jean. All Things Netta Jean says, so having sex with women makes you get... Apparently. And look at Andrew Tate. You see how Andrew Tate is looking and staring at us like that? He's looking and staring at all of us, but he for real looking and staring at you, All Things Netta Jean. He looking at you. I'm just kidding. What's good with it, All Things Netta Jean? Good to see you as always. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. Shout out to DSA. And people don't come out and say anything about this kind of nonsense. Now, this is wild. So here's his quote. "Oh, my pee feels good. This is great. In fact, if you are 40 with less than 5 children, you're probably legitimate." With no criteria behind it. You know what I'm saying? All that feel-good pee sex and hardly any genetic legacy. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know what do we need to do? Should we be populating entire continents? I mean, what's the expectation here? Yeah, facts. Now, that's what Jeffrey Epstein was trying to do. You guys remember Jeffrey Epstein had that breeding ranch? And honestly, like, as far as the breeding goes, the white people used to have the breeding ranches where they used to breed little baby Thomas Jeffersons, you know what I'm saying, with tans. You guys remember that? So again, this is one of the reasons why when it comes to this type of stuff, it should be racialized, and whoever is bringing this kind of rhetoric, it needs to be them that gets the focus instead of people just hopping on with this kind of stuff. I thought that one of the purposes of the gender content is to either make points or improve male-female relationships. I don't know how you can say that men and women having sex without the intention on having kids is legitimate. And this is what I'm saying about how this stuff, these people come from the opposite end, but they're doing the same thing. When it comes to the Democrats and when it comes to liberals are on this one side sitting there telling you that a man is the same as a woman. When it comes to conservatives, you got people like Andrew Tate with masculine authority sitting up there declaring that having sex because a woman has some good wet is legitimate. And nobody's saying anything about it. Nobody's talking about it. This is now, okay, anyway. Andrew Tate stirred controversy by suggesting that men who have sex with women solely for pleasure are essentially legitimate. Now, there's women who have sex with men solely for pleasure, and people have sex solely for pleasure because it's freaking great. Seriously? Now, mind you, I'm a Scorpio, right? So I might enjoy these things a little bit more than some people. But I know one thing, I'm not legitimate. So make it make sense. In fact, if you guys agree with Carlton Way, they're playing 3D chess. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Tony the Tiger, man. Sex is great. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about, dude? And the only sex that I know is with women. I don't even have a concept of what goes on. You know what I'm saying? With that legitimate stuff. I couldn't even tell you. You know what I'm saying? Nothing that's ever crossed my mind. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the ladies, oh, hell to the yeah. Hell to the yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously? You know what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here with this nonsense, bro. Speak for your damn self. Naturally, social media users have since had a field day with this one, with the person commenting on X, I miss the business, fitness, motivation Tate. This whole breeding obsession is just effing weird. And I'm trying to tell y'all, when it comes to the breeding obsessions, that is something that those elites, that people like Andrew Tate who claim to have a problem with, that's something that they talk about. How many of you guys remember when they got Jeffrey Epstein and they talked about his breeding ranch that he had in New Mexico? You guys remember that? And in facts, shout out to Professor Days. You know what I'm saying? Professor Days said both sides push legitimate just in different ways. Bro, facts. Yo, speaking of, shout out to you, Professor Days. I'm surprised you're not hungover right now. How your head feeling? You all right? Professor Days know what I'm talking about. Professor Days know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So now, here it says an ex-user asked, didn't you talk dirty to men online for money? That's pretty legitimate. Yeah, I mean, pretty legitimate. That's a great point. Someone else pinned, remind me of how many kids you have again, quote unquote, sweetie. And that's an interesting question. Is there anybody that can verify how many kids Andrew Tate has? The top G. He has two identities. He walks around during the day as top G and then walks around at night as bottom B. Oh, it wasn't lit like that for you? Okay. All right. Well, good. I'm glad you're here. That's what's good, bro. Sometimes the light, man, you know what I'm saying? The light can be ridiculous when you got a little bit of a hangover popping off. You know what I'm saying? You wake up in the morning and it could still be dark in there and you like, ooh. You're like, ooh, turn them damn lights down.
Why are you gay?
But now, do y'all see what I'm saying? Shout out to Roku Moral. Do y'all see what I'm saying about how a lot of this gender war narrative can create role confusion and gender confusion, and it possibly can contribute to legitimate? So now, if you're a guy that enjoys having sex with women, what should we identify as LGBTQ? Should we identify as we don't know what gender we are? We don't know what sex we are. I mean, how does this work? Life according to Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 32 people watching and we got 20 likes. If we could get the likes up to 50, that'd be great. The 37-year-old former kickboxer has claimed in the past that he does have children, never given a specific number, but he stated nonetheless that he had a double-digit number of kids, the Sun reported last year. Now, shouldn't there be some type of records that can be, found that substantiate that? Shouldn't there be some type of numbers, some type of records that should be able to substantiate the amount of kids that he had? But one thing that you will see with a lot of these people is that a lot of these people just make a lot of facetious claims, and then there's never any evidence to back the claims. There's never any evidence to back the claims. You know what I'm saying? As of November 2023, no woman has come forward to say that she's had a child with him. Andrew's question. Now, if you're actually a man and you're a father, most proud fathers really like showing off their kids. Would you guys agree? How many people agree? Especially, and again, not to have not to show favoritism, right? But especially if you have a son. Now, men have different kind of relationships with their daughters. Men tend to protect their daughters a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? And men tend to like kind of relate and see themselves in their sons a little bit more. So, you know, a lot of proud fathers are always wanting to show off their sons, or, you know, pictures that show them with a bond. And as masculine as Andrew Tate claims to be, and all these kids that he claim to have, where's the pictures of him bonding with his sons and showing his sons the way? You know what I'm saying? Improving that Tate legacy. Where is that? Where's that at? Shout out to the FBA. Carlton Way and all the FBA people know what I'm talking about. We all got the pictures of our dads holding us with the muscle shirts on, with the fro out. Every FBA father got a picture like that with their son. Especially if you're born in our generation. Why they sit up there and say that we don't have fathers? You know what I'm saying? If we don't have fathers, then who's that? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, Andrew's questionable X statement might be one big joke after all. As a commenter noted, the fact that some people take posts like this dead seriously and clutch pearls over them for days on end is precisely why they're amusing, to which the businessman replied with 2 laughing emojis. All right. So now what this actually shows me is that if they are saying this, then they really don't care about their followers, because their followers literally take what they say as if it's religion. They take what they say as if it's undeniable fact. And I got to agree with LS. If you guys agree with LS, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. LS says, Black Light Revelations, does this mean Tate was legitimate when he was having sex with women before he became a father? Tate is the clown that's trolling. Yo, by these standards, what does that make Fresh Prince CEO? By Andrew Tate standards, what does that make Fresh Prince CEO? If you got 1,000 body count and you haven't had kids with all them people, what does that make Fresh Prince CEO? Shout out to Poppy Blanco. What's good with it, bro? What do that make him? Seriously. I mean, just running off the logic here. You know what I'm saying? Another person quipped, I am 55 years old and I only have 2 children. Is it too late for me? Andrew answered, never. In an episode on the Patrick Bet Davis podcast in June of 2023, the Big Brother alum said, I have nothing against legitimate people. I don't care, and that's actually another point I want to make into this thing. I think that most people don't care, and I think that that bothers them, okay? So I think that's, yeah, let me see. A Romanian court subsequently approved a request from the UK to extradite the siblings, but it said it would postpone extradition until his criminal trial in Romania had come to an end, Al Jazeera reported. We are innocent men, so now they're talking about the trafficking allegations against Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just wild, man. Let me see what this said down here. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so let's actually just take this poll. Do you think that Andrew Tate's statement about sexual pleasure is meant to be serious or satirical? I think it's both. I think it's both. I think he wants to have the influence and make it serious, but when it's not accepted and people look at it funny, I think he wants to be able to back away from it and be able to say, well, I was just trolling, because we all know that that's what they do. Like, that's literally what they do. So let's take a look at the Twitter thread. All right, let's take a look at the Twitter thread. So here go your boy Andrew Tate. Sex is for making children. Any man who has sex with women because it feels good is legitimate. Oh, my pee-pee feels good. This is great. In fact, if you are 40 with less than 5 children, you're probably legitimate. All that feel-good pee-pee sex and hardly any genetic legacy. And the first person to comment under it, the very first person to comment under it is none other than Zuby. Is anybody surprised? Is anybody surprised that the first person to comment under it is none other than Zuby? And Zuby came in right on time with the, we're going to downplay this so that when you get backlash from it, we can sit there and say that you're joking. Zuby comes in and says, the fact that some people take posts like this dead seriously and clutch their pearls over them for days on end is precisely why they're amusing. Now, let me ask you guys this. How come the grandstand police to have such an issue? How come the grandstand police to have such an issue with certain other things haven't even done a commentary about this? I'm going to tell you why. The grandstand police, many of them are simp enforcers. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. Many of the grandstand police are simp enforcers. And they only go after certain people because it's profitable. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Tate got roasted for claiming having sex with women is legitimate. So again, when it comes to this, we got to ask, okay, well, all of these guys like pickup artists, right? If pickup artists are teaching dudes how to get an increasingly high lay count and not how to accurately just have children with the chicks that they're involved with, then that means by this logic, they're teaching men how to be increasingly legitimate, right? But these are the same people that have a problem with the LGBTQ classes and course material in schools. So make it make sense. If they agree with what Andrew Tate is saying. But when it comes to this kind of stuff here, none of these people have to make sense because there's no standard to what are facts versus what's not. And people just declare this stuff as fact. Andrew Tate has been on Fox News. Andrew Tate been on Piers Morgan. Same with Just Pearly Things. You know what I'm saying? They will legitimize nonsense that these people say. Self-proclaimed misogynist influencer Andrew Tate has been ruthlessly mocked online after claiming it's legitimate for men to have sex with women for pleasure. This is what I'm talking about intellectualizing stupidity. How many of you all would agree that this is intellectualizing stupidity? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys this, right? Women know that men value them for sex, right? Would you guys agree? Women know that they have a sexual value. Oh, that's sexualizing things. No, that's reality. That's reality. Women know that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the actual reality of the world. But now, if you sit there and say that men who have sex with women because women make them feel good is legitimate, does that not take away from the value of women? That is a direct attack on women, if you ask me. It's the same kind of attack on women as saying men who permanent marker on beards and wear heels should be able to compete with women in sports. It's literally the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So now my question is, where are the women to go and declare their worth to Andrew Tate, who's sitting here trying to devalue them? Because they should be. Women should have a huge outcry about this, right? Because basically Andrew Tate is saying the same thing as what Myron said, that you may as well just go ahead and be with a dude. Which is, again, taking away from the value of women. So now, do you think that this is a conversation that they had on The View? No. And shout out to Teresa Jones. I agree 100%. And as a matter of fact, Andrew Tate actually made a tweet about those birth rates that triggered Ben Shapiro. If you guys haven't seen that live stream, you guys should make sure that you check it out. I'll make sure to leave a card about that live stream in the stream as this one ends. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree with Teresa, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Teresa, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my thing, right? As far as them and their birth rates, this is one of the reasons why I feel that there should be a separation when it comes to the quote-unquote manosphere or male advocacy talking points. It's never all these people, oh, now men can finally join together. You're not joining together. If a group of men already controls the world, if you join together with them, you just become subordinate soldiers in their already existent empire. If you want to build your empire of your own, you sit back and you help to accelerate the problems that these people have and let those problems destroy them. And then you come swoop in and take the power. You don't join with them and help them with their cause. You help accelerate their cause. You help accelerate oblivion. You help accelerate oblivion. See? See? They shouldn't have done it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You got birth rate issues. Let's go ahead and take some of those cryptocurrency profits and start setting up some abortion clinics in the suburbs and give discounts. Start buying insurance companies. And as part of that insurance company with the pharmaceutical benefit, give contraceptives like birth control pills for free. See? If it don't sound like that, it ain't villainy. You know what I'm saying? The 37-year-old who is currently detained in Romania, awaiting criminal trial on rape and human trafficking charges, insisted in a post on X that sex is solely for making children and that any man who has sex for pleasure is legitimate. Now, let me ask you guys a question. If you look at a woman and you look at a woman and say that she's attractive, but you don't look at a woman and say, this woman would be great to have my children as the only thing that you say about her, would that constitute as legitimate too? That's facts also, Teresa. Now, as far as if his dad is dead, I don't know about I don't know if his dad is dead or not. He could be. I'm just not sure. But you're right. Everything that you said here is absolutely 110% right. But one thing that people should also pay attention to is pay attention to how when Andrew Tate acts, he role plays as a black dude, he always role plays to upplay everything negative said about black people and to upplay the quote unquote imaginary plight of white people. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Mike Mellis John. It's your birthday. Make sure y'all show Mike Mellis John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Mike Mellis John. It's your birthday. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I got to get it's your birthday drop. You know what I'm saying?
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to you, bro. Have fun. You know what I'm saying? And be safe. So they just reiterate more of this. Sex is for making children. Any man who has sex with women because it feels good is legitimate. Oh, my pee-pee feels good. This is great. So again, we should just let these people have this, right? Because literally everybody knows that this is ridiculous. And mind you, this made world news in the New York Post. So that tells you what New York Post feels is world news. Okay. So next, what we're going to look at is we're going to look at white women declaring that bears are more safe than men. Now, we got some women in the comment section. This is a question strictly for the women here in my comment section. How many of you all would feel more comfortable with a bear than a male? If you all would feel more comfortable with a bear than a male, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not feel more comfortable with a bear than a male, then give me a thumbs down.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Bear. Man is scary.
With a bear.
What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? Unless you like fuck with them. So maybe a bear.
So she's implying that men always attack. She's implying that men always attack. Very interesting.
Depends what man, but probably a bear.
100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but
Definitely a bear.
Now, how many people want to start a bear petting farm that's strictly for women? Because women like female spaces. So when I look at this, I see an opportunity.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mumra, the ever-living!
I see an opportunity, right? Shout out to Still Kevin Trees. This is very stupid. Facts. We know that the majority of women don't think that men are more safe than a bear, or that think that bears are more safe than men. However, for those that do, we need to build an indoor forest where we charge $1,000 a night for women who believe that bears are safer than men, and they sign a release at the beginning when they go into it and pay us $1,000, and you'll get $500 back if you make it the next day out. You think any of them will pay? You think any of them will do it? We'll make 2 hotels. We'll make 2 choices. We'll have a section with a bar and male dancers where, they can go and get their bachelorette thing on, or you can go into the indoor forest. Both cost $1,000. If you're able to survive each of them, you come to the reception desk when you get done and you give us your $500 back. Everybody who said that bears are safe, it should be required for them to stay a night there. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And if they don't want to stay, and now here's the thing, right? Free admission for everybody on TikTok that we can identify that said that bears are safer. Free admission. It's free. Free 99. So even if you don't have any money, even if you say, damn, $1,000 cost a lot because
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
If we identify a TikTok video of you saying this nonsense, all expenses paid. And again, this is strictly for these women here who believe that bears are more safe than men. Girl power, you're gonna need it.
Some men are very scary out there.
A bear.
I would say a man.
She would say a man, looking like a man. Now, I want to make sure that we have a full stock of bears. We should have a full stock of bears for these women. We should have polar bears. We should have koala bears. We should have panda bears. We should have Berenstain bears. We should have Chicago bears. We should have black bears. We should have grizzly bears. We should have them all. And each will be a little section that you have to go through. Each section that's populated, infested with each different kind of bear. And if you make it out, $500 is yours. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. You think they'd be down? Who be down? You think they'd be down? If you guys think that they'd be down, then give them a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that they'd be down, then give them a thumbs down. So here's an article from today. A hypothetical question has spread across TikTok, sparking a dialogue about the concept of danger, particularly with women. The suggestion, originally asked by Screenshot HQ in a TikTok video viewed more than 13.5 million times as of this article's publishing, is this: would you rather be stuck in the forest with a man or a bear? Gummy bears? Facts. Now, if bears are so much more safe, then it shouldn't be an issue. And everybody should be able to comfortably go through this course that we'll design and be able to take a picture with their $500 reimbursement at the end. Now, you know, they might have a couple gouges in their face and, you know, eyeball might be hanging out. But hey, makeup and filters fixes everything, right? Oh man, cocaine bear, facts. We'll even have a grill. You know what I'm saying? At the Bear Forest Grill, we'll have bear meat. They can have sweet bear meat, just like the type of men that they like. We can have tardigrades, water bears, all the different type of bears. Anything that has bear in it, you be there. And they have to walk through the place in their bare feet. I think that should be a thing. If you guys think that should be a thing, then give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that it should be a thumbs down. Because when people say the stupidest stuff in the world should close the casket and push up the dandelions. And that's how you make people shut up. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now another thing is we gotta have this discussion, right? America and the rest of the world cheers on this hate speech, because this is actually hate speech. What they're saying is that men have no place in society and that we're violent, need to be restrained. And all of the simp enforcers who have an issue with fresh and fit extreme speech, they're silent about this because they hate themselves and they feel that this is correct, or they feel that their female audience will leave them. Let me ask you guys this. Do you all think that this kind of rhetoric is just as bad and just as damaging as the nonsense that Fresh and Fit put out? If you guys think that it is, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it is, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's another question, right? Everybody always focuses on the negative shit that they see black women doing, and they don't focus on the positive stuff. One thing that I immediately noticed is that I didn't see any black women saying that. Now, I'm sure you can find some online, especially the ones that hate black men and attribute all negative traits of men to black men. But in this video that was viewed 13.5 million times, I didn't see any black women saying that. But now nobody made a video saying, hey, you know, you see what other groups of women said that they'd rather be shacked up in the forest with a bear. It wasn't black women that said that. But nobody's saying that. Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said this discussion is becoming unbearable. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. What's good with it, bro? Win Lose a Rug said a lot of men believe self-deprecating to pander to women's ego is a strategy for success. On YouTube, it definitely is. In life, not so much. Any man who agrees with this, right? And I'm not implying that you agreed with it, Hurricane IQ. It's just my StreamYard's acting stupid. So, you know, I know you don't agree with this. But any man who agrees with this should lead the charge into the most dangerous part of the indoor forest that we build and protect all women. Right? Right? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The news brand took to the street in early April, asking women to answer with their choice in the theoretical scenario. And when confronted with the prospect, the women featured in the TikTok video responded heavily in favor of being stuck with the bear. And I'm not trying to be funny, but based on the kind of women who said that, they probably are attracted to the bear. Like they probably would try to holler at the bear and get laid by the bear, because that's what a lot of them type people do. There's an issue with that. We know this. You know what I'm saying? So technically, those women who, you know, are part of this quote unquote most desirable demographic, who get the most right swipes, probably would right swipe on a bear before they would right swipe on their man. I mean, how many pictures have they posted tongue kissing their dogs and stuff like that? This is just based off of empirical evidence that they put on their own social media accounts that we could pull up receipts on very easily. You know what I'm saying? So this person here says, bear, man is scary. One woman replies, well, I've heard about bears. They don't always attack you, right? Another woman reasons in the video, unless you like F with them. So maybe a bear. So now what I find interesting, right, is that all of these women are women of non-black groups who've said this, and they would rather be in the forest with bears than in the bedroom next to their man. But nobody talks about that though. Nobody talks about that. So my question for everybody is, how come nobody talks about that? How come nobody talks about that? And see, so now the thing is right, you have all of these non-black women who are sitting there saying it's basically about non-black men because that's who they value. And then these dudes that want to be in this conservative rainbow coalition, and we're all in it together as friends, we're going to sit there and act like all women said this so that we can be friends with these dudes that don't care nothing about us anyway. Like, nah, bro, like y'all create little school shooters. You know what I'm saying? And this is why, because your logic is completely warped. So then she says, depends on what, but probably a bear was the other reply. Listen, if somebody asked me, would you rather sleep at a place with a whole bunch of bears or would you rather sleep at a place with a whole bunch of women? Are you serious? That's the, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't even take any thought. You're giving me a scenario of sleeping in the woods with wild, dangerous animals versus a brothel-like situation. I'm taking a brothel all day long. Like, seriously? The hell? Not only am I going to be around a bunch of women, but because I'm around a bunch of women, somebody going to let me hit like shit. You know what I'm saying? But according to Andrew Tate, that's LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? According to Andrew Tate, that's LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, oh, 100%. A bear, which is terrifying to say, another woman replied. Definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. Bears catch salmon with their hands, and they can hit with up to 500 pounds of force. As hard as Mike Tyson can hit, I don't think that there's any man that can hit with 500 pounds of force. But okay, have fun. Go watch some of those videos about the bear attacks. You know what I'm saying? After you've signed the contract and paid us our money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't think we need to go through this anymore because, you know, this is completely stupid, right? But let me see what else we got. Now look at this. This picture really says it all. You know what I'm saying, hold on. We got this picture really says it all. She about to feed the bear some salmon out her hand and get her arm bit off. I don't know why it bit my arm. The bear needs to be put down. It needs to be put down. Women are more afraid of men than bears, according to TikTok. Now, again, this is according to TikTok, right? And we all know that TikTok is the world's most accurate source of information. We know that, right? So, you know, we don't even need to ask any questions or anything like that. So, something else that was said recently is that men are useless. Yeah, we're useless. Now, does that constitute as hate speech? If men are useless constitutes as hate speech, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't constitute as hate speech, then give me a thumbs down. I would say that that's hate speech. If I said that a group of people, you know, that Kanye West has a problem with, shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, is useless, what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen to me? Again, all of these kind of wild, crazy claims, white women are always the ones that say this stuff. White women say this stuff while they go back home to their men, and then other groups of women take on this rhetoric, and it causes chaos in other communities, and other people don't call this stuff out. not only do they not call it out, you know what I'm saying? They elevate them as if they did something profound, which they didn't do anything. They're actually working as agents of chaos for their men. The same way their men work as agents of chaos for their women. But for some reason in society, people think that that's the thing to follow. So they have to somehow tie themselves into it. You guys remember the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and The Root came out with that article. What does this mean for black women? It don't mean anything for black women. Make some money off of it and make some YouTube videos off of it bashing Johnny Depp. Get you some AdSense revenue. If you're not in that situation, why would it mean anything for you? But they have polluted everybody's mind, which is one of the reasons why they don't want people separating race issues. Because if we look at issues that are particular to a certain race, you will see like certain liberal stuff, certain Democrat stuff. Wait a minute, we don't even have these problems. So why are they trying to get us involved with this stuff? Look at Joy Bear. Oh, men are useless. You know what I'm saying? And then they got the two black ladies on the show. Yeah, sisters, men are useless. So you got this stuff coming from the head of the table, going to the side of the table, causing chaos when a lot of these situations don't even apply. And this is what I'm saying about the gender war content, and one of the issues that I have with the quote-unquote black male advocacy groups. It's a war going on outside, no man to save from. If you join the people who already are running society, engaged in a cold war against us, you're not doing anything more than becoming a foot soldier for their cause, which is not going to help you at all, because in case you haven't noticed, the entire world global system is set up to keep you suppressed. So by joining one of their causes, you're not doing anything except for tightening your own cuffs. This is nonsense. And the thing is that the "we got tricked" excuse, "we fell for it" excuse, that's not gonna fly after the internet era. Once the future goes on and the Internet of Things takes place, and there's holographic technology and cyberspace and, you know, brain computer connections, those excuses are no longer going to fly, because all of this information, where a lot of people like us have been talking about this stuff, can be pulled up. And when those excuses are no longer viable, then what? Then what? Then what? Shout out to my man Keep It 100. I don't know if anybody saw, but me and Keep It, I called into Keep It 100's panel one time, and we were talking about politics, and we were debating with somebody who is one of those "we're all in it together as men" people, and that race doesn't matter. But that was a person that was part of the quote unquote black manosphere. So if race doesn't matter, then why aren't you part of the larger manosphere? Why is there a black manosphere when you got a lot of black dudes sitting up there saying that race don't matter? So race matters when it comes to your manosphere and male issues, but when it comes to anything that anybody else has an issue with, race doesn't matter. That argument doesn't make sense. And shout out to you guys, right? The people that watched that debate, that question never got answered. Keep It 100 fell back. He was like, yo, that's a good question. You know what I'm saying? Fell back. The question didn't get answered. And the question should get answered. And again, this is not an attack, but that question needs to get answered. So race doesn't matter, but it does matter when it comes to quote unquote male issues. If it does matter when it comes to any issue, then race matters. I'm not going to not talk about race because I don't want to make certain people uncomfortable. The people that I want to make comfortable are already here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know, man. That's how you got to do it. I could care less. This right here, white women have been asking these kind of questions. They've even causing issues within their own community. And it don't get called out. Look at all them teachers that's messing around with little kids. It's not black women that's doing that. But you never see either manosphere talking about all of these disgusting chicks that do that kind of stuff. I just posted a video on this channel about that. Shout out to Deneen Grant. What's good with it, Deneen? So make it make sense. Ha! AB, you wild. AB crazy. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you guys smash that like button. If you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. All right, we got 45 people watching. We got 40 likes. That's what's good. Let's try to get them likes to 80. Now, again, right? I'm not going in on the manosphere. As you all know, I got a lot of people that I'm cool with that's part of the manosphere, the black manosphere, right? And I believe that the purpose of the manosphere would be a good thing if the people who had the best messages got the biggest focus, which a lot of times is not what ends up happening. The same way that I say, you know, I think that the red pill, if used and applied properly, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just when you get a bunch of goofy people saying anything to try to get money, that's when you have the problem. It's the same way with anything. With anything. The red pill is not all bad. The manosphere is not all bad. But now my thing is, if you have issues with the extreme manosphere rhetoric and you sit there and you're quiet on this, it again shows you that the grandstanding sector of YouTube is nothing more than a grift. We need to stop calling the manosphere, and we need to stop calling, you know, the female sector. I don't know what the female sector would be, what you would call it, but we just need to call the entire thing the sex sphere, because it's all the same thing. And the grandstanding sector of YouTube is all lumped into that. They're the same people. They are the same people that they try to separate themselves from. You remember I used to roast remember when I used to roast mediocre tutorials and reviews and Kevin Samuels for referencing Jordan Peterson all the time? When Jordan Peterson is talking about the greatness of men, he's talking about the greatness of white men, fellas. He's not none of these dudes that are these pro-male advocates or anything like that. None of them are talking about, yeah, you know, Nat Turner was a great man. He showed a lot of masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Because he filleted a lot of us. They're not sitting up there saying that. You know what I'm saying? Neferkari got a shrunken head collection. That was a real man right there. Ain't nobody saying that. None of them saying that. Ask Jordan Peterson what do you think about Nat Turner or Neferkari Dessalines. These ain't your friends, man. Stop being stupid. Same thing to the women. Like, see Joy Bear? She's not your friend. How many times has Joy Bear fronted on Whoopi Goldberg or whatever? What's the other? I think she Afro Latina that's on there. Fronted on her. White people act as if they don't know that most of us have slave lineage. You know what I'm saying? As far as like white DNA, because they want to delete out of history the part that the men who were supposed to be so masculine and good husbands married to their wives would go out back to the slave making factory and bang a bunch of underage black women to produce more slaves. So many of us have slave master DNA in our blood. Duh. You know what I'm saying? But we can't talk about that because that would be wokeisms. That would be too many wokeisms. That'd be too much anti-whiteisms as anti-white racisms. But people will forego those messages, and people will forego those truths simply to try to get a pat on the head. If people are going to be cool with you, they're going to be cool with you, regardless. And if those people ain't willing to be cool with you, regardless, because you keeping it real and defending your honor, well, then they're not your friends. Shout out to Still Kevin Trees. Still Kevin Tree says a lot of those black people just want a safe space to make white people comfortable. Well, one place that they can make the women comfortable in is if they made that bear hotel retreat, right? If they want a safe space, we should find a bear-infested forest to drop them off in per their request, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen with the $10 super chat. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Hey, I got something for you, Brooklyn Queen. You ready?
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Swallowing, goggling.
Oh man, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not a single mom, right? If you're not messing around having all these children to make single moms, because you know to make single moms you have to produce kids. You know what I'm saying? Then you legitimate.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Now you a single mom. You know what I'm saying? Man, you gotta roast this kind of nonsense, man. You gotta roast this kind of nonsense. Because let me ask y'all this: how are these kind of talking points or these kind of conversations helping quote unquote male-female relations? How are they doing it? How are they helping? How are they saving the world? The world can't be saved for one, but how are they saving the world? Let's just start it. Let's just start there. Spranger. You know what I'm saying? Spranger. How's these conversations saving the world? Spranger. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that ain't a single mom. You know what I'm saying?
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Now you a single mom. Showing the baby off. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that's facts. Yo, and check this out, man. Neely Fuller Jr. been talking about how people's brains is in a blender. Go listen to Neely Fuller Jr. You know what I'm saying? Now, Joey Bear sit up here laughing about this. Joey Bear and Andrew Tate, they just really dumb.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Thank you, brother Dotson. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, brother Dotson. Thank you. You got to get your neck cranked over like that when you say it too. When somebody does something extremely stupid, you got to get your neck at a 30-degree angle just to make sure that it hits harder.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
For real. For real. You are really dumb. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Anton Dotson. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, man. We make hits by accident. That brother had went through some trauma. Their house had got broken in, and he just went platinum on the news just by telling the story. Ain't nobody else out here doing that. And they gonna ask, what do we invent? Are you serious? Everything. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. You know what I'm saying? My ancestors invented breathing. Let's go.
So there's this clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question: do we need men? Most answered very quickly, no. And only one said she thought women needed a man in their lives, only one. But when men were asked a similar question, do we need women? Most of them said yes.
Yet we're misogynists. Let's let that marinate.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
We're misogynists, and we'll say we need women. Women say that they don't need us. Now, mind you, this isn't all women, right? This is a majority of white women who say this kind of stuff. The majority of white women say this kind of stuff because it's always a white feminist. White women started feminism, but then they put a black face on it. And the black dudes who have issues with black women run with it and completely forget about the Margaret Sangers and, you know what I'm saying, all these different people. So my thing is, for the women who don't feel that they need men, right? And again, this is just for those women, not for all women, right? Because all women don't feel that they don't need men. It's a lot of women that listen to this nonsense and they like, girl, speak for yourself. You know what I'm saying? How many girls, speak for yourself, women do we have in here? If you one of them women, you hear your white homegirl say, we don't need any men. You looking at her correct, girl, speak for yourself. How many of y'all in here? I know we got them. I know they in here. You know what I'm saying? I know they in here. So yeah, again, this is something that they try to popularize, man. And this ain't everybody saying this. But the thing that's interesting about it is that all of the people who are on this quote unquote, we call everything out shit, this is okay. So what that says is that there's an acceptable level of anti-male hate that's enforced by men. Yeah, I got to agree with Lloyd Sky 9. I agree 100%. If you guys agree with Lloyd Sky 9, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And now, what needs to be made a distinction is that Lloyd Sky 9 said black feminists. He didn't say black women, because what black feminists will do is read this comment and say, they over there talking about black women. No, we're not. All black women are not black feminists. But again, this is what we have to do in order to push our talking points. We have to lie and misquote things. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, let me ask you guys this. Does it make sense if you're outraged by Fresh and Fit? Should you be outraged by white feminist rhetoric? If you guys feel that you should be, give me a thumbs up. If you guys feel that you should not be, then give me a thumbs down. And now my question is, you know, there have been some people that have responded to this kind of video, right? And we're going to look at some of those. But it's not a lot of those people who make videos about other people. And the thing is that that's counterintuitive to me. It doesn't make any sense. So we got to ask the question, why? Why does that inconsistency exist?
So why do you think that is?
That's because we think the human race needs to continue.
So why do you think that
No, that's funny, right? Because at this point in human history, based on, you guys know how I feel. Y'all know that I'm like very black-pilled, right? At this point in human history, I don't think that humanity has really justified the continuance of human dominance over the planet, in my opinion. Humanity as a whole, right? Now, some people may disagree with that, and that's fine, right? Again, that's why I put this out there. This is just my opinion. I'm not trying to force my opinion on anybody, right? But how much do people value humanity is my question. I don't think that the normal human behavior provides evidence that humans value humanity. I don't think that there's evidence of that. Maybe there's isolated cases, but I don't think so. So now what Abba is saying that the human race, quote unquote, needs to continue. If you ask me, the human race, it would be nice if the human race continued, but there's no need for the human race to continue. Everything was in existence for who knows how long, an unforeseeable length of time before humanity first came into existence, and everything was fine. And even if it wasn't fine, we didn't know about it anyway, and we had no effect on it. Humanity makes up a very, 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 very small, very, very small. Imagine a piece of dust, like a microscopic piece of dust inside of a warehouse. Humanity makes up a part of reality that's even smaller than that scale. Okay? So humanity doesn't need to continue to exist. Humanity only needs to continue to exist to those who value humanity, which in the evidence of how people present themselves is a minority of people. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Well, there's this clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question: do we need men? Most answered very quickly, no. And only one said she thought women needed a man in their lives, only one. But when men were asked a similar question, do we need women? Most of them said yes. So why?
So now here's my question, right? Why is this not looked at as hate speech against men? Why is this not looked at as hate speech against men? Why are we even having these questions? I don't think that it even needs to be questioned. Do we need women? Absolutely. 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 Even if it's for our own selfish purposes. I love women. I love them. Love looking at them. You know what I'm saying? I love women. Now, I might not like every single thing about women, but I would not be a very pleasant person if women didn't exist. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these women that were interviewed in this interview, they are under the impression that they don't need men. So them saying that they're under the impression that they don't need men, that validates my point of when it comes to women who are a lot of women who are looking for relationships in the modern world, they are actually indeed in competition with other women. They're not really even looking for a man based on the male value. They're looking for a man to one up the next woman. If they see a woman with an NBA player, then they got to date a politician. It doesn't have anything to do with the man. They don't care. And they're validating that with this here. Would you guys agree? But now, mind you, they'll sit there and say that we objectify them. So how does that work? How does that work?
Do you think that is?
That's because we think the human race needs to continue.
Now, again,
So why do you think that?
in Abba's defense, right? Abba said we think, so I'm assuming he's either speaking for him and Preach or the majority of men. They think that the human race needs to continue. Now, as you guys all know, I don't necessarily, you know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. What we're looking at is the argument. You know what I'm saying?
Is because men are useless.
No, it's because you asked that question on TikTok, and I have to use it on TikTok.
Now, you see how, there you go. Men are useless. Now, what if I just decided to make a stream that said why women are useless? First of all, that stream wouldn't exist very long because YouTube would cut it down, right? It would be gone. It would be up out of here, right? So I want you guys to understand there's an acceptable level of hate speech for men. And if we say anything about it, all we're doing is complaining. We shouldn't be talking about this anyway. Anytime there's a concerted effort of hate speech against people, you should talk about it. Because talking about it, right? Hate speech is the first step. Then there's political restrictions. And then genocide occurs. And again, it will be this hate against men that will be enforced by other men. The same way a lot of times slave revolts were sabotaged by other slaves. We all know that there are simps out here. Simps. You know what I'm saying? Simps. Gaping, bloody simps.
Sipping water, ain't claim to be a king, but he lie about everything, don't mean a thing. Said he slept 1,000 women straight up lying. And when it comes to honesty, he's always trying. He posted from not spending the time on the ladies, but we all know he's just fronting like crazy. Said he's a music producer, but it's all fake. Just a mask he wears, and it's all a mistake. Simping water weeks is wet.
Simping water weeks. It's a lot of simps out here, man, because simping has become a lifestyle for a lot of failed men. You know what I'm saying? A lot of failed men. Man, stop being failed men, bro. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. Seriously. Stop. The time is over for that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Them days is over. Them days is over. But it will be a lot of simps out there. It'll be a lot of simps out there that'll be like, yeah, dude, yeah, like, you know, like, yeah, we're useless. the very dudes that are useless have a use of being an enforcer, of being a simp. You're being used, which means you have a use. So again, when it comes to the extreme ends of both rhetoric, right? When it comes to the anti-male and anti-female nonsense, the anti-female nonsense is never called out. Or the anti-male nonsense is never called out. You know, Fresh and Fit. Like I said, Daisy hit the jackpot, you know what I'm saying, getting knocked up by Fresh, because the only reason she's not the subject of a modern woman video is because her baby dad is Fresh. That's it. That's it. That's simp enforcement. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
TikTok are retarded. That's why. How y'all gonna say because men are useless? Meanwhile, like, you're on a set designed by men with equipment made by men, with a whole television set invented by men. Like, all the shit. Like, if you look at the production crew for
hey, listen, man. Shout out to Abba. You know what I'm saying? Abba's you know, making these arguments. I'm not about to sit up here and make any arguments, man. Because the thing is that I know that men are necessary because we contribute to society. Women contribute to society as well. And there doesn't need to be a justification or any argument. These people who believe that women are irrelevant and men are irrelevant need to just not reproduce so that that ideology literally dies off. We don't need to do anything other than sit back and make fun of these people. The very women who sit there and say that men are not of any use, those women get their backs blown out. They get their backs blown out. They stay away from men so long that anytime they get around a man, they can't help but to give it up to them because they've gone without for so long. Everybody has human and biological needs. You know what I'm saying? In addition to how we work together to create, to support and create and maintain society. Everybody plays their role. Everybody's important for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen with the $5 super chat. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji in the chat.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pie.
Got the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, bitch.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Gotta make that money, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, that's why I support the soft guy era. These chicks are pathetic. Drizzle. Facts. Super facts. Super facts. If y'all agree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. Now, here's my thing, right? And as you guys know, there's a lot of stuff with the drizzle era that is 110% on point, right? Like one of the first points of the drizzle era is that women want equality. Bet. I don't know if women wanting equality I don't know if they realize this, but if women want equality, mathematically, if you declare that men are useless, then what use do women have because we're equal? The very people who want equality have made the declaration that men are useless. By making that declaration and wanting equality, you've just deemed yourself as useless as well. Because if we're all equal and you say that men are useless, then that means that you've declared that you're useless as well. Simple mathematics. Would you guys agree? I mean, is that true or is that false? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. You've deemed yourself useless. Simply by the math. You can't sit there and say we're equal and then say, but you're useless. That means that you're also useless. So, sure. Okay. You know, whatever.
For this, I guarantee you 95% of them are men. All the technical stuff, vast majority of them are going to be men. But then they'll say men are useless.
I know the producer of that show is a man.
How do you know?
I think I've seen him.
Brian Tedder.
That's what I'm saying, though.
So now, again, this is simp enforcement, right? And look who it is. It's a low testosterone male. It's a LT, a low testosterone male, LTM. That's what we start calling these folks LTMs. What do you guys think? How you guys like that? We call them PC. You can also call them, when we're specifically talking about the men, LTMs, low testosterone males. So, as always, because the historic simp enforcer has always been the LTM, we're seeing it here.
That's what I'm saying, though. We are ready to demonize, and like we call all these people from the red pill community crazy, and they're misogynistic, and they set a bad example for young men.
Because men are useless.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not mad at Abba and Preach on this. Do you think that's what Daisy liked about him? Shout out to Deneen. You think that's what Daisy liked about Fresh? He's sitting up there looking like a bear. You looking like a bear. You think she said that to him? You looking like a bear.
Claim to be a kid, but he lie about everything, don't mean a thing.
Now, he looked like he had a stroke in that picture. He looked like he had a stroke in that picture, don't he? So again, we got to ask the question, right? Where are the people who are calling out Fresh and Fit? Where are the people that are calling out Andrew Tate? Where are these people that call out these quote unquote male lifestyle coaches? Because if you actually want to quote unquote make society better, then you actually indeed are going in on all of this stuff. People will be silent on this. Let me ask you guys this question. Out of all of the stuff that we've talked about so far today, how many people have you guys seen having conversations about this or talking about this? Bringing up points about it, saying, hey, look at this kind of stuff. This is kind of interesting. How many people are talking about it? What that tells you is that there's a reason. There's a reason. Now, the question that we got to get to the bottom of is, what's the reason? What's the reason?
That's daytime TV.
I'll say it. Misandry is acceptable on daytime television, but misogyny would never.
Absolutely.
4 or 5 guys sitting around Comedy Central talking about how women would be useless would get canned and obliterated online so quickly. It's crazy. And y'all know that's true. I remember there used to be shows like that. The Man Cave, the Man Show. And guess what? They all got taken off. Pickup artist shows got taken off. And it's okay. That's fine. You want to say they're bad for society? Okay. What is this?
And the producer is right there. And he's like, that is great TV.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the producer is.
Again, let me ask you guys this question. What group of men have been historic simp enforcers? The men with the most power in society are the simp enforcers. The men in society that had the most power are the men who enabled and funded feminism. They don't want to take accountability for it. If you ask them, they'll tell you it's a different group of people. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Exactly. Where are their macho, masculine militiamen running around their communities doing shirtless drills? Never mind. Yeah, facts. Like that clip that Kid Gravity got. I am a man. Look, right? Where are they at? I'm not trying to be funny, man, but I do not believe that white men deserve a manosphere. Only groups of people who are not white deserve a manosphere. I don't believe that white people deserve feminism. I believe that only groups of people who are not white deserve feminism, because it is you people who use your power, resource, and influence to literally destroy the internal politics between male-female relationships of other groups of people. Why do you get to complain about how the world is when you made the world? That's what they like to say. they made the world. As the world is today, the societal constructs and social engineering have been heavily influenced, if not 100% influenced, by European culture. You don't deserve to complain. You deserve to reap what you sow. You made all these problems, and then you want to turn around and cry about them. We can't possibly be all in it together as men if y'all sent Gloria Steinem into our community, if y'all used y'all women to try to create disinformation within the Black Panthers. We're not all in it together as men. What Black woman has infiltrated the KKK? Or what Black woman has infiltrated any of these movements and caused chaos amongst the white community? None. Seriously? We can't possibly be in it all together as men because they're in it together. Anytime they filter anything down into anybody else's culture or community, it causes complete and utter chaos and destruction. It doesn't ever work that way and go in the other direction. And what we have now is this fake outrage and this fake culture war. Whose culture are you going to war with? Because everybody on the planet's culture is a derivative of European culture because you went to all the other places and destroyed their original cultures. What are you talking about? And so this is one of the reasons why they don't want this stuff talked about in terms of race. Well, we don't need to talk about it in terms of race. I'm going to tell you guys something. When they say they don't want this stuff talked about in terms of race, that's them fighting a race war against you. It has to be talked about in terms of race. We didn't do this stuff. But if you talk about this, it's anti-white racisms. It's wokeisms. It's wokeisms. Bro, that Mumra just used to be scary, period. Like, Mumra was one of the most terrifying villains, like, as a child. Like, Mumra was scared, bro. Like, you would see Mumra, like, in the dark, or, like, you ain't want to go downstairs because you thought, like, if you opened the basement door, like, Mumra would be, like, just chilling, wrapped up in his red robe, waiting to just pop out on you. You know what I'm saying? Mumra was a scary villain, bro. Like, Mumra was scary. Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Hurricane IQ, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, if the white manosphere was created to fix all of the problems that white people have caused with other people's cultures, hey, shout out to y'all, man. I wouldn't have no problem, and I wouldn't even be making this live stream. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Nah, Brooklyn Queen, Mumra. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. We talked about this in Discord. Mumra is there's a lot of subliminal messages in cartoons and in programming. Again, this is more stuff that comes from white people. Mumra basically is a Egyptian character. You know what I'm saying? All the villains of old school cartoons are derivatives of African characters to villainize black people, to create a good evil dynamic. Look at Apocalypse from X-Men. He's Egyptian too. All villains are deranged and warped characters of our ancestors. Look who the heroes always are. That's why I took great pleasure in watching Bane break Batman and watching Doomsday rip He-Man to shred, or rip Superman to shreds. Even the name Mum-Ra, it's like Amun-Ra. Now look at Conan the Barbarian, Conan the Destroyer, the cartoon. The antagonist in that cartoon is called Seth. Go look up Seth and see who Seth is. Seth, the spirit of Seth. These people think that they're funny. You know what I'm saying? But they're not. And I'm telling you, one thing that they've done is they've created a subliminal fear in their head of villains. And when people embrace that villainy ideology, you'll be able to terrify these people, because that's the only language that they respond to. Terror. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LS. LS said, BLR, who wins between Mum-Ra and Skeletor? You know, Mum-Ra and Skeletor actually teamed up. The ancient spirits of evil has sent Skeletor, or they has sent Mum-Ra to Eternia because he kept getting beat by the Thundercats. And then Mum-Ra and Skeletor teamed up. Now, as far as who would win between both of them, I don't know. If you put Mum-Ra in a fun house, it's over. If you put Mum-Ra in a room full of mirrors, it's done. You know what I'm saying? If you pay attention to every villain story, all villains are trying to do in most cases are either stop a traumatic event that happened to them or preserve elements of their culture that have been destroyed by the changes of the world. And because the world has been normalized as a status quo, the people that maintain the status quo are the heroes. What people need to realize is that the reality is that we'll never be the heroes. Because changing the status quo for the rest of the world is bad for them and good for us. And people just need to embrace that. When I say embrace villainy, it's not just a saying. It may sound cool. It may sound catchy, but there's actually a function behind it.
He doesn't care about the morals.
And the thing is that plays directly into the world is correct. Because until people accept the world for the way that it is, it'll always be warped. It'll always be warped. The status quo will be a funhouse mirror of how the world is actually supposed to be. You know, things like white Jesus. A funhouse mirror. So until people understand and embrace the true reasons of why things are how they are, everything will be as it is. And everything is as it is because of action or inaction. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Darkseid and Thanos. I rock with Darkseid. That's my dude right there. King of Planet Apocalypse.
He's thinking about content, which is two parts, right? There's one part where whoever's in the background thought this would be a great topic and they were right. It is. Why? Because we're talking about it and a bunch of other YouTubers are talking about it. It's probably popular online. It's viral. Okay? So there's a content portion of this where they're just trying to basically rage baiting, and it's effective because y'all commented right now. I already know this video's gonna pop off.
Yep.
Probably gonna hit at least 700,000-800,000 views.
Yep.
So it's good content.
It is.
Okay.
Are you gonna play the rest of the clip?
But here's the part two. There's people doing this kind of shit for free on TikTok who really think this goofy ass shit.
Yeah.
And saying this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, what kind of example are you guys setting for your sons? What kind of example are you setting for the young men of today where they're basically saying men are useless?
And so
they're creating, and this is what I'm talking about simp production. This has been accepted. This has been accepted. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. This is accepted talk. It's just normalized talk. If you call a woman a body fluid depository, you're a misogynist. But if you say men are useless, you're a hero and you're just speaking the truth. Make it make sense.
some of y'all are going to call this empowerment.
Do you think that is? Because men are useless. I mean, love it. And by the way, I want to differentiate between straight men and gay men because I think I would die without gay men. Nobody can gossip like gay men.
All right, so there you go. So now here's my question. Shout out to Gamers Den. What's good with it, bro? When you hear this and you've heard this, and this is what these women are declaring, right? Now, again, mind you, this isn't all women. This is what these women are declaring. What needs to happen with these women? Women that don't support this ideology and men need to socially isolate these people so that the lack of men available to them is what causes their demise, and let it demise them. There should be certain things that people can't come back from, and these are those things. Now, you guys heard what she said. So now what that shows, right? Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says they love G men until they call straight men G. If they love G men so much, then that's what they should be sentenced to. Right.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
And real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, make sure y'all take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell, share the stream to your social media. We got 32 people watching it. We got 50 likes. If everybody could smash that like button and get us to 60, that would be great. I told y'all, man, YouTube is squeezing my channel down, man. They trying to make it so that I only have 5 live viewers in the chat. They try to make it so that I only have 5 live viewers in the chat.
And nobody can help you accessorize. Like,
oh my God. I thought I was going to let this shit play. But the amount, this is what them right wingers talk about when they say wokeness. This is actually woke garbage. Yes. Men are useless, but not.
Yeah, this isn't woke. This is the perverted definition of woke. This is the white Mayo definition of woke. This isn't what actual woke is. Actual woke didn't have anything to do with gender relations. Woke had to do with WS. So again, here you go. Now I've been preached. They gotta fine tune this for their audience. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some like enforcers in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, hit the like button, subscribe, tap the notification twice, join the Discord by hitting the link. Facts. Definitely appreciate it.
The gay ones. I would never, ever say anything bad about the LGBTQ community because they're on the bottom layer. And all the people who are straight and cisgendered are all oppressing the people on the bottom layer. And that's just how society functions. There's layers of oppression. And through intersectionality, I could recognize that gay men are very much different than straight. Shut the fuck up with this corny shit.
And again, like these are all deranged arguments. And people have been silent on this kind of stuff for too long, sitting by watching this kind of stuff. People need to start attacking all of this stuff head on, whether it comes from the right or whether it comes from the left. You know what I'm saying? And I got to agree. Shout out to Black Women Stand Up. Black Women Stand Up said they should be banned. That is low-key hate speech. She sounds really stupid. Can't make it make sense. What a G-man gonna do for her? Her hair? That's about it.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, what I'm trying to find out is where's the grandstanding sector of YouTube with their videos about this? You know what I'm saying? Again, even though I don't agree with everything that Abba and Pre said, at least they actually made a video about this. And this is one of the reasons why, even though I don't always agree with Abba and Preach and the stuff that they be saying, this is why I got respect for them as content creators, because even though they might not take my same stance on something, at least they're going to say something about it. At least they're going to say something about it. Grandstand YouTube is silent on this because the magnifying glass has to be focused on what men are doing. These people are cowards. None of those people will come into our comment section or come into a call-in show and talk about this because they don't even know that it's going on because they're so cowardly that they're looking past it, looking for the next black man to drag. You know what I'm saying?
I hate using the word woke. In fact, on this channel, I pretty much never use it because most of the time when I use it, it makes me cringe. This is that. This is nonsense. You couldn't live life without gay men? Bitch, where do you live? How do you not function without gay dudes, but then you think you function without straight men? Every time you have a...
There's been an increase in people identifying as G, right? Like, people identifying as G. So prior to like the current time period, there wasn't really a lot of people going around advertising that they were G. So the question that we got to ask is how were women surviving then, if that's what you need? How were women surviving then? And again, young women and young men are listening to this nonsense, and it's not getting rebutted. It's not getting rebutted. So they're believing it. They're believing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Lois Guy 9. Lois Guy 9 said everybody is G now. That atrazine is in full effect. Now, there's people on YouTube, right? We got the grandstand sector, and then we got the content police, right? The content police believe that nobody should be having conversations about this. But the only people that they ever confront about having conversations about stuff like this is not The View. They don't try to get on The View or go into The View's comment sections and say anything to them. They talk up to smaller YouTubers like me and try to throw off our conversations about this kind of stuff. We're actually normal people. We are men and women in here who are concerned about harmful rhetoric because a lot of us have kids. A lot of us don't agree with this stuff, and it's perfectly legal and fine and permissible for us to talk about it. But there are some people who have outside, exterior, ulterior motives to derail these kind of conversations. Why is that? We got to ask that question. Why is that? Well, you should be talking about it. No, we shouldn't be doing anything over here because over here we literally talk about everything. So if we want to talk about some male-female shit for a day, excuse us, but we will. And you're not going to do anything about it. You're not going to do a goddamn thing about it. And if you want to tell me what I should be talking about, you should look at all of the content on my page and then match up and see how much of that stuff you have talked about before you try to come tell anybody over here what we should be talking about. The content police is just like any other police. F them. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And I got to agree with Charles Irby. The simps will never call these women into account. They will excuse the anti-male misandry. Everything is the patriarchy fault. And when it comes to the patriarchy, we all know that the patriarchy is white supremacist patriarchy. Name me the black patriarch that helped to found the United States. Show me who was in the founding father, which makes up the patriarchy. Show me the black man that was in that meeting that signed on something that got black people an advantage. There is none. So there is no black patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? The patriarchy is based off the founding fathers of the United States, and the founding fathers of the United States made sure to keep black men and black women out. You remember what Just Pearly thing said? George Washington was busy having a great time treating his slave like a king. But we can't talk about that because that's anti-white racisms. That's wokeisms. That's victimisms. The low testosterone males have been problematic. The low testosterone males are spreading monkeypox. The low testosterone males, probably because of the low testosterone, have deep-seated gender identification and understanding issues amongst themselves, which translates into society where you get this extremism on the male side and extremism on the woman's side, and women that want to sleep with a bear in between their legs. That's not normal stuff that we do around here. But nobody's talking about it. And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but it's sad that the world that we live in, because there's a lot of people that feel the exact same way that we feel, but they feel so defeated and dominated by these LTMs that they're afraid to come hang out on the dark side. You better come hang out on the dark side, because the dark side is the only side. Mumra got the double snakes. The double snakes of ancient Egypt that long before European science came around represented bloodline and DNA that Watson and Crick took credit for and called DNA and RNA.
Problem. You got a plumber, you got a whatever it is. You're not calling no gay dude. Stop the cap. Other than your hairstylist, most gay dudes are probably not interacting with you on a professional level. Man, shut the f up.
All the things that you do, probably the fillers and the boob job and all of that you've got was perfected by those men, that was done by men.
Yes.
So all those things, the people that are working on the canvas for the gay people to apply the makeup on is men. It's a collaboration of both. One is not better than the other. It's just that you're not like suddenly woke or great because you're bashing one versus the other.
Bro,
you're not good.
It feels like 2016 again.
And nobody can gossip like gay men. Nobody can help you accessorize like gay men. Nobody can help you keep you from doing harm to yourself like gay men.
Now, I want you guys to pay attention to what this woman just said. Would you guys agree? I mean, listen to that. How many people agree with what she just said? If y'all agree with what she said, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with what she just said, give me a thumbs down.
Why are you gay?
One of the things that she sees as necessary for life and protection is gossip. She values gossip. She values accessorization. There it is. Now, here's my question. Why do people want to hop on and adopt this kind of stuff? I'm going to hop on and adopt this. This makes sense. I see myself in it. Yo, I'm going to be 100% honest, man. I don't see myself in none of this, man. I don't see myself in none of this, man. I can't relate. How many of y'all relate to this? How many of y'all relate to this? I can't relate to this. Shout out to Alonda and shout out to Zava. What's good with y'all? I can't relate to it. But this is the kind of nonsense that they're trying to force onto society.
Man, nobody can help you accessorize like gay men. Nobody can help you keep you from doing harm to yourself like gay men. But with the exception of somebody like Steve, I think Steve is very self-sufficient.
Oh man,
That's so dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, mind you, right? These women are liberals. These women are feminists. These women are left-leaning. These women are Democrats. Now, remember, mind you, right, what Barack Obama said about black men, right? And remember what Joe Biden has done for black people. And you have the Democratic machine getting money from, as well as returning money back to media organizations like this. Here's my question for everybody. Have they earned your vote? How many people plan on voting blue, no matter who, to 2032? If you do, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down.
Joy's husband.
But like my husband, it takes a village of women to make sure that he's not emaciated, starving, and living in his own filth.
She's sitting up here talking about her husband like that. Let me tell you something, man. If my significant other gets on or around other people and you sit up there talking about me like that, you are not going to have anywhere to come back to. You better, the only time if I'm in a relationship with somebody, if my significant other goes around other people or to a public forum and talks about me like that, you better make sure that you know definitively we're at the end of our relationship. Because if we weren't, we are now. Still, Kevin Tree said, I just got a call from Yogi, and he said she ain't gonna cut it. She won't make his picnic baskets. Facts. And the reason why is because they sitting up here doing this.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Oh man, now shout out to Wired Souls. Wired Souls says we got to keep it 100. In 10 to 20 years, women will take over 90% of men's jobs. We kind of useless. Can you explain how and why, and where you getting those projection numbers from? What I find interesting is that what we're actually seeing is men take over women jobs by men becoming women. We're actually seeing men become women and getting jobs as athletes performing against women, but we're not seeing that trend in the other direction. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
But like my husband, it takes a village of women to make sure that he's not emaciated, starving, and living in his own filth.
Now, for one, your husband sounds like he's a human child. And again, that makes us ask the question, why do a lot of women decide to date human children and then get around other women and complain? Again, see, that's your husband. That's the man that you chose. Just like how the man that Daisy chose made her a single mom, you chose a dirty idiot that don't know how to take care of himself or cook.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Oh man, now you an ex-wife? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Make sure y'all show Win Lose a Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Win Lose a Rug. Wired Souls, are you doing this?
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Hey, what be having me rolling about that clip is that he came in right on beat. Like they should have just made a whole song. They should just made a whole song. And the beat was on point too.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
He said, I'm about to roast the hell out of myself, man. Back up. Yo. I'm about to go in on myself. Yo. I'm finna catch this beat.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Talentless, scandalous, hey, plebiscite, hey, babbling, hey. Can't nobody stand me. He said, can't nobody stand me. Can't nobody stand me, man. He had the pause on point and everything. Can't nobody stand me. I'm about to get a shirt that say can't nobody stand me. You know what I'm saying? Villainous, killing shit. Can't nobody stand me. I want that. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's great. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Oh, man.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Man. Hey, man, that Anton Dodson shit will never get old, man. I swear to God, that is hilarious, man. Oh, man. Now, let me ask you guys this. How many women are attracted to men who can't take care of themselves? Here's how I feel about this situation, right? Women have an idea of taking care of themselves. And a lot of women's idea of taking care of themselves is how comfortable the environment is. That's why a lot of times, if you're a dude and you're a bachelor and you live by yourself and you live real frugal, when you meet a woman and the woman starts staying with you and y'all start cohabitating, the woman will make the home. Like women are for real responsible for making homes feel like homes. They'll put up the decorations. You know what I'm saying? They get like the good, pots and pans and forks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They'll like make stuff match. And, the bathroom will have like nice tiles and shower curtains and stuff. Dudes ain't really thinking about that. But it's not because dudes can't take care of themselves. It's because men and women prioritize things different and they value things different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to buy no, designer shower curtain. I'm about to buy whatever I can throw up there. If I can, I'll cut up some damn plastic bags and put them up there because I ain't trying to spend that money. I'm going to spend that money on some Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to have a TV and a couch because if you got a couch and you ain't got nobody with you, what you need a bed for? See, like that's the logic, right? But that don't necessarily mean you're not taking care of yourself. That's just how you are as a guy. Now, most times, like if you're single, right? And say, for instance, you start meeting somebody. Most times y'all gonna be shacked up at the woman's house. And it's not because the dude is a loser and doesn't have any place to stay. It's because the woman's house is more comfortable. They got it smelling nice. You know what I'm saying? Everything is vacuumed and always food there. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to the gas station getting ramen noodles on the way to work because they just not on that. They prioritizing other stuff. You know what I'm saying? In most cases, when you first getting together, the overnights be at the woman's house. Because first and foremost, how you going to get it in on the couch unless y'all doing it missionary or reverse missionary? You know what I'm saying? And for two, it's just more comfortable. They got it set up. That don't mean that a dude can't take care of themselves, though. That just mean that things are different. Now, don't get it twisted. You can get some good action in on the couch, but it ain't the right thing all the time. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need the bed. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need the bed. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So, you know, I think that women are attracted to men that can take care of themselves. I don't think that women are attracted to men that can't take care of themselves. But there are some women that are attracted to men that can't take care of themselves. And those tend to be the women that get extremely upset and then turn around and sit up there talking about these men ain't nothing. Do you guys see? This woman is attributing all of the negative attributes of her husband to all other men, but you're still married to him, though. You're still married to him, lady. Hey, you're still married to him. Shout out to Mike Nice. What's going on? You know what I'm saying?
Tie this bitch up!
Swing, the remix gone!
I'll tear this bitch up! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I'll tear this bitch up!
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. But you guys feel you guys are married to people that are more. I have
Who is this woman? Is she's married to a rich dude?
Now, again, here's the question, right? Let me ask you guys this: what self-respecting male? See, again, what she did, right? What that woman did, that's the same as Officer Megan Hall getting her box knocked out by the entire Memphis police station, and then her husband saying, "I love my baby mama. I never let her go." Oh man, Rocky, for real, bruh, seriously? Oh yeah, I think I meant cowgirl. Yeah, cowgirl, reverse missionary. Yeah, now that don't make sense. Yeah.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, good catch, Rocky. That's hilarious. Yeah, because I was sitting there thinking, like, wait a minute, no, I'm in cowgirl. Yeah. What would be reverse missionary? That's weird. You know what I'm saying? But what kind of self-respecting dude is gonna let old girl go on TV and talk about him like that? And for real, what woman that loves their man is actually gonna go on TV just to trash him? Like, I listen to a lot of women at my job. There's two types of women. The women that constantly dog the dudes that they're involved with, and the type of women where you be like, man, I wish you shut up about his ass. That motherfucker ain't that damn good. Like, shut the hell up. I just love him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love him. You know what I'm saying? He this, that, and the other, and he the best at this and the best at that. And you like, if you don't shut your stupid ass up. But why would you get with somebody that you don't have nothing but negative stuff to say about him? I'm trying to figure it out too. If it wasn't for Rocky, I would have never even caught it. I'd have been listening to the replay like, what the fuck was I talking about? I'd have been listening to the replay like, what the hell? So her husband got to be listen, I'm gonna tell you something. How many of y'all parents, right? That's y'all about the same age as me. How many of y'all parents would, like, if say for instance your mom worked on The View and your dad had another job and your mom went on The View talking crazy about your dad and then came home? How many of y'all families would have still been together? If my mom had got up somewhere like that talking crazy with a bunch of women about my dad, whoo. I'm gonna just put it like this: that wouldn't have went over well. But then again, my mom wouldn't have never done that anyway because she actually believed the reasons why she married my dad, which is why they still together. I'm not even doing that, bro. I'm not doing none of that. We just done. It's just a wrap. We done. I get wind that you talking crazy like that about me. We're done. There ain't nothing else to say. I ain't trying to hear nothing. I ain't trying to hear no excuse. I'm not trying to hear no rationalization. The only thing I'm trying to hear is I got all my stuff out. Here go your key. And I'm about to have the locks change anyway, so you can go ahead and keep the key. I don't even need the checker. I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting my. That's one thing. If you ask me in 2024, men and women should stop investing energy in checking incorrect men and women. Just don't tolerate it. It's done. It's over with. I'm done. You did it. We don't need to talk about nothing else. That's something that's outside of my level of tolerance. Have a nice life. I'm done. Yeah, she'd have been like, I can't get in the house. Yeah. And I'd have been yelling out the top window. That's because you don't live here anymore. You told me on The View this morning that you don't want to live here anymore. So I just made that happen for you. Because that's all I've did our entire marriage is make everything happen for you. So there you go. Here go your final wish. Have a nice one. Window shut. But now the simps and the simp enforcers, all of the people that don't call this kind of stuff out, they'll be the ones sitting up there saying, you need to let her have a voice. You need to let her have a voice. She does have a voice, and that's what she chose to do with it. That's what she chose to do with it. She sat up there. She sat up there and used that.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Swallowing, goggling.
Yeah, so we seen what that mouth do. You know what I'm saying? On The View. And now you're not about to be able to get in the house. Have a nice life. Because for everybody that's talking crazy like that about you, man, it's like 5-6 people that ain't talking crazy about you like that. And that's not even a crazy expectation. So what if you leave the toilet up? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got to put up with you acting crazy at times. You got to put up with me leaving the damn toilet up because guess what? Mechanically, I stand up and pee. Sorry, I forget sometimes. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that I hate you. That doesn't mean that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're the worst person ever. It's just little basic bickering about stupid stuff. It is what it is. So what needs to happen, if you ask me, is that people need to lay down a hard line on what they will versus what they won't tolerate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, hey, you know what I'm saying? You got up there and talk all that craziness. It is what it is. Shout out to Cameron Jones. Cameron Jones said, but Rob, she backs into the toilet with the lights off and falls in. I don't, if the electric bill is paid, I got to question why you're in the bathroom with the lights off. You know what I'm saying? Flick that switch. You know what I'm saying? Flick that switch.
Let me find The View cast. Let me see this.
If she is married to some rich dude,
Ana Navarro. She sounds like an Ana Navarro.
She does.
Al Cardenas. Now look. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Al Cardenas. That
sounds rich as fuck.
American lawyer and lobbyist. Oh my God. Politician, conservative activist who is
a conservative activist. A conservative activist. There's a Latino conservative activist who's married to a feminist. Again, shout out to Kid Gravity. Kid Gravity been going hard last 2 days talking about how the conservatives are nothing but grifters. I mean, if this doesn't validate and solidify those points that he's been trying to drive home with that content that he's been doing, I don't know what else does. I don't know what else does. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys watching. If you guys have not smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. We got 50 people watching and we got 61 likes. If we could get the likes up to 90, that would be wonderful. I want y'all to listen to this. It's always these kind of people. Right, then that's what facts. That's what I'm talking about, Biggest Smack. They talking about they don't need no man, but married to one. And then the women that don't have a man will buy into this nonsense and make it even more difficult for them to get a man. But the women with the loudest voices that say that they don't need a man usually have a man, and it's usually a LTM at the house. You don't need no man, but I got my rich one right here, though. You know what I'm saying? This chick is married to the guy that Daisy Chin wants to be with. You know what I'm saying? But instead,
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
now she a single mom. Now she a single mom. Showing the baby off. You know what I'm saying? They talking about they don't need no man but married to one. And it's always the LTM. The LTMS. Low testosterone male simps. The historic low testosterone male simps. Sitting up there sounding like Ben Shapiro and looking like Brett Cooper from the comment section.
Is married to some rich dude.
Anna Navarro? She sounds like an Anna Navarro.
She does.
Al Cardenas. Now look. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Al Cardenas.
Last name is Chin. That's the last name is Chin. That's for that permanent beard.
I'm giving bitches permanent beard. Put your lips here.
that's for that permanent beard work. You know what I'm saying?
Al Cardenas.
That sounds rich as fuck.
American lawyer and lobbyist. Oh my God. Politician, conservative activist who is a partner in the law firm of Squire Patton Boggs.
Now, check this out. You guys remember when Lauren Boebert was getting busted down at the movies? How many of y'all remember that? And they caught her in 4K infrared. Y'all remember that? How many are? If y'all remember that, give me a thumbs up. The guy that was the guy that was all down her shirt at the movies, he was a liberal. He was a Democrat. I've been making videos telling everybody Lauren Boebert was a bust down long time, like at the least for the last 3 years. Yeah, she is a human pig. She looked like she goes in the bathroom and after she paints her face with makeup, she paints her body with Land O'Lake butter. You know what I'm saying? She go outside when the sun is out, and you be like, man, where they cooking them? Is it a man? Did we just drive past some McDonald's or something? Where they cooking them hamburgers at? She looked like a honeysuckle. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. She's married to a conservative millionaire. And this conservative millionaire lets her run around and talk crazy about her on talk shows with her good friends. Man, you crazy, dude. And you a lawyer? Bro, I would have her financially ruined and be gone with a better looking woman. Are you see? I ain't trying to be funny, but that right there is proof that like them high value men don't really be marrying, you know what I'm saying, like the best looking women all like that. Man, smelling like Burger King and exhaust. Facts. Smelling like Burger King and exhaust pipes. Like you just somebody just threw a hamburger patty on a hot car engine. Come on now.
And the advocacy, oh my days. Let me look up this man's net worth. Let me find out.
He has been named as one of the Washington, D.C. top lobbyists by the Hill newspaper.
So she married a fucking millionaire talking about, oh my God, he's so useless.
My husband, it takes a village of women to make sure that he's not emaciated, starving, and living in his own filth.
So now here's my question. If her husband is useless, right? Let's ask this question. Her husband is useless. How did her husband make the amount of money that he's made to fund her lifestyle, sitting up here moving her de-essers online to bash him? How did he do that? He was completely useless. I guarantee you that his net worth has went down since he's met her. I guarantee you that it hasn't increased any. She probably sitting around spending up all the damn money. Make sure y'all show Jerry Davis Jr. some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji in the chat. Believe it or not, YouTube recommended our content to somebody. They gave us 1 new subscriber. Aren't you guys thrilled? Woohoo! Show some love to Jerry Davis Jr.
Yeah. But you guys, when you guys feel you guys are married to people that are more.
I have hand.
You guys feel you guys are married to people that are more.
I have handy Manny at home.
No,
he fixes everything when things go bump.
He's a handy manny. Listen, let me tell you guys something.
Now see, old girl right there. Now, mind you, she's supposed to be the one that's woke, right? The Afro Latina chick. She's trying to get her to talk down about her husband, and she like, hey, my man fixes everything. I need my man. Do you see how these women try to get into the heads of, like, you guys see where this is coming from? Do you see how these women, the low testosterone male compliments, they'll try to get and talk to another woman like, hey, your man ain't shit, is he? Your man ain't shit. You need to go ahead and divorce him. While you sitting up there married to a millionaire, and she like, nah, man, my man takes care of shit. He be fixing stuff at the house. Look at these women. Why aren't they the topic of more content? This woman, her name's Sunny, right? She trying to get Sunny to talk crazy about her husband on TV. No, boo, that's you. You have a problem. Your man is a low testosterone male. You're a weirdo. You think that bears are more attractive than men. That's a you problem. So again, this is what I'm saying. This is more proof. We can't be in it all together. We're not all in it together as men. See, Sunny and her are not all in it together as women. Sunny needs her man to fix stuff, and this woman doesn't appreciate the trust fund man that she has. Yeah, we're not in it together. We're not in it together. So again, if you come with that, we're all in it together as men, and now we can all finally join the team, you may as well just go ahead and join the military. You being a foot soldier for WS. Because as you can see, the gender dynamics here are clearly very different. My man ain't nothing. My man ain't nothing. My man ain't nothing. And her man is a freaking millionaire. Sunny just happy that her dude fixed the sink when it's broke. Yeah, we're definitely different. We're very different. Would you, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. Drizzle, drizzle. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Drizzle, drizzle.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
You know what I'm saying? Now, check this out. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, I hope Cardenas cheats on her with a black girl who's a cashier at Walmart. First and foremost, I'm gonna refrain from the comment that I was gonna make there. We're gonna strike that one from the record. Shout out to you though, Cameron.
Manny at home. He fixes everything when things go bump.
He's a handy manny. Listen, let me tell you guys something. All these standing right here at this table right now, none of them cook their own meals. They don't clean their own houses. They all got nannies. They all got cleaning services. They all do that, okay? If you've been in Hollywood long enough, you know none of these women are doing none of this shit when they're on television half the time. That's cap.
Right.
We're talking about these useless men.
Right. Facts. I gotta agree. Now, shout out to the Biggest Mac. Biggest Mac says, the fact, Misandry, it's been acceptable for a couple of years now. Now, let me ask you guys this question, and we have to answer this question honestly. Who are the biggest enforcers of Misandry? Who are the biggest enforcers of Misandry? Yeah, just hit her with that reverse missionary. She won't know what's going on. Well, nobody know what's going on. Everybody will just be confused. But as long as you're in the room with a woman, you good. Unless you listen to Andrew Tate and believe that, you know, intercourse with women is legitimate. Now, we got to ask the question, who are the simp who undeniable, right? Not opinionated. Who are the simp enforcers of misandry, aka toxic feminism? Because I don't believe that feminism is necessarily bad. I do believe that there are times when women do need to exert, or at least try to advocate exerting certain things, right? But again, feminism is the same as anything else. Feminism is the same as red pill. When you get a bunch of people weaponizing it, or when you get a bunch of goofies as the head people, what happens is it degrades the actual integrity of it. It's not all bad. The problem is that feminism was a subversive weapon that was used to harm black people. All of the OG feminists were white supremacist women that were married, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Name a famous black feminist. that actually has historical value. Now, name historic OG white feminists that have historic value. Yeah, Sims. Sims enforce this stuff.
And you hire women to do your labor because you operate in the world like a man.
Everything, when things go bump in the night, he's the one that goes downstairs. When there's a bug to be exterminated, he does the extermination. When
Now, as you guys can see, you see the gender dynamics are very different with Sunny versus the other woman. The other woman is married to a conservative, and you got Sunny sitting here sounding like a conservative traditional woman. No, I appreciate my guy. I appreciate my guy. I want you guys to see the dynamics of this. And again, one of the things that we got to question is with Abba and Preach. Well, white women have always traditionally been the feminists. So why are we not looking at the race dynamic? Because it makes white people comfortable for us to take race out of stuff. But again, we never put race into stuff. As a matter of fact, we never put race into stuff to the point where the concept didn't exist in our societies. It existed in theirs. They had racially divided other white people. That's how you got the Western Europeans and the Slavs. But if you talk about that, it's anti-whiteisms, it's racisms, it's wokeisms. We can't talk about that. You guys ever heard of Actual Justice Warrior? How many people ever heard of Actual Justice Warrior? I think I'm gonna make a new YouTube channel called Actual Culture Warrior. What do you guys think? Now, mind you, it won't get no views and it won't get no subs, just like any of my other channels, but you guys will like it. You guys will like it. White women have told black women and black families to delete their children for a long time. Genocide. But now when we talk about feminism, white people want to put a black face on feminism and say, well, the most unsafe place for a black child is in a black woman's womb. That's because white women have been telling black women to delete their children in the womb. White women. But now there's never any backlash against white women. You even have some people saying that Just Pearly Things is our hero. Like, make it make sense. She's a feminist. She's another feminist. All the women that are actual feminists, like Pearly Things and Candace Owens, are the type of women that get embraced by these confused dudes online. The same way the people that rail against modern women get them pregnant, like Fresh CEO. So my question is, like, what is any of this stuff actually doing for men or women? What is the extreme misandry or the extreme misogyny? What is that doing for men and women? They're still making the same stupid mistakes. Both. Make it make sense. They're still making the same stupid mistakes, and they still have channels that have way less subscribership than white content creators, and they're not even making no YouTube money off of their grip. The white content creators got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a million subscribers. Black YouTubers on 5,000, 6,000 subs. They ain't even making no money. You might have a bunch of people in your live chat, but your channel ain't growing. Make it make sense. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna make a channel called Actual Culture Warrior, and then I'm gonna make what's old girl name that he's infatuated with from the Young Turks? What's her name? What's her name? Damn, I can't think of her name. What's old girl name from the Young Turks? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Anna, that's her damn name. Thanks for the help, guys. Anna. Yeah. I'm gonna make a channel called Actual Culture Warrior, and then have Anna as my arm candy every episode. Because y'all know he loves Anna, man. He in love with her. You know what I'm saying? He would leave his girlfriend, and like if Anna got in his DMs, he would leave his girlfriend in an instant. You know what I'm saying? I had to get on that Return of the Mac stuff. You know what I'm saying? And we got a special guest today wearing the raunchiest outfit ever, sitting as close to me as possible. You know what I'm saying? Your favorite liberal. Oh, he would be mad as hell. He would be mad as hell. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said the same people who support feminism and abortion are the same people who support these illegal immigrants. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Big facts. All the Democrats. All the Democrats. Tricky Nick sound like old boy on I'ma Get You Sucker. What the old boy, what's his name? He passed away, that actor that was on I'ma Get You Sucker. He was like, yes, my brother. You know what I'm saying? And then he had the the Brady Bunch music came out, and he was a stepdad with the white lady that had all the kids. Them kids wasn't even mixed. None of them kids was his. He just had all white kids, and they was all in kente cloth. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Now shout out to Zava, right? Zava said, nah. Now see, here's the thing, right? We ain't talking about marriage. We're talking about optics. We're talking about crushing somebody's mind. And the best way as a guy that you can crush another dude's mind is to visibly treat a woman that they're just head over heels in love with, like she's expendable right in front of them. That's what you do. So say, for instance, like you got a person that you can't stand, and that person that you can't stand is just in love with this one chick, but this chick that they're in love with is your best friend. You just dog her right in front of that guy, because that woman would rather take your attention to be dogged than actually give that dude any type of attention and a chance at all. That drives men crazy to do crazy things. You know what I'm saying? You gotta play them psychological games. And I'm not too not proud to play psychological games. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no standards. I'm throwing sand in eyes. We'll say it's a fair fight. You getting jumped. I don't do that honor. I don't do no honor system. I don't believe in no honor system. You know what I'm saying? I believe in get the W and move on. You feel me? The playing now, people always talk about trick bags, right? Playing fair is the biggest trick bag that anybody can ever fall for. Literally everybody tells people to play fair so that they can play dirty and beat you, which is what's been happening this entire time. And everybody acts like they're confused about it. We just don't understand. We're the moral compass of the world. That's why you get beat all the time. You're trying to fight immorality with morality. You're trying to show your good behavior while everyone else is encouraged to act on their bad behavior, and people still just don't get it. Well, we show the world how to be good people, and they just don't take they just don't take the example. They just look at us and say you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said a fair fight is a privilege. Yeah, facts. And a fair fight is never fair because the people who have the advantage are always the ones that make the rules, which they engineer the rules so that there's a disadvantage. They engineer the rules so that there's a disadvantage. But people still want to play by the rules. We're gonna show the world how to be moral and ethical. Man, I'm gonna show the world how to be the worst kind of human being that they can possibly be and live great. And live great. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, man. Like, I'm that type of dude. Somebody said, you're like, yeah, let's square up. You go ahead and square up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll be on the floor with your brains leaking out. Yeah, I just told you that I was going to square up, but see, I just put you down. I won. Next. Now, people might look at that and people be like, yo, that's really bad. Like, that's messed up. But literally, that's why we're in the situation that we're in, because we keep saying, let's square up, and then we keep getting our brains put outside our head. When it comes to talking about these type of topics, how many times do people sit there and say that this isn't fair, that's not fair, this isn't fair, this is not fair? And then we actually discuss and talk about other people as if other people have demonstrated the ability to be fair. These people have repeatedly shown that they have no human respect for us, and that they're not planning on playing fair anytime soon, and that they create implied morality based on what's best for them. Why is there still discussions of playing fair versus not playing fair? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick saying, we trying to be Gandhi while fighting the mustache guy. Yeah. And then have the nerve to wonder why things haven't changed. Things shouldn't change because we haven't changed. The world is correct. If you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're probably not going to win unless you have superior knife throwing ability. I don't want to show anybody about how fair I can be. I want to show people how I can just destroy you, period. Which is why you should leave me alone. I'm not with the morality thing. I don't want to provide an example to the rest of the world of how to be. I want to provide an example of the world to the world of why you shouldn't try to mess with us anymore. I don't care what goes on with these people. I don't care what goes on with those people. I don't care about none of that. I want people to start having clear-cut examples of the terminal consequences for dealing with us. And then that'll stop. Because the ultimate regulation is the on-off switch. People tend to try to do things that keep their life switch on. When you start going down the rabbit hole of things that will turn your life off, that's when you can start being controlled. And when we start saying, hey, there's a terminal consequence for doing XYZ, a lot of the XYZ that happens will stop. I'm not trying to show anybody any example of anything. The examples have already been shown. People have made fun of the examples. People have blatantly come out and say, we're not doing this. I'm not doing that. I don't care if I'm the only person that's doing it. I'm not going to sit here and continue to do silly stuff in the name of being a quote unquote better person. I don't want to be a better person. I want to win. You know what I'm saying? That's what the focus should be. Let me ask you guys this. How is anything justice if we don't determine how to correct the situation? In what situation does somebody do wrong against somebody, and then the person that does wrong makes the decision of if what they did was wrong or not? That's not justice. Has everybody actually been that brainwashed where they actually believe that that's justice? Well, I think that I did wrong. Seriously, think about that. We're going to allow people to tell us how badly we've been damaged by other people when we're the one living the damage? No. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Anybody that feels that that any kind of debate or any type of negotiation can be necessary or take place, I can't agree with that logic. I can't agree with that logic. But the problem is everybody knows what the right thing to do is, but what we deal with is that we deal with people that are too scared. We have to realize that cowardice makes up the majority of people. because the majority of people want to feel safe. They don't want to feel like they're on the edge every day. See, I don't care. What people don't realize is that your feelings are fake. You are on the edge every day. You just have built up a societal overlay that makes you think that you're safe. You're not safe if the people that enforce the law can just delete you for no damn reason. You're not safe. You know what I'm saying? But you believe that you're safe because you believe that the people that can delete you without any consequence are the people that are there to protect you. I don't have time for that. And I don't feel like explaining that to everybody. And people that don't naturally have that mentality or understand that are nothing but a hindrance to anybody like us who are trying to get beyond that, which is one of the reasons why we can't spoon feed people. If you don't get it, you're not supposed to get it. It's a self-regulating problem. Common sense shouldn't have to be taught, and stupidity should be a capital offense, if you ask me. And ultimately, the funny thing about it is stupidity in many cases, it is a capital offense, because in most cases, doing stupid stuff gets people deleted. So, you know, people will say, oh my God, you just sound so extreme. You see examples of this in nature. So here's something stupid. Women think that bears are safer than men. Go sleep with a bear. Woman dies. Oh, she was just so unfortunate. No, she was stupid and it had a terminal consequence. You know what I'm saying? Now, everything is the definition of AS. We know that, LS. Literally every single thing possible is AS. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Literally every single thing. Like anything is AS. You know what I'm saying?
There is something to be fixed. He fixes it. He throws out the trash and he throws out the recyclables. I enjoy all the man stuff.
So wait a second.
See, now you guys see? Sonny's now look at the white lady. She's pissed because she's waiting for Sonny to go in on her man. Right now, mind you, Sonny is the intersectional, Black, Latina, liberal, people of color, intersectional, and she's more conservative on her value of her husband than the white people are. We see this, right? You guys see this, right? If you guys see that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't see that, then give me a thumbs down. In fact, do you see how upset they are? They hate that she respects her man. Now, she's supposed to be, you know, because she's the closest thing to a black woman there besides Whoopi Goldberg. She's supposed to be the combative, non-submissive, don't appreciate her man, strong one, according to the stereotypes and what you hear on YouTube. Make it make sense. So, like, now what we're doing is we're looking at the nonsense, right? They're seething, but this part won't go viral. Facts. This part won't go viral, and YouTube won't move my content. I've literally had between 30 and 40 people in my comment section for the last 3 years. They won't move my content, despite the fact you guys know how much have I cut down on my swearing. I've even cut down on my swearing. I don't even cuss all like I used to. Look at all the engagement that I get. Look at all the super chats that I get. You could watch a YouTube video with more live people in the chat that don't get nowhere near as much engagement or nowhere near as many super chats, and they still don't move my content anywhere. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah, facts. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, bro, I'm blown away. It's so telling that this is allowed on TV. Bro, facts. Now, we got to dive deeper into this, right? Let's ask this question. Why is this allowed on TV? Shout out to John Davis. John Davis been around. He'll tell you. John Davis been around for a while. They literally never move. Like, my content is never recommended. Never recommend. My content performs. The same people come to the streams all the time. All the time. You know what I'm saying? They suffocate my channel so that it can't grow any. You know what I'm saying? Oh, snap. My man Hurricane IQ standing on been there.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
Silence, silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Facts. And shout out to Hurricane IQ. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Hurricane IQ. John Davis said, them sombreritos on the entertainment business. That's why. Facts. And they going through it. Like I said, we about to start talking about those riots that's going on too, and start talking about that. Yeah, facts. Exactly, Yolanda. That's what I'm saying. Meanwhile, Jake Paul and other WS social media live streamers can break every guideline and still have their channel monetized. Facts. And they demonetized Reacts for no reason. We didn't even post on Reacts for like a month and a half. And they just, you know what I'm saying, logged in one day and they demonetized the channel. Make it make sense.
He fixes it. He throws out the trash. And he throws out the recyclables. I enjoy all the man stuff.
So wait a second. I know what you're going to say. But wait. She's really talking about a servant. Let's face it. No, it's a handyman.
See, now do you see what she's doing right there? She's trying to Sunny literally just explained how appreciative she is of her man. And Joy Bear just tried to make it where, oh, well, you're just calling your husband a servant. She didn't call him a servant. She didn't say my husband does everything that I tell him to. She didn't say that. I want you guys to pay very close attention. Look at the evil tricks that they're trying to play. And look at how they all got on code.
So wait a second. I know what you're going to say. But wait. She's really talking about a servant. Let's face it. No, it's a handyman. She's talking about.
It's a handyman.
And so what's wrong with a handyman? Well, because when you need to get your shit, hold on.
And like honestly, like she didn't even say none of that. Joey Bear just said that. So they're trying to downplay what Sonny said. And the reason why they're downplaying what Sonny said is because, I mean, not the fact that Sonny looks significantly better than everybody on the show, but she's making them look bad because she's not saying the type of rhetoric that they're saying. She's not saying disruptive rhetoric. Now, that's not to say that Sonny doesn't say anything problematic at times, because she does. But in this particular situation, she's making them look bad. And that's not what's supposed to be happening. And they're pissed about it.
When you need to get your shit fixed, you call the handyman, which is a man. Because he's a man, we're just going to put him aside?
But hold up. The stuff that you guys are talking about is cooking and cleaning. Isn't that a servant's job too?
Yo, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, it's a handyman with benefits.
We do not. Well, but the things that you're describing.
So again, Sonny doubles down. He's a handyman. He's a handyman with benefits, which means that, yeah, I appreciate him being able to fix stuff. And there's other things that I like about him. They're really trying to get her to trash her husband on a public forum. And remember, these are the conservative family values women. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you guys agree with Alonda said, Rob, don't get it twisted. The Walt Disney Company is on code with Joy Bear against Sunny Hostin. What's hilarious about it is that white America had no issue with when Disney used to make all of the racist cartoons that they used to make, like how Mickey Mouse used to be Steamboat Willie, who was a minstrel performer, right? And that was completely okay. But now they have all of this issue about quote unquote wokeism. There needs to be more people that focus on a lot of this historical stuff and show the hypocrisy of these crybabies. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, because YouTube is so fragile, YouTube has so much fragility, they're not going to move your channel around, and you'll be like me, YouTubing for 3 years and can't get more than 100 people in your live stream so that people can then say you're not talking about factual information. Look, nobody listens to you anyway. But the people that want to go and look up the information will actually know that everything that I say can be substantiated. You know what I'm saying?
You could pay somebody to do that. We're not talking about that.
Yo, the argument is horrid.
And the things that women do, we can't hire somebody for?
The argument is horrid.
Man, you do hire women to do that shit.
Yes.
That. What about the inner life of a man? That's what this is.
I need my man 3 to 4 times a week. And good for you guys. And the rest of the time, I need a wife. Because I've always said that.
So again, she needs her man 3 to 4 times a week, and then she needs a wife. Let me ask, shout out to the women that are in here. If the women in here need a man 3 to 4 times a week and then they need a wife, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. And this is what I'm telling you guys. This is what I'm telling y'all. Gender war content leads to role confusion and legitimacy.
Why are you gay?
You know what I'm saying?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
So now here go the question that we got to ask is what do she mean that she need a wife? What she need a wife for? Now, again, mind you, Sunny didn't say none of this, right? And she's supposed to be the person of color, you know, intersectional, blah, 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 yada, 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 right? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Guys, and the rest of the time, I need a wife. Because I've always said that.
It's a wife.
No, I tease Vicky.
Okay.
Wait, stop.
Now, you heard Joey Bear in the background. Everybody needs a wife. Yeah, you know, men who are looking for a wife need a wife. LGBTQ women who are looking for a wife need a wife. But you really don't swap them in a singular situation. Make it make sense.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Shout out to Black Women Stand Up. Black Women Stand Up says they sound stupid AF. What the hell is she talking about? A man and a wife pushing that confusing agenda. Facts. Facts. If you guys agree with Black Women Stand Up, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Facts. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said she wants to be nagged and told she's not shit constantly by someone she can throw across the room. Facts. And that person across the room will get her knocked up.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
And then she'll be a single mom. She'll be showing that baby off. Oh, man, that's hilarious.
I need my man 3 to 4 times a week. And good for you guys. And the rest of the time, I need a wife. Because I've always said that.
It's a wife.
No, I tease Vicky.
Okay.
Wait, stop. So she just essentially went on TV and said, I need my man for his dick 3 times. Do you guys really think men can get up here and say my wife is just a whole lot every
Now, right? And again, shout out to the women that watch the channel, because I know you guys tolerate a lot sometimes when I go on some certain kind of rants, right? And I appreciate y'all's patience, because y'all know I'm not talking about y'all. I'm responding to the dumb stuff on here. You know what I'm saying? But this is why I make the quote unquote body fluid depository comment. It's just okay for, like, these are the very people that say that they get objectified, and they're literally sitting up here cackling like a bunch of hyenas about objectifying men. You want to say that you want to say that you need some dick 3 times a week? That's cool. Now, if a guy calls you his organic toilet, it's a bad thing. But again, this is what they're pushing, and this is supposed to be right. Now, these are the same people that sit up there and say that somebody is a misogynist simply for expecting there to be respected, roles in a husband-wife relationship. Husbands and wives agree to that. Like, it's marriage vows. Like, if you know what I'm saying. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Chili C. He said, Rob, as always, you killing it. Keep going, bro. You have slowed down the cursing. Bro, facts. Anybody that's been watching for a long time, no, man, like, I used to go, like, when it came to swearing, I got a potty mouth, and I've really been working hard to not be so vulgar. You know what I'm saying? And it still don't matter. Now, mind you, sometimes the videos get green dollar signed a little bit more, but it doesn't help with YouTube moving the content around, which is wild. Which is wild. Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? But why is it that if we call women body fluid depositories or organic toilets, we're misogynist and we're not valuing women, but it's you go girl, go power if they say, you know, he's only good for dick. Now, again, right? Most of us know that these things are not true, but we have to ask society and the people that create this kind of content, which here is being created for mainstream consumption, and there's people that create this stuff on social media. How do you justify that? How do you justify that? How does that make any sense? Make it make sense. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said, to be honest, I missed the sailor cursing, but I understand.
Now and then, bro, the level of disgust that these people are displaying is crazy.
My producer in the morning, I was like, if you'd like to join Max and I, not in that way, but like Vicky and I could kill it as household runners. Like we would be laughing, giggling, doing all the things, and Max would be so psyched I was wasting all my words somewhere else.
I'm so lonely. That's how it would end up.
Facts. Again, dying alone. Single mom.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Single mom. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. Okay, listen. This man versus woman shit is getting old and tired, bro.
It's been old. It's been old. It's been old. How many people saw the gender war videos that I made like way back in 2021, questioning the legitimacy of all of this? If you guys haven't watched those old videos, you can find them in the playlist, but watch them. Now, again, men and women have fundamental differences, and of course, there's going to be some things that conflict, but that's normal. Nobody agrees on everything. There's a whole agenda, and the agenda is unified from the left and the right to create gender confusion. You got Andrew Tate saying that, you know what I'm saying, getting some wet because it's one of the best things in the world is legitimate. And then you got the legitimate people telling you that there's no difference between men and women. But the thing is that when it comes to quote unquote European science and European culture, one of the fundamental tenets of what goes on over there is their ability to manipulate or overcome nature. None of their science works with or complements nature. So nature has created chromosomes XY and XX. We have to attempt to show that we're superior by making those chromosomal identities irrelevant. We have to create destructive force. We have to create a bomb that destroys the entire planet. We're not going to create anything that creates planets. It's part of the culture. Which is why, as this culture is pervasive, it's deteriorating the entire planet to the point where now they have to have green initiatives and sustainable initiatives to try to improve the planet because it's been damaged so much by their cultural technology. I don't know if people saw G.I. Joe, the movie that came out in 1986, but there was a civilization called Cobra La. How many people remember Cobra La? And Cobra La was a civilization of humanoid organisms that had a lot of advanced science and technology that worked with nature. And they were driven into what was something like Antarctica by an evolved group of cave people. That built a society based on destructive and inorganic science. Now remember, cartoons are just fiction.
old, tired. Don't least.
You know what would happen? These women live together and drive each other crazy. You know how I know? I'll tell you how I know this is true. That two women living together is just not always going to work out because lesbians break up.
Right? So it would be a perfect combo. And the other day, Caleb said to me, this is my youngest son. He said, Mama, I want a spare mom. And I didn't know what he meant. And he's like, he said, Genevieve has a spare mom. And I realized the parents were divorced. No, divorced.
A spare mom? Let me ask you guys this. What would you guys do if your kid came up to you and said, I want a spare parent? I want a spare mom. What would you guys do? How would that go over in your household? How many people would be okay with that? What does that mean? I want a spare mom. Has anybody's child ever said anything like that to them? Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 78 people watching. We got 41. We got 41 people watching. We got 78 likes. If everybody could take a moment and force them likes, smash that like button. Let's try to close out and get 100 likes.
Mama, I want a spare mom. And
now here goes how you guys know that YouTube is messing with my channel. Also, go look at the older live streams. Right, we used to have a goal of trying to get 200 likes. And then just out of nowhere, like now the streams barely get 100 likes. And it's not because people ain't showing up, because the same people are here all the time. So make it make sense. Make it make sense.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, let me ask you guys this. What is this rhetoric? What is this rhetoric doing for society is the question. And again, this is really bad, right? And the grandstand police and the content police are solely invested in making the world a better place for their own selfless purposes because they care so much, right? So now if you have a problem with the misogynistic issues of male content that is toxic to women, how as a man can you stay silent on this? That's the question. And shout out to John Davis for being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for John Davis. And that's what I'm saying. If y'all agree with Brooklyn Queen 125, they really need to keep that confusion over there. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Facts. The sanctimonious YouTubers. The error-free YouTubers. The good guys. We're the good guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a good guy. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that I found in my lifetime is that in my experiences, the people who are quote unquote allegedly supposed to be the bad people of society tend to actually have what people identify as morals more so than the quote unquote cream of the crop of society. You know what I'm saying? Really interesting. A lot of times criminals got a better moral code than the CEOs of companies, which is interesting because the grandstanders will sit there and talk about criminality. You know what I'm saying?
What he meant. And he's like, he said, Genevieve has a spare mom. And I realized the parents were divorced. No, divorced. An extra mom, like two moms. And so I asked him, because at first I was a little wounded. I was like, what am I not doing? You know, and he's like, no, I just think at bedtime, you always have to pay attention to the other kids too. And if we had a spare mom, dad, and you could, you know, then you just get to focus on me. And it was so sweet.
So it sounds like your kid is growing up to be a little narcissist. And he doesn't realize that, hey, guess what? I'm not the only person in the house. Guess what? I'm not the only kid. And like you as a parent need to be teaching him that. Guess what? It's not your turn all the time. Go sit your ass down and watch TV. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? She talking that single mom plebiscite babble.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite babbling.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Hey, we're gonna have to make the remix called The Kid Wants a Spare Mom. You want a spare mom? You ain't got no dad. You need a spare mom. Because you already got a mom. Need a spare mom because you ain't got no dad. These narcissistic children. It's so damn sad. Parenting in this country, it's got really damn bad. Mama so damn nasty, she on OnlyFans for the bag. He need a spare mom. He about to shoot the school with an AK-47, run around and act a fool.
He didn't ask for a spare dad, by the way. I took this totally differently in how I prepped because, broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless. Like I think.
Yeah. He didn't ask for a spare dad. You know, he didn't ask for a spare dad. By the way, you know, because we're useless. Shout out to the useless. If you're useless, give me a thumbs up. If you're not useless, then give me a thumbs down. Spranger. I'm about to be useless. Listen, shout out to me being useless. Aside from the women that I'm friends with and aside from the women in my family, anytime a woman asks me to do anything, I'm going to declare that I'm useless and keep it moving. Can you get this off this shelf for me? I'm useless. And I'm about to keep on going. And then I'm going to tell everybody to do everything for me because I can't do it for myself because I'm useless. I'm about to get served. I'm about to, it's about to go in. Can you help? Nah, I'm useless. No. As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask you to do that for me because in case you didn't know, I'm useless. I'm about to go to Office Max when I get done with this and buy some of those hello, my name is, and guess what? I'm going to write on it. And I'm going to be a Civil War hero, Useless S. Grant. You know what I'm saying? That's what my name going to be from here on out. You guys didn't hear about me in the Civil War? Back then I was white. My name is Useless S. Grant. Ask me to do something. Ask me anything. We need to have a follow-up stream. Ladies, ask me anything. I can't do it. I'm useless. Permanent vacation. Here we come. You know what I'm saying?
And it was so sweet. He didn't ask for a spare dad, by the way. I took this totally differently in how I prepped because, broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless. Like,
Hey guys. Hey. Largely speaking, like, dude, men are fucking useless. Like, I don't even know why they're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know why they're here. They're just dumb. They don't do anything. They're just useless. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bet. You know what I'm saying? You want to see useless men? I'm about to show you useless men. I'm about to show you useless men. I'm not going to do anything except for do this. Make single moms.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom.
I'm about to be useless. I'm about to make single moms. I'm about to make single moms. Because we ain't got no use. Pour me some juice. I'm just about to bust like Walter in your cooch and did not do shit and not pay no child support. And you done said that I'm useless, so there's no legal retort. Oh, man. Hey, I'm about to be useless. That's about to be another shirt. The useless. It's about to have a piano like the Godfather. It's about to have the puppet hanging from it with the cross. I'm useless. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that is hilarious, man. Shout out to the fellas in the building. How many of y'all want to join me in the brigade of uselessness? If you guys want to join me in the brigade of uselessness, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, why not? Hey. You know what I'm saying? We can make it work.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom.
It's just so sad. I can't be a dad because I'm useless because of a TikTok fad. And I just got you pregnant, but you'll never see me again. I guess that's what your dumb ass get for letting the useless motherfucker hit the skins. I mean, like, seriously, like, come on, man. I can't make this shit up. Oh, man. Shout out to LS. LS says she sounds like Brickface talking about women and build and protect societies with their breast milk. Let them. I never seen nobody build a breast milk brick building though. How much them breast milk bricks going for? 10.5 a key? How much them breast milk bricks going for? They going for 10.5 a key? You know what I'm saying? Who to connect?
The political moment, the people who are saying what needs to be said.
So again, now like I said, when it comes to these kind of content creators and stuff like that, a lot of times black women they get the bad end of the deal. But in this situation, the closest woman to a black woman is the only woman that's advocating for her husband and talking about her husband respectfully. But this gets no coverage. Why is that? Even the grandstand sector of YouTube missed this one. Yeah, she mad. She mad. She big mad. LS said got them breast milk keys on deck. Holla at your boy. Facts. We about to be in the trap house packing up Similac. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious.
I took this totally differently in how I prepped. Yeah. Because broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless. Like I think
so again, like this is what I keep trying to tell people, man. Historically, right? And again, this is, because I don't hate anybody. This is just historical facts. Historically speaking, white women have been the most hostile women towards men. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I think if you look at homicide statistics, I think that white women might actually lead. They might actually be above black women in deletions. You know what I'm saying? Like they got a whole TV series based on white women killing their husbands and getting away with it for years. You know what I'm saying? Now again, you know what I'm saying? Because there's white people, white women, white men that watch my channel. Y'all know what time it is. If y'all watch my channel, then you already know what time it is. No explanations need to be made. And I'm clearly not talking about you. You know what I'm saying? But to the people who want to get triggered because of the wokeisms and the anti-whiteisms and the anti-white racisms, on this show with this very sample, the only woman that is actually respectful of their man is the liberal, quote unquote, as they like to say, woman of color. Explain that, account for that. And this is what I'm saying about the grandstanding and the illusions and the mirages of WS. Do you guys notice how nobody covered, like literally nobody covered this? And the reason why is because it was a bunch of white women sitting around speaking misandry. They even tried to take what Sonny said and turn it into a misandrous comment. Oh, well, he's just a servant. No, she didn't say anything about him being a servant. She didn't say that he just, when she says jump, she asks how high. You know what I'm saying? She didn't say that. Shout out to New York State of Mind. What's good with it, bro? She didn't say that. So what's up with that?
Political moment, the people who are saying what needs to be said in my party. It's all women, very few men, with the exception of Mike Pence and a few others, are saying what they need to. But in life, like I need my husband. I don't know if I need any other men, but he is irreplaceable.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
But that's the whole thing. We like our husbands, we just don't need men beyond that.
Yeah, wait till you're married 20 years and you'll see how replaceable
The reason
they are.
that women, I think that the reason women can stay married for as long as they do is because they have a lot of girlfriends. They have a village. They have girlfriends. Because I always have to initiate the conversations. He'll step up, but I have to start initiate.
Oh, I just told you guys, I have 8 girlfriends from Panama here who are girlfriends for 50 years since they were in kindergarten. And they were saying yesterday that they've gone through divorces, they've gone through challenges, and having that village of women has made it possible.
Well, we are more collaborative than men. I think there have been studies that say that women have much closer friendship relationships than men do.
Because again, I think we have to make a differentiate gay men.
No, gay men are
in their own category.
Yeah, but we're not married to gay men, okay?
Oh.
But women have conversations about their feelings. Men talk about sports, cars, all that stuff.
I don't know. My husband talks about his feelings with his
Maybe he's gay.
Oh my God! Let's that's funny. Still, let's just disregard. Let's just disregard all that shit. Yeah, no, trying to put a valid point. Yeah, it was a joke. Absolutely, it's not the fact that it was a joke. It was the accumulation of all that. You know what I mean? Every time she was speaking, she got dismissed. Yeah, the last one was a little funny one. That's funny. That's funny. But still,
it was the timing of it.
But still, it's just the accumulation of every time she was speaking, she's been dismissed. When she's trying to bring a little bit of balance, it's like, no, that's not the agenda. The agenda right now is to hate men. It's like, come on.
I just think this. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and just whine about this shit because like it's normal. I've seen this like since I was forever. But I'll say this. I just think it sets a bad example. Like, what are you guys saying to young men nowadays?
Yeah, facts. Shout out to Zava. Zava says Matt Walsh will probably blame us for it, right? Because when they talk about this quote unquote culture war, right? Like here's when it comes to the culture war, what's basically being said is that our culture is causing these rifts. Even though that's not verbally spoken, that's what they're saying. And if people don't believe that, we can definitely pull up some culture war content and prove that that's what's being implied. These quote unquote, they call them other invasive cultures, which is interesting because our culture didn't invade the United States. It was actually brought here and socially engineered. Would you guys agree? So when it comes to the quote unquote culture war, what are they actually talking about?
You know, you guys want to say, hey guys, it's better if you guys are a bit more emotional. Sure. Saying stuff like men are useless, men are trash. Like, bro, it's the same as these dudes be out here like, yo, women are bitches. And you guys are like, oh my God, misogyny. Sure. What do you think you're doing? What kind of message are you sending to the world?
Now, as far as when you guys remember when in hip hop there was a lot of misogynistic content where they were saying like, you know, talking about hoes and stuff like that. Society had no problem attributing that to black men. No problem at all. But when it comes to these other things, do you guys notice that, well, if you bring race into it, it's an issue? The thing that's interesting about rap music is that rap music isn't the only genre of music that kind of talks about women in a disrespectful way. But do you guys remember back in the 90s? They made it so that NWA and Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre were all the face of misogynistic music. So again, are we just supposed to forget about these things and not say anything about them? Like this is stuff that happened, and like it happened, and it's not been addressed. It's happened and it's not been addressed. And so my question for everybody is, why hasn't it been addressed? And the thing is that I don't think that people should be allowed to attribute every negative thing in the United States to our culture and that go unchallenged. But the problem is that we got so many people that are in too deep on getting YouTube ad revenue, and YouTube ad revenue will build people like Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, a channel that's massive. Well, if we attribute all of this negative stuff to us and act like we all have these problems, I'll be able to keep getting fed money. I'll be able to keep getting fed money. So we just checked out what Abba and Preach had to say about this. I'm really kind of shocked that Abba and Preach or Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews didn't do any type of reaction to Andrew Tate saying that sex with women is legitimate, which is just wildly insane. And I'm surprised that like literally very few people are making content about that. Because honestly, you would think that would be like a viral statement blowing up on the internet right now, wouldn't you? But not too many people are talking about that. I think that that's one of the craziest claims that I've ever seen in my entire life. Shout out to KO Kid Fit. KO Kid Fit said mediocre is a boring lame-o, and his stuff is actually mediocre. Yo, that's facts. If y'all agree with KO Kid Fit, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, the thing that's interesting about Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, I'll never forget about this. Man, when he went in on Six the Goddess, man, he said it with his chest. But then, like, when he was talking about just pearly things or like any of the other chicks that he ever had a problem with, you know what I'm saying? Like, he kind of take it easy on them. And I think that that's interesting. But then if I say anything about it, I'm the issue. You know what I'm saying? But like, I think that that's weird. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, whether Six the Goddess was right or wrong in the situation, that's not my place to say. But we all know that just pearly things was absolutely wrong in the situation, and mediocre tutorials and reviews would have gotten that. He would have let that slide had Jason Black not put him on probation. Jason Black said, "We putting you on probation," and you know what I'm saying? Jason Black said, "We putting you on probation," and then you know what I'm saying. Mediocre had to go save his career. You know what I'm saying? So why the inconsistency? And the thing is that as much as mediocre tutorials and reviews loves Jordan Peterson, I'm not surprised that like that's kind of like how he would move. I wasn't even disappointed in him for real because I already knew that that's what was going to happen. I knew that he was going. I knew that he wasn't going to care. Same thing with Melanie King. Like I knew Melanie King wasn't going to care. I know what type of people mediocre tutorials and reviews is. I know what type of people Melanie King is. I knew they wouldn't have a problem with it. I wasn't even disappointed because I had no expectations to begin with. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people that actually had expectations, they kind of was in shock. They was like, yo, this is kind of weird. Like, why is this dude okay with this and still working with her? Because like he doesn't see that as a problem. We're supposed to always be the butt of the joke, and it's supposed to be accepted. And your paycheck comes whether you on how much you receive the joke or how much you contribute to the joke. Those of us who stand up to it, that's anti-whiteisms and wokeisms and social justiceisms. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's perfectly okay for people to sit around and talk about who commits the most crime in Chicago, but when we're looking at this video and we talk about who's talking the most misandrous here, somehow, you know what I'm saying? People getting singled out. Make it make sense.
Do we need men? Most answered very quickly, no.
Most answered very quickly, no. And we're supposed to just accept that. Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? We all know that the world works on a social hierarchy. And when it comes to the people that have the most resources versus people that have the least resources, if a group of people that has a subgroup inside of it is deemed as unnecessary, who will be the first people on the chopping block? So if women are declaring that men are useless, who is the first group of men that gets targeted with a statement like that for removal? Let me know what you guys think. We know that society is based on societal constructs as well as a societal hierarchy based on power and resources. So when women are saying men are useless, who is the first group of men that they're implying are the most useless? Now, here's the question. Who substantiated the rhetoric that says that we're useless? Women as a whole are saying black men are useless, substantiated by social conditioning and data created by white men.
And only one said she thought women needed a man in their lives. Only one. So why do you think that is?
Because men are useless.
The fact is that if all women stop working today, the world would continue to flourish. If all of the men in the world stop working today, calamity, collapse. The infrastructure would fail.
Broadly speaking,
And I agree. I agree with mediocre tutorials and reviews. Like I said before, men and women both have a complementary place in society and contribute to society maintaining its organization in certain fashions, right? But again, there's people being targeted with this rhetoric. Now, let me ask you guys a question. If you don't have any resources or you don't have any influence to be able to combat this kind of rhetoric, what happens when people start to accept this kind of rhetoric? Because as you guys can see on the show, it's clearly accepted. And then what? Now, if I'm not mistaken, is Sonny's husband a Afro Latino dude? I don't know if he's like if he's a white Latino dude or Afro Latino. But however, let's just say for sake of examples, if Sonny's husband is an Afro Latino, right? She's just pissed off all her showmates because the whole purpose of this is to try to show how valueless black men are. And she's just said, well, the man that I have at home is a good man, which is essentially saying that he's of more value than the other dudes that are on a social hierarchy higher than him. But again, we're just supposed to sit here and take this, you know what I'm saying, and just, let it go. It'll be all right. Everything will be all good. Vote blue no matter who.
I feel like men have proven largely useless. Like, I think in the political moment, the people who are saying what needs to be said in my party, it's all women. The very few men, with the exception of Mike Pence and a few others, are saying what they need to. But in life, like, I need my husband. I don't know if I need any other men, but he is irreplaceable.
So imagine being a husband to a wife that consumes this bullshit right here and coming back home to a home of no peace because the media that she attaches herself to instructs her not to give peace, to disrespect you, to belittle you, and to emasculate you. Oftentimes on this platform, I call out the bullshit. Bullshit takes, bullshit messages, bullshit discussions, and bullshit influencers. In this week's episode of Calling Out the Bullshit,
The only time that mediocre tutorials and reviews called out his own bullshit was that time he got forced to. Even Roy Jones was forced to lean back. You know what I'm saying?
would like The View, the show on ABC, to step to the front of the congregation. The View has promoted open misandry on their platform for years now, and they've recently gone viral for a clip that I'm going to go over for you guys today.
Let me ask you guys this question: Is it safe to say that misandry is the new feminism? Because again, misandry is accepted and encouraged. Literally, you will get a societal pat on the back if you're misandrous, starting with anti-black male misandry. You got Jonathan Majors getting chased up and down the street, and somehow he assaulted this individual. But people don't call it, that's not called misandry. That's the one and only time that Alvin Bragg was doing his job. So, like, again, like, my question with this stuff is, where are the conversations about it? Who enforces this misandry? Let me ask you guys this question. Who puts the money into all of this misandry? Who funds all of this stuff? It's not me funding it. I don't fund anything that's harmful for other people. I'm not the manager and owner of any anti-woman organization. I'm not the manager and owner of any anti-white organization. I'm not the manager and owner of any organization that harms anybody. But these conversations, people want to make sure don't happen. My question is why? People are more upset at me than The View. I've never said that women are useless. But women are sitting up here getting cheered on to say that men are useless. And nobody's saying anything about it. even the YouTube grandstand sector. We'll just be quiet about that. We just won't talk about this stuff today.
Put your seatbelts on. This one's going to be an interesting one. Without further ado,
So there's this clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question. Do we need men?
Do we need men in our society? Listen to this.
Do we need men?
No.
Do we need men?
So here's my thing, right? All these women that don't think that men should be in society, why do you have a problem with MGTOW? The very women that don't believe men have a societal use literally have an issue with MGTOW. Yeah, I got to agree with Brooklyn Queen. Facts. We're over here minding our business and they can't survive without inserting us in stuff that we don't care about. Facts. Yeah. And some people take the bait and buy it. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Lovely Sherry. Lovely Sherry says it's ridiculous because when something goes wrong, we call our men. These conversations are destructive. Facts. And I got to agree with LS. LS said the people who shall not be named fund a lot of this irrationality that we're witnessing. Facts. But now the other group of people that claims that they're not, that group of people is not part of them, they get on code with that group of people when they're saying anything negative about us and then don't do anything. That the other group of people that tries to delineate from this group of people, they got way more power and resources to deal with this than us, but instead they take all the money that they pay and then work on these shows and stuff like that, and then turn around and post on Discord and post on 4chan that they're big mad about it while accepting a paycheck from those companies. So those people are phony, fake, and can't be trusted either. Then you got the people like Stephen A. Smith. He'll say anything for a paycheck. And these are the people that YouTube direct all the traffic to.
Men?
Honestly, no.
Do we need men?
No.
Why?
Because they suck.
We suck. We're not supposed to defend ourselves from this either. We should literally just let everybody say this kind of stuff all the time.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, people will listen to this live stream and say that this is a misogynistic, you know what I'm saying, rant. But here's the question, though. That's fine. Will they debunk anything that's been said here? Because that's what it comes down. It's not about whether anybody wants to hear these conversations or take place or not. It's about are the questions legitimate, and can the points be debunked? So again, when people say, like, when they say men are useless, look at all of the look at the women who are saying that men are useless. Look at them. These are the women who have the microphone and the influence to go around and say that men are useless. Who are they? They're the Margaret Sangers. That's they chose to do that. That's just what it is. That's just how it is. That's just what it is.
Clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question. Do we need men?
Do we need men in our society? Listen to this.
Do we need men?
No.
Do we need men?
Honestly, no.
Do we need men?
No.
Why?
Because they suck.
Okay, well, some bad news to these man-hating feminists. I am so sorry to break this to you, but we absolutely need men. And not just for the sake of our—
Well, and then another thing about these percentage numbers is, like, it's great to put these percentage numbers up here, but, like, at the same time, again, even these percentage numbers aren't accurate because they're not taking into consideration the social engineering of men having the good old boys club and being able, white men having the good old boys club, being able to prioritize legacy jobs and stuff like that for white men. So just because these numbers say that more men work these jobs, it's not indicative of if societal engineering wasn't around, if this would be this way or not, because societal engineering has in many cases prioritized men for these kind of things historically. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is just the facts. You know what I'm saying? This is just the facts. So even though I'm against this message, you have to be honest. these aren't honest. Like, you're sitting up here showing police, like, seriously, like the police are legacy jobs where like Irish fathers, sons, grandfathers, they've all worked for the same police departments in New York City, like since they immigrated to the United States. And it was because of the good old boy networks that was put in place. And we're going to sit here and act like that doesn't have anything to do with these percentages. Now, again, men may be more tolerant of physical activity because of biological differences between men and women, but we can't negate the social engineering either. Like, you can't sit there and say, well, everything is attributed to biology, and then literally say nothing is attributed to social engineering. That's just not true. You know what I'm saying?
Our population not dying out forever and the world coming to an end, but, well, men are imperative in the most important fields in the world. Men make up 85% of the military. That house or building you're currently sitting in, guess what? Almost 99% of construction jobs are man-made. Firemen, 92% men. Pilots, 91% men. 82% of farming jobs proudly occupied by men.
Now here's the thing, right? Did you hear what she said about the male jobs, the men? So what? So if men, let's actually go back and look at this here, because again, we gotta knock down some other talking points. We gotta knock down some other bullshit.
Feminists, I am so sorry to break this to you, but we absolutely.
So if these percentages are this high, why are we complaining about DEI? If we're all in it together as men, and men clearly have the highest market share of employees in these fields, what are we sitting up here complaining about DEI for? Because, I mean, we got it, right? Because we're all in it together as men. There's literally no agenda about anything, right? Like, we're all in it together as men. And if we're all in it together as men, then we got it on lock, right? So what is everybody complaining about DEI for? Because since we're post-racial and we all get along and we're all brothers and sisters as Americans, I mean, when it comes to these statistics, men got it, right? I mean, we're looking at the statistics, right? So what are we complaining about DEI for? What does DEI actually mean? Who are they talking about when they talk about DEI? Because, I mean, clearly they can't be talking about men, because thanks to these statistics, we got it, right? 85%, that's greater than 50%. Construction, 98.5%, 92.1%. I mean, what do we, right? We're all in it together as men. We're all brothers in arms, right? We got this on lock, right? So what's the problem? So where's the DEI issue? So when they talk about the quote unquote DEI issue, what is the unspoken DEI issue that these people are ashamed to be honest about? What's the DEI issue? Because again, I didn't make up the DEI thing. I didn't say that. I didn't make that up. You know what I'm saying? None of this stuff is anything that I made up. None of these are any problems that I've identified, except for harmful rhetoric against men being talked about. You know what I'm saying?
Bad news to these man-hating feminists. I am so sorry to break this to you, but we absolutely need men. And not just for the sake of our population not dying out forever and the world coming to an end, but, well, men are imperative in the most important fields in the world. Men make up 85% of the military. That house or building you're currently sitting in, guess what? Almost 99% of construction jobs are man-made. Firemen, 92% men. Pilots, 91% men. 82% of farming jobs.
Now, when it comes to pilots, right? When it comes to pilots, there's been a lot of people like this woman on the screen here complaining on Twitter about who the pilots are. But I mean, we're looking at the statistics. They're all men, right? And we're colorblind, right? Because it's about the content of your character, not the color of your skin, right? So since we're colorblind and what we're really concerned about is the gender, then where's the DEI issues? Where's the DEI issues? Do you guys see the point? So when we're talking about DEI and we're going on these DEI rants, what are we actually talking about? What is that a code for? It's just another way of saying woke. Because as you can see, well, men do have the majority of pilots, but there's a group of men who are still complaining about DEI. Where is their diversity inclusion if men make up 95% of a certain employment sector? So yeah, there's two questions that we need asked, or that we need answered. The first question that we need answered is, if we're all in it together as men, and we're all in it together as American men, and we should never talk about race, well, then why is one group of people talking about DEI when men make up the majority of all of these positions? And then the second question that we got to ask is, if women actually want men to not be a part of society, why do so many women have a problem with MGTOW? Women should celebrate and encourage MGTOW. Would you guys agree? That would make sense. Based on this video, women should be cheering MGTOW on. Men going their own way should be one of the most supported movements by women in the West, since men are useless. Men should be allowed to go their own way and move out of women's way for women to continue to improve society by themselves and the bears.
Proudly occupied by men. And I just said the word man-made. It's something I celebrate, but it's interesting because I was just thinking about it. And I'm like, you know what? There is going to come a time, probably not too far off from now, where the word man-made is no longer even allowed to be used. I can just see the liberal nut jobs coming after the word man-made. I mean,
now who are those? We got to be specific here. Who are those liberal nut jobs that will come after the word man-made being used? Who are those people? Who are the enforcers of that? Is it us? Who has always been the enforcers of liberalism?
the writing is already on the wall, as we have already seen. But back to other men-dominated industries that we would clearly suffer without. Landscapers, well over 99% men. 99% of carpenters are men. Inventors, fishermen, policemen, also all male-dominated professions. So, guys, let's just cut the BS. Even if you hate men or embody the most extreme forms of feminism, there is no way you can say that we do not need men. And don't forget, if it wasn't for a man, you would not be alive.
And now what they're saying in the comment section is actually, well, we just don't need black men. That's ultimately what all of this stuff means. You know what I'm saying? So just remember, because remember, in society, the positive attributes that men bring to society are always attributed to white men. All of the negative attributes of males are always attributed to black men. Those women that said that those women that said, I'd rather be in the woods with a bear than be in the woods with a man, they're saying that because they feel that men are inherently violent. Now, mind you, it's female liberals that are saying this. Men are inherently violent. The conservative white males go out of their way to repeat bell curve talking points, saying that black males have low impulse control, low IQ, and high testosterone, which creates an inherently violent black male. So again, you got both sides working together, saying the same thing. Playing in your face. Now, Amanda Seals was sitting up there saying that Shannon Sharp was playing in her face. No, this is us getting our faces played in. You know what I'm saying?
And that is a scientific fact.
Most answered very quickly, no. And only one said she thought women needed a man in their lives, only one. But when men were asked a similar question, do we need women? Most of them said yes.
But remember, we're the misogynists, though. We are the misogynists. Everything that we say is negative. The majority of men said that they needed women. But that's misogyny. That's misogynies. Women said that men are useless. So again, like I said, I'm about to be on my useless campaign. I'm about to be on my useless campaign. And I'm only going to not be useless when I'm dealing with people that say men, black men, have a purpose. Aside from that, I'm gonna go ahead and be useless. I'm gonna do like what they want us to do. I'm gonna do what society tells me to do. And I would encourage other people to do that. If this is what society tells you to do, and people don't have the common sense to self-correct, correct it for them. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is what I'm talking about embracing villainy. We're useless. Bet. We about to show you exactly how useless we are. Now, don't let us have to sit there and show you exactly how useless you are, because that might actually reveal the truth about how useful you are.
So why do you think that is?
Because men are useless. I mean, and by the way, I want to differentiate between straight men and gay men, because I think I would die without gay men. Nobody can gossip like gay men. Nobody can help you accessorize like gay men. Nobody can help you keep you from doing harm to yourself like gay men.
Now, mind you, but she's married to a straight man, not only just a regular straight man, a straight conservative man. But my critique of this is an issue, not this itself. The critique is always the issue, not this itself. This was sitting on the internet forever, and as long as it's sitting there untouched, it's okay. The moment that a live critique of this nonsense occurs, all the problems start. Like, make it make sense.
But with the exception of somebody like Steve, I think Steve is very self-sufficient.
That's Joy's husband.
But like my husband, it takes a village of women to make sure that he's not emaciated, starving.
And again, like we've seen this part already, but we got to just go over this part again. This is the flex. Like this is what women. This is the flex. You get a man, and then you go in front of a bunch of other women and tell other women how bad of a choice you made to get your man. Like that's it. That's what we out here doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we out here doing. For real, that's how we moving like that. Make it make sense. That's okay, though.
And living in his own filth. He can,
Yeah.
But you guys feel you guys are married to people that are more...
I have handy manny at home.
Imagine being at home.
Shout out to Lovely Sherry. Lovely Sherry says, so what do they tell their sons? Let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think that they tell their sons? What do you guys think that they tell their sons? Your sister is more important than you because your sister has societal worth. Your job is to protect your sister because your sister is the one of value. You're worthless. Now, in my opinion, that would be child abuse. You're not supposed to program your child and tell your child that they're not worth anything. But by their logic, that's what they'd be doing with their male children. But as we've seen, it's not even considered hate speech. For one, it's not considered a genocide to be a white feminist and create an entire narrative to delete black men with W.E.B. Du Bois. That's perfectly okay. We can build $1 million business called Planned Parenthood off of that. And we can make a YouTube career based on abort black male babies. And that's just okay too. You know what I'm saying? So if women were indeed doing this to their male children, I wouldn't really see it being looked at as hate speech, because I don't see society valuing males or male children, especially black ones, in the way of, it actually meaning anything, because the evidence has shown that hate speech against black men is encouraged and permissible. With the examples that I just cited, like, it don't matter how upset people get about the stuff. I just cited the examples. You know what I'm saying?
The husband to this awful woman right here, and watching as your wife, the person that you said till death do you part with, emasculates you on her public platform, to the millions of people that watch her bullshit show, while at the same time also pedestalizing gay men as if they are superior to heterosexual men. Also, I hope you guys picked up on her casual mention of gay men helping her not to self-delete. Let's continue to watch the clip. Much more on that in the future.
No, but you guys feel you guys are married to people that are more.
I have Handy Manny at home. He fixes everything. When things go bump in the night, he's the one that goes downstairs. When there's a bug to be exterminated, he does the extermination.
Nope.
When there is something to be fixed, he fixes it. He throws out the trash and he throws out the recyclables.
Look at how angry they are that she's happy with her man. I would like you guys need to pay very close attention to that. Do you think that anger drives a lot of the motivation to derange internal politics and pour fuel on existing gender wars? I mean, you can see it look like they're shaking their head like you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like we're just gonna down talk you, which is what they did. They just talked around her and tried to turn what she said into some type of misandry when it wasn't. And I mean, like we're looking at this. I'm not making this up or exaggerating any of this. Like we're seeing it here in real time.
No. You guys feel you guys are married to people that are more.
I have Handy Manny at home. He fixes everything. When things go bump in the night, he's the one that goes downstairs. When there's a bug to be exterminated, he does the extermination.
Nope.
When there is something to be fixed, he fixes it. He throws out the trash and he throws out the recyclables. I enjoy all the man stuff.
So
now check this out, right? Here's the double talk. Do you guys remember when Sunny did the DNA test and it found out that she had slave owner DNA? There was so many white people who were happy to make videos talking about how Sunny had slave owner DNA, which is no surprise because literally all of us have slave owner DNA. Literally all of us, like, you know what I'm saying? But do you remember how happy that they were because like they thought that they had done something? Now, those very same people that were ecstatic to find out that Sunny had slave owner DNA, as if that does anything, literally should also be making videos about this because she's actually supporting conservative marriage talking points with what she's saying about her husband. So we should see the Mark Dices and Tim Pools and actual justice warriors and Tim and all of these other people with their videos saying, surprising, Sunny stands up to Misandry on The View, right? We should be seeing those. Officer Tatum, Greg Foreman, literally our home pages should be just piled on with those videos being suggested, right? Because I mean, Sunny's a liberal, and even Sunny appreciates her husband, right? Right? She's a liberal, intersectional woman of color, and even she appreciates her husband because that's conservative, right? Where's the Fox News interview? They gave the black people in Chicago interviews because, you know, they tired of the Democrats giving all the resources to migrants. Oh, even these black people here are upset with the Democrats. We've been upset with the Democrats. The Democrats have been losing black support since the 1980s. This isn't a new trend. Matter of fact, New York Post wrote an article about it. You can look it up online. Trump being supported by a record high amount of black people for a Republican is not anything new. Up until Trump, Richard Nixon had record high support. Like, if black people want to vote Republican and support those people, guess what? Like, they're there for them to do that for. They're there to serve their voters. And if their voters happen to be black, guess what? It's only the media that frames these narratives that tells us that we have these certain plantations that we have to go to versus not. We can do whatever the hell we want to do. Guess who burnt up Wilmington, North Carolina? A bunch of white Democrats. Guess who didn't do anything to maintain to help preserve the control of Wilmington, North Carolina? White Republicans. As soon as they came through and burnt down Wilmington, North Carolina, the white Republicans who were working with the black Republicans, they just start working with the white Democrats that burnt it up. But you know what's crazy about it, though? You'll never see Officer Tatum or Thomas Sowell or any of those people make any videos or content about that, educating the masses. Why not? Why not? You know, Jesse Lee Peterson, white liberals. Who burnt down Wilmington, North Carolina? White liberals. Who helped them build it back up and cut the black people out? It wasn't white liberals. Sounded like Elmer Fudd. But how come they don't talk about that? Because, you know, Ron DeSantis is wokeisms. It's anti-whiteisms. You know what I'm saying? You know what's crazy about anti-whiteism and all that? It's never killed anybody. I think that people need to start calling, shout out to Torian for doing that Race Massacre series. Like, we, instead of calling it like slavery, instead of calling it like pre-Civil War, we need to start calling those eras in the United States timeline the White Lives Matter period. Because I'm so tired of every riot in the United States getting associated with Black Lives Matter. Because literally, riots have been going on in the United States since before Black Lives Matter had any type of riots or any type of violent interactions. They even associate these pro-Palestinian riots with Black Lives Matter as if we got anything to do with that. The slavery period, the antebellum period, all of the race massacres that occurred, those would be called the White Lives Matter massacres. Wilmington, North Carolina, you know what I'm saying? Tulsa, Oklahoma, another White Lives Matter massacre. You know what I'm saying? Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, those should be called White Lives Matter killings. You know what I'm saying? When the police delete somebody. Make it make sense. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. See, people don't want to, quote unquote, fight fire with fire. Like, people want to cease fire. And there's always somebody that determines the terms of the ceasefire. You're not actually going to have legitimate rights and freedoms until you actually get your legitimate rights and freedoms. And again, I wouldn't be saying any of this kind of stuff if this isn't stuff that I could go find and go show people. You got Ron DeSantis that literally lied about Abraham Lincoln. You know what I'm saying? Kayleigh McKinney go on Fox News, literally sit there and lie about Abraham Lincoln, saying that Abraham Lincoln wanted America to be equal for all people. And they cite this stuff as fact. Like, seriously? That's not what Abraham Lincoln said. Literally everybody knows that. So, again, there's not even an actual culture war. You know what I'm saying? Because when it comes to any of these kind of situations, there's never been like an official war against any of us. But if people are declaring war against us, then they should actually get a war. And again, remember who made the declaration. It wasn't us. Shout out to LS. LS said, slow down, Rob. Isn't ceasefire anti-Semitic? Everything's anti-Semitic. I'm not even religious, but Christ is King apparently is anti-Semitic. Literally everything is. Anything that happens is. You know what I'm saying? Fresh and Fit is anti-Semitic, according to H3 podcast. You guys saw that last night.
Wait a second. I know what you're going to say. Wait. She's really talking.
Pay attention to how one of the wives on the panel begins to speak positively regarding her husband or the man in her life.
And now notice how mediocre tutorials and reviews doesn't give any type of identifiers about the particular woman on the panel. See, because anytime you have to speak any positive attributes, you gotta take race out of it. Anytime you talk about any negative attributes, black woman roasts husband on TikTok. Black men commit the most murders. But see, when you talk about suicide, oh, you know, there's just an increasing problem with men with suicide. Well, there's a group of men that commit the most suicides, and it doesn't have anything to do with us. But again, my thing is, if we're all American and we're in a post-racial society, we should be able to talk about these things as they appear on the data, right? Literally, everybody has no problem flaunting FBI crime statistics in our face as if we don't know why they're doing it. But then when we start asking other questions about other kinds of statistics, all of a sudden we're being reverse racisms. You know what I'm saying?
Watch how the other panelists respond to this.
About a servant. Let's face it.
She's talking about
it's
a servant.
handyman.
Well,
She's talking
no,
about.
it's a handyman. Oh, it's a handyman with benefits.
We do not. Well, but the things that you're describing, you could pay somebody to do that. We're not talking about that.
And who would you? And again, right? The things that you're describing, you could pay somebody to do that, right? Just like how a man can pay for a prostitute, or a man can pay for an escort, or a man can trick. You know what I'm saying? Like these are reality, right? But again, Sunny Hostin, she said he's my handy manny, and he's handy manny with benefits. So again, all of the negative things, they're all coming from the women around the table. They're trying to put these ideas into her head. See, like if you ask me, for real, this was like a buck breaking ritual. For real with her. Like she shouldn't even showed up to work today, because she's sitting around this table with all these other group of women, and they're trying to get her, like they're all on the same page about we're gonna dog men out today. And she's like, I'm not going to betray my husband like that. I'm not gonna do that. And so, you know, now they're trying to put words in her mouth and aggressively get her to agree with what she's saying. And again, nobody's calling this out. If people, like, again, should we not talk about this because of what? This is happening. It's getting cheered on. If this was in Chicago and some kid got shot in a drive-by during a gang fight, literally no one would have any problem talking about that in terms of race. None. And it would just be okay. Why is that? Race conversations are always permissible when you're going in on black people, especially black men. Anytime you're talking about anything positive about black people, especially black men, it's, well, everybody's good at this. Why do we have to bring that up? Now, what Sunny was doing right here, again, like I said, I don't know what race her husband is. And, you know, of course, she's allowed to be with whoever she wants to. But regardless, in this instance, she's talking positively about her man, and she's going against the majority group of women at the table. Nobody's saying anything about the bullying going on here, because this is the kind of bullying that goes on in the workplace. This is the kind of bullying that goes on at school. This is the kind of stuff that your daughter might have to deal with. You know what I'm saying? If they go to a party or something and some of their friends, you know what I'm saying, they're all doing the girl thing together with each other's hair. But again, nobody's talking, you know what I'm saying? It's not important because we're past that. We're past all of that, right?
What about the inner life of a man? That's what this is.
I need my man 3 to 4 times a week. And
Good for you guys.
And then the rest of the time I need a wife. Because I've always said,
Yeah, because the value of a man in your life is only reduced down to what he can do inside of your box.
So now let me ask you guys this. Any women who get upset about men objectifying women, didn't this woman here, didn't she just objectify men? So what this actually says is that a lot of these women, they actually don't have a problem with objectifying men, but they have a problem with men objectifying them. Facts. You know what? Yeah, Sunny was standing on business. She was standing on business. You know what I'm saying?
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Now, here goes the thing, right? I have never said that women are only worth box, ever. Never said anything like that, right? What we do on my channel a lot of times is we take the most outrageous things that people say, and we say we're going to make them turn into reality so that people can see what's wrong with them, right? people are more upset about the responses to this extreme hate speech than they are about the actual hate speech itself. And the reason why is because when you take what these people say and you run all the way through the finish line with it, it creates a situation that's just so unsustainable and stupid. You can't ignore how idiotic that it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB and shout out to Dwayne. What's good with it? You can't ignore it. You can't ignore how dumb this stuff is. You know what I'm saying?
Misandry here, the man hate here is so goddamn crazy. Now imagine a group of men sitting on a paddle talking about all I need my wife for is her insides. The cancel culture will come a knocking. The sister.
And then the thing is, here's the thing that's crazy, right? When now let's be honest, right? Men do sit there and say that, you know, there's some women that, you know, they only need the insides for, right? But in most cases, it's not their wives that they're talking about. Most men that are married don't talk about their wives in those terms. Single men who are bachelors, you know what I'm saying, who are having the time of their lives, they're more likely to talk about women like that. But they're talking about women like that, women that they can get. They're not talking about their wives like that because they're not married. And married men are not going around talking about, like, man, the only reason I put the ring on her finger is because, you know what I'm saying, she let me hit. Nobody's sitting up there saying that. But this woman actually said that about her husband. Let me ask you guys this. How many times have you all ever seen a married man, a woman's husband, go around proudly proclaiming that his wife is only good for sex? When have you seen that? Where does that take place at? Most dudes won't even talk about their girlfriends like that, which they shouldn't. I need somebody to show me show me an example of men going around saying that their wives are nothing more than body fluid depositories. Show me where that is. Show me where that's happening at. But here on The View, you have an actual woman that says that the only purpose that her husband has is 3 times weekly dick, and that's just okay. But we're the misogynists who objectify. Like, you can't make it up. You can't make it. You cannot make this up.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Make it like, this is crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Reduced down to what he can do inside of your box. The misandry here, the man hate here is so goddamn crazy. Now imagine a group of men sitting on a paddle talking about all I need my wife for is her insides. The cancel culture will come a knocking.
Literally, that wouldn't happen at all. And I'm not trying to be funny, but like, honestly, most men care about their wives so much. Guys aren't going to talk about their wife like that with other men. And that would, like, if that conversation got out of control, that would get violent. Like, that conversation would turn violent quick, fast. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Like, there's not any men that are going to be going around sitting up there talking about their wife is only good for box. Nobody talks like that. But what I mean, like, it's just wild, man.
The sister code will come breaking down your door.
Everyone needs a wife. No,
To all my dudes, right? If you're a guy and you got you got some single male friends, and if you have some friends that are married, have your married friends ever told you, man, I'm glad I got married because the only thing she good for is box? Like, who says that? Even when dudes are getting divorced from their wives, they don't say stuff like it doesn't happen. Now, again, there are dudes that are assholes. There are dudes that say, ridiculous stuff. But literally nobody's sitting around talking about their significant other, girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? Even like a friend with benefits, like even female friends, like dudes ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to the lovely Sherry for standing on business. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames and some radiation emoji in the chat for becoming a member. Definitely appreciate it.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
Hey, that used to be the part on the Chappelle show when he was like, "I'm rich, biatch." Like, but who's talking? But like this is so far-fetched, man. Like, this is so far-fetched and not realistic. Yeah, I gotta agree, bro. Now, again, there's always some people who are abusive, right? Everybody's not a good person. There's always an outlier. I'm not saying that that's not true, right? But most men value their marriage. Most men value their woman. If you are in only single dudes who are living the fast life at the moment talk about women like that. And even those dudes, once they settle down and get married, they don't talk about women like that no more. Especially they don't talk about their wife like that anymore. Dudes will get in a fight, or somebody will end up dead if their wives start getting talked about like that, or if their girlfriend starts getting talked about like that. But it's okay for the women on The View to get up there and start talking about all this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, had the money, y'all. It's broke people around with your broke ass.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
That's hilarious, man. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What if this was a Fox Soul panel that said all this? How do you guys think society's reaction to it would be? Would it have been swept under the rug, like how nobody's really talking about this too much? What's that lady's name? The one that said that crazy stuff that had me dying laughing? Oh man, Ebony K. Williams. Yeah. What if Ebony K. Williams just came out and said this? Like, what would have happened? What would the response be? Because you know Ebony K. Williams be just saying wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? But what if Ebony K. Williams had said that though? Would the response be the same as The View saying it? Because this is some Ebony K. Williams type stuff. This is right down her alley. So it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that Ebony K. Williams would not say anything like this. Ebony K. Williams would be professional about it. Men ain't nothing. I mean, I know all my sisters know this. Men contribute absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, I've been doing a regression study that I've done ever since I started working here at the Griot, and me and Mark Lamont Hill have come to the absolute conclusion that men have provided zero incentive, zero contribution, zero protection, and zero reason to continue existing. Can't you see Ebony K. Williams saying something like that? Now, here goes my question, right? She didn't, but that's something that you could see her saying. So now my question is, if she said it, would the response be different than it is with these people here saying it? Facts. I got to agree with Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they wouldn't care if it was on Fox Soul or they would triple down on promoting it. Facts. Man, Ebony K. Williams be wilding, man. Ebony K. Williams, one of them people like Shira 7, man. Like, I don't even take that stuff serious, man. They just be saying whatever, and I'm telling you, I don't even think they believe what they be saying. But it'd be funny as hell, though. People be getting triggered by it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that Ebony K. Williams, that Ebony K. Williams stuff went viral for a long time, man. I was dying laughing, especially when she was on the Breakfast Club. But if you actually believe any of that stuff, though, like if you believe Ebony K. Williams, or if Fresh and Fit is your religion, congratulations, you're the same kind of dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations, you the same kind of idiot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But what's interesting is how one gets covered more than the other.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
And that's why we gotta talk about this kind of stuff, man, because it's just so damn funny. Like, it's so comical. It's so comical. Because this is what you would expect with the direction that the world is going in. You know what I'm saying? shout out to Boogeyman Bob. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, bro?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
just done. Yo, man. Anton, who you think meant it more? Do you think Anton Dotson meant it more, like he wanted you to understand that whoever broke into their house was dumb? Or do you think that homeboy wants you to understand that he broke more?
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Who meant it more? Who meant what they were saying more? Anton Dotson or him?
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Like, he really wants you to, like, bro, can you fit? I haven't had nothing to eat in a month. I'm hungry. Like, he wasn't kidding. But at the same time, Anton Dotson was mad that they broke into the house.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
That's why we had to follow up with the song. That's why we had to follow up with the song. If you don't understand it, when I say it, you gonna for sure understand it when I sing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, homeboy said that with the hunger pains, bro. I felt that, bro. I felt that because I've been there. Like, I just, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you get a bunch of bills in the mail, you know what I'm saying? And then you get just one last bill, and that's the bill that break the camel's back. And you're like, man, I ain't even went grocery shopping yet.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Oh, man. All right, let's get it.
I teased Vicky, my producer, in the morning. I was like, if you'd like to join Max and I, not in that way, but like Vicky and I could kill it as household runners. Like, he would be laughing, giggling, doing all the things. Max would be so psyched.
Look, facts. Man, I hope every day homeboy win the lottery. Like, man, go get you a scratch off, bro. Go get you a scratch off, bro, because shouldn't nobody be that damn hungry. Shouldn't nobody be that hungry, man. Shouldn't nobody be that hungry. That's a damn shame. You know what I'm saying? Every time I hear that, I want to put something on this Cash App. Facts. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, Rob, most men love their baby mama. They never let her go. Facts. They love their baby mama. You know what I'm saying? They never let her go.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Make sure y'all show AB Promotions some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Hey, man, we gotta play my homeboy again, though, man, because he's so serious.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Hey, that's what happened if you sign one of them. Could have been 360 contracts.
I was wasting all my words somewhere else anyway. So it would be a perfect combo. And the other day, Caleb said to me, this is my youngest son. He said, Mama, I want a spare mom. And I didn't know what he meant. And he said, Genevieve has a spare mom. And I realized the parents were divorced. No, divorced.
Listen, man, if your child comes to you and says, I want a spare mom, or if your child comes to you and says, I want a spare dad, get your child into some counseling. And also take a moment and step back and evaluate what you have going on in your household in front of your child. Seriously, I'm being 100% serious. People might think that I'm trolling when I'm saying that, but I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Facts. AB hitting the diaper. He's hitting the diaper dance.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Man, that is so funny, man. That is some A That is some class A trolling. Bricks of Pampers. Facts. They got the Sam's Club box of Huggies. You know what I'm saying? they got the Sam's Club size box of Huggies. You know what I'm saying?
An extra mom, like 2 moms. And so I asked him, because at first I was a little wounded. I was like, what am I not doing? You know, and he's like, no, I just think at bedtime, you always have to pay attention to the other kids too. And if we had a spare mom, dad, and you could, you know, then you just get to focus on me. And it was so.
And again, like that, to me, like that, your child is a little narcissist. You need to tell your child that you don't get all the attention all the time. Shout out to Leonard D. Uda. What's good with it, bro? Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Like, that's a bad sign. Like, your kids shouldn't be saying that. Also, real quick, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate everybody in here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. We got 42 people watching, and we got 87 likes. I know y'all can smash that like button and get us to 100. Let's get it.
Know what he meant? And he's like, he said Genevieve has a spare mom, and I realized the parents were divorced. No, divorced. An extra mom, like 2 moms. And so I asked him, because at first I was a little wounded. I was like, what am I not doing? You know, and he's like, no, I just think at bedtime, you always have to pay attention to the other kids too. And if we had a spare mom, dad, and you could, you know, then you just get to focus on me. And it was so sweet. He didn't ask me to by the way. I took
Yeah, he in front of Chuck E. Cheese. he in front of Chuck E. Cheese.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Hey, you know what? This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, why haven't like any rap artists like reached out to him to like make an actual song of that and like get it on the radio? I'm not trying to be funny, but like this solidifies what I be saying about like a lot of the hip hop artists. Like the majority of rappers are simp enforcers. They talk a certain kind of way on their albums, but they not about that life. If y'all about that life, man, like we need the J. Cole, you know what I'm saying? Kendrick Lamar, Big Sean would be a good person to have on that song. Too Short would be great on that song. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get it. Could you imagine Big Sean and Too Short on the Single Mom remix? Man, what? We can't have no lame, we can't have like no lame, like we can't have Drake on there. We gotta have like real, we gotta have like 8-Ball MJG. Too bad Bun B, or too bad Pimp C gone, because Pimp C would be dope on that song. We gotta get Bun B on there. We got to get the most disrespectful people in the world on there. Definitely got to have Too Short. Somebody got to find Akinelli. We definitely got to find Akinelli and put Akinelli on there.
Put it in my mouth. She said, put it.
We got to find Akinelli. We might even mess around and have to have TD Jakes on.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Swallowing, goggling.
Yeah, Ludacris would be another one that would be good on that song. Facts. Ludacris get down and dirty like that. Who's a disrespectful R&B? Chris Brown might actually be not bad on that song, because Chris Brown can get pretty disrespectful with his R&B. Who's a disrespectful R&B singer that's not afraid to just go in and talk crazy? We got to find the most disrespectful R&B singers that we can find. It can't be no clown like Usher. It's got to be somebody it's got to be an R&B Pookie. You know what I'm saying? DJ Quick would be a good one. We got to find the R&B Pookies for that song. We can't have none of them old clowns like Usher. You know what I'm saying? We can't have none of those soft batch cookies. You know what I'm saying? We gotta have Chris Brown on there. Run it. Oh man, it gotta be the disrespectful R&B singers. It can't be none of them simps. Yeah, Nate Dogg. Yeah, bruh. Nate Dogg. He let him hit it raw. She let him hit it raw. You know what I'm saying? Nate Dogg will be on the chorus like that. You showing that baby off. You know what I'm saying? With the West Coast. With that monotone Nate Dogg voice, man, it would be lit. That would be lit. Snoop Dogg would actually be good on that too. You know what I'm saying? Because Snoop Dogg can get pretty disrespectful. Snoop Dogg can get hella disrespectful. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. Sexy Red on that song actually would be genius because she could actually be the single mom and she would do it too. That song would be lit. See, like, why haven't they made a remix of that? And for real, I don't like. Last time I checked and listened to that song, because I'll be listening to that song. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't at a million. It wasn't at a million views on YouTube yet. Hey, we need to. Where DJ Terrence Jackson at? We could make an AI version of that song. We could make an AI version of that song. See, that's the beauties of AI. Y'all don't want to do the song. Guess what? We gonna do it. We gonna make y'all do it anyway. We just gonna make an AI song. Y'all don't want to participate. We gonna make you participate. Hey, Mystic will be rapping from the paddy wagon. The little the truck with the image on it, that'll be the paddy wagon with jail bars, and Mystic will be rapping his verse from that.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Bro, the dance moves are those are father dance moves, bro. Those are father dance moves at the barbecue after your dad is like 1 or 2 drinks in. When they really think that they getting down, but like you just sitting there like, man, why are you doing this? And how many people actually know that you're my dad? You know what I'm saying? Them dance moves are official, bro. I'm about to just start dancing like that at Walmart for real. Like I'm just about to bust it out for no reason. And I'm gonna just carry diapers with me around the store for no reason. From here on out, anytime I go into the store, the first place that I'm going is to the diaper aisle, and I'm just about to carry a box of diapers on my shoulder like a boom box. And then when they ask me what you got them diapers for, I'm gonna just bust out a verse. You let them hit it raw. Sir, why are you carrying those diapers around? Because you let them hit it raw. Excuse me, sir. Sir, why do you have those diapers?
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
We about to make it dramatic as hell too, bro. We gonna hack into the entire security system at Walmart. So the party lights come on. All the other lights is gonna dim. The first person asked me some shit about why I got them diapers, the store gonna go dark, and then the party lights gonna come on, and the spotlight gonna come on me. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm about to be like,
you let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? Bro, that would be hilarious. That's what they need to do. When they do that remix, the video needs to be like at Walmart or at Sam's Club in the baby section, in the baby clothes section. You know what I'm saying? With the Similac and the bottles and all that. Bro, that would be hilarious. that would be hilarious. Showing that baby off.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Hey, what's so funny about this, bro? There's nobody else in the video. He in that video by himself in his own zone. Like, man, man, like, don't even talk to me, man. I'm feeling this right now. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Yo, look at some of the women on TikTok responding to that video. They sweaty and crying about it, man. They are angry, hair matted all to their face, just crying, tears flooding down their face. I can't believe he made it stop. Like, that's the worst thing that anybody ever did. You know what I'm saying? Like, serious?
What she's actually arguing for, by the way, is polygamy.
This totally differently in how I prep because broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless. Like I think in the political moment, the people who are saying what needs to be said in my party, it's all women. The very few men, with the exception of Mike Pence and a few others, are saying what they need to. But in life,
now, mind you, she said Mike Pence, right? What political party does Mike Pence identify with? Mike Pence is Trump's former vice president. That all the Trump supporters who voted for Trump also voted for Mike Pence. You know what I'm saying? Like, by voting for Trump, you voted for Mike Pence. So again, the lady in the beginning, her husband was a conservative lobbyist, and she's quoting another conservative man as quote unquote saying the right thing while sitting here saying that men are useless. So again, we have to question, when these people say that men are useless, what men are they talking about? These are questions that mediocre tutorials and reviews ain't gonna ask. You know what I'm saying? I should make another channel, just like how I said I'm about to make actual culture warrior. I'm gonna make a channel called Superior Tutorials and Reviews. What do you guys think about that? If y'all think that that's cool, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down.
like I need my husband. I don't know if I need any other men, but he is irreplaceable.
No wonder why so many young men today are being feminized. You're only valuable to modern women that think like this when married to them, because now they have a handy mandy or they have an eggplant that they can use when
I don't think that mediocre tutorials and reviews should like she said that she has a handy mandy. But then again, Sonny also said he's a handy manny with benefits. So like like mediocre tutorials and reviews right here is being intellectually dishonest by trying to lump in what Sonny said with the rest of what these other women said. Even in the video earlier, he sat there and said when one woman says something positive about their husband. So now he's taking what he felt was a positive statement and trying to bring it into the negativity that the other women were bringing. Here's my question. Why is mediocre tutorials and reviews doing that?
They need to, while condemning you within your manhood and your masculinity, while pedestalizing men that don't want to procreate with women. Meanwhile, men have built the world that you were so privileged to live in. There was not a damn thing in the studio, the lights, the cameras, the phone on the table that was not invented or created by a man. But men are useless. Do y'all have sons? What do you tell your sons? Imagine how empowered that they feel within the society. Let's proceed. It gets worse.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
But that's the whole thing. We like our husbands. We just don't need men beyond that.
Yeah, wait till you're married 20 years.
I mean, isn't that the point? Isn't who's expecting women to need men beyond their husbands? Men beyond your husbands is a side dude, which a lot of women, you know what I'm saying, will sit there and tell you that they don't agree with, but okay. I don't think that most women feel that they have a need for men beyond their husband because the husband is the man that they need. That's the man that they chose. I don't think that, again, I don't even know why that lady said that. Right? Like, make that make sense.
See how replaced
the reason that women, I think that the reason women can stay married for as long as they do is because they have a lot of girlfriends. They have a village. They have girlfriends.
So girlfriends are the reason why women can stay married as long as they stay married. How many? So again, the one lady said that legitimate men protect and keep her safe and are necessary for her to remain sane. And Joy is sitting there and said, women's girlfriends are the reason why women stay married so long. Somebody make it make sense. Make sure you guys throw some like enforcers in the chat for Hurricane IQ for enforcing the likes. Definitely appreciate it. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, make sure y'all smash that like button. If y'all haven't, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell. Take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell. All right. Again, right. The husband has nothing to do with it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Like, somebody make that make sense. You have never lied, Cameron. Shout out to Cameron. Make sure y'all throw some flames in the chat. Now, Cameron's standing on business with this comment for sure. You know what I'm saying?
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Cameron said women get other women to sabotage their own relationships. And a lot of times they may not necessarily get other women to sabotage their own relationships, but a lot of times when there's women, there's a friend that's actually doing really well and they have a good life. Then there'll be other friends that they have that aren't necessarily doing as good as the friend. And they'll let the miserable friends get in their ear and talk them into destroying everything good that they have going on. It don't even have to be with a husband. You know what I'm saying? It could be a woman that's got something good going on. She got good grades. She going to school. She about to change her life. She about to get into a profession. And her other friend will, you know what I'm saying, be like, nah, like let's hit the streets. Next thing you know, they start hitting the streets. You know what I'm saying? The grades start slipping. You know what I'm saying? Double line problem.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
And then somehow it becomes men's faults. And then the grandstand sector of YouTube makes massive amounts of videos about men with all kind of people watching it like, yeah, you useless men. You know what I'm saying? Men saying other men are useless is crazy work. It's crazy work, man. But they doing it on YouTube for a paycheck.
Friends, because I always have to initiate the conversations. He'll step up, but I have.
I thought
to
you were
start
saying
them.
initiate.
I just
Happy
told you
wife,
guys I
happy
have
life.
8 girlfriends from Panama here who are girlfriends for 50 years since they were in kindergarten.
Shout out to your wife, AB. Shout out to your wife, AB, because she's telling the absolute truth. And honestly, it works that way with both men and women. Make sure y'all show some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
The money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Now, see, shout out to AB, right? Because AB said, my wife says she don't need a lot of friends. She's saying they lying. I would agree. And again, now that's coming from your wife, right? But I would actually say that men could possibly say the same thing. Once you get into a committed relationship, a long-term committed relationship, or a marriage, between working, spending time with each other, and if you have a family, raising a family, you don't really have time for a lot of extracurricular activity with friends unless you're doing like friend family functions. Like, say, for instance, you and your friends go on a vacation or something like that. When do you really have time to be kicking it with your friends if you're involved in your relationship or like that? You might be able to hit them up and text them and see how they doing once in a blue moon, or maybe chop it up with them, or, you know what I'm saying, like maybe hit the bar for a quick drink or something like that. But you don't really have time all like that, because a relationship, for the most part, is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week job. So is having a family. So my question for her would be, if you spending all this time with all these friends, what kind of marriages you actually in? You know what I'm saying? Like, what relationship are you in? Shout out to LS. LS said the only thing that a legitimate man will do as far as protection goes is apply a layer of acrylic. Facts. You know what I'm saying? The best kind of protection you about to get is that layer of acrylic that he put down. You better hope it's bulletproof.
Why are you gay?
And they were saying yesterday that they've gone through divorces, they've gone through challenges, and having a village of women has made it possible.
But we
for
are
them.
more collaborative than men. I think there have been studies that say that women have much closer friendship relationships than men do.
Because again, I think we have to make a differentiate gay men.
No, gay men are
in their own category.
Yeah, but we're not married to gay men, okay?
Oh,
but women.
But why are you not, though? Those are the men that you said are the great ones. So why did you not? Why are you not with those men? Who made these women not choose gay men? They got so much to say about them.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling. Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Relationships than men do.
Because again, I think we have to make a differentiate gay men.
No, gay men are
in their own category.
Yeah, but we're not married to gay men, okay?
Oh.
But women have conversations about their feelings. Men talk about sports, cars, all that stuff. I don't know.
How do you know when you're not there? Like, how do you know when you're not there? Unless you just never give your husband privacy. Shout out to Antithesis. What's good with it, bro? Oh man, shout out to Win Loser Raw. I like them single mom cars. I like them Lambos. You know what I'm saying? I like them single mom cars.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
The only type of cars that I like is the only type of cars that I like is Ferraris and Lamborghinis. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, I've never owned one in my entire life, but them single mom cars. Those are the cars that give you the ability to make any woman you come in contact with a single mom. I want one of them. I want that single mom swag. You know what I'm saying? that single mom swag.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
That's facts. Them single mom mobiles, bro. Them the only cars that I will acknowledge, even though I've never had one in my entire life and would probably never buy one, because why would I buy a Lamborghini when I could buy that amount of Ethereum and stake it? But you know what I'm saying? Sure, I'll just say that because it sounds good. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said if they had a choice, they would have their gay best friends and get bust down by pookies regularly. Facts. Like mediocre tutorials and reviews said, monogamy. Until Pookie and their G friend got together, why would they need the female ass in the way? Right. Facts. Facts. Because that's ultimately what would happen. The Pookie would get with the legitimate again. And then the woman would still get cut out. And then she'd be sitting there talking about how misogynistic the legitimate dude is, which, if you ask me, legitimate males is the ultimate form of misogyny. But these are, like, think about this, right? Women feel that men who dictate women are misogynistic, but don't feel that men who declare themselves as women are misogynistic. Like, I've talked about this when we talk about legitimate. If you ask me, legitimate men are the ultimate misogynists. Like, they're omega level misogyny. Like, they're beyond any level of misogyny, which is one of the reasons why now you see this extreme rhetoric, like Andrew Tate sitting up here talking about having sex with women is legitimate. Like, legitimate is like level 10,000 hidden character of misogyny. As a man, I'm literally going to define what women are, and then me, myself, be a better woman than you. Are you serious? If that's not misogyny, if that's not misogyny in its purest form, what else is? Girl, I'm going to be a better girl than you because I said so. Seriously? How is legitimate men not patriarchy? I seriously want to know. I've been asking this question forever. And again, shout out to TD Media Group. This is one of the reasons why when I say stuff like this or when I ask questions like this is why I always say I'm not trying to be funny, because that sounds hilarious. But if you think about it, it's actually extremely accurate. As women, we're encouraging men to define men or to define women and be women. Better examples of women than us. If that's not misogyny, I don't know what is. You're empowering men to define you. I thought that was opposite of what the girl power stuff was about.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
You know what I'm saying?
My husband talks about his feelings with his
Maybe he's gay.
Hold on, I gotta play that end part one more time.
Talk about sports.
Now, did you see that? Did you see that? Joy Bear said that maybe Sonny's husband is gay. See, now, you know, if now mediocre tutorials and reviews, right? He posed the question, if this was a group of men sitting around talking about their husband, or if this was a group of men sitting around talking about their wives, what if a man suggested to another man, well, maybe your wife is at home, you know what I'm saying, getting double penetrated by the landscaper and the pool boy? Is that gonna end in a good way, or is that gonna be bad? That's not gonna go over very well. Joy just said to Sonny, maybe your husband is legitimate. So again, this is that example of women bringing other women down. Clearly, Sonny is very satisfied with her relationship, but she got to get with the hyenas over here, which is the other women on The View, and they got to get her pulled into her nonsense. Nah, your husband ain't that good. He's really bad. Girl, there's no way that you got a good husband and all of us got bad husbands. That's what they do. That's what they do. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Joy about to get jumped in the parking lot talking garbage like that. Facts. And again, how would she know?
Conversations about their feelings. Men talk about
It's
sports,
socializing,
cars, all that stuff.
I don't know. My husband talks about his feelings with his
Maybe he's
friends.
gay.
I mean, are we making this up? So now, I mean, what we have to do is we got to even dive into a further dimension of this, right? Because Joy Bear has literally said nothing but compliments. These women on The View have said nothing but compliments about gay men. So now, are they saying that he's gay as a compliment? Or are they trying to demasculinize her husband? Taking both sides of the argument, if you ask me, it's a combination of both. She didn't say that to try to uplift Sonny in her marriage and situation. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I gotta play that end part one more time.
Talk about
It's
sports,
socializing,
cars, all that stuff.
I don't know. My husband talks about his feelings with his
Maybe he's
friends.
gay.
Maybe.
So now, if these women, modern women, right? If these modern women feel that legitimate men are so much better than straight men, why is it that when they're trying to say something negative about a straight man, the first thing that they do is call a straight man legitimate? By your logic, you idiot, you just gave him a compliment. You're dumb. You're dumb. You just sat here talking about how good LGBTQ men are, and then when you're upset with a straight man, you'll compliment him by calling him legitimate, because in your peanut brain, that's a compliment.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Make this make sense. And again, you know, a lot of times listening to this, talking through these kind of things, working through these kind of through these type of topics, it can be painful. You know what I'm saying? It can be annoying. It can be irritating. But the dangerous, world-destroying stupidity that comes out of this nonsense has to be broken down so that people can protect themselves from it. Because there's people that are bombarded with these situations the same way that Sonny was bombarded with this one, literally every day, every time that they clock in for 8 to 12 hours every day, or anytime they're outside on their porch, or anytime they go to a PTA meeting and they're talking to other parents out of school, depending on where their kids go to school. Yeah, facts. If I was Sonny and I was on that show, I would have been like, I gotta leave. You guys have a good rest of the show. Because as much, here's the thing, right? And see, again, this is just the type of person I am. I don't care all of that. I don't care about none of that good stuff that you said about me. You said that I was handy mandy. Congratulations to you. You know what I'm saying? You said that I'm a friend. You know, there's benefits to being me. I'm a friend with, I'm okay. That's fine. Now the test has come. Your coworkers have sat there and disrespected me. If you sit there like an airhead, all of that stuff that you just said positive about me, it's been negated. So now if Sonny don't say something back to Joey Bear, it's the same as you may as well have just joined in with them talking stuff. You don't get to say, but I said all this good stuff. Yeah, but when the gun was in your face, you didn't. I don't care about nothing that you do. I don't care about what you do when the gun's not in your face. The only thing that I care about is what you do when the gun's in your face. And when the gun was in your face, you didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
He's gay. Next, we have men self-deleting at a rate 5 times higher than their female counterparts. You talk about the importance of having community for women, but a man that expresses himself amongst his boys is now gay. It is absolutely flabbergasting to me that this panel puts gay men up on a pedestal and at the same time condemning heterosexual men that express themselves as being gay.
Mind you, heterosexual men that they're married to, that they let explore their bodies. Mind you, all of these are existing things at the same time. Now, to the guys, right? To the fellas, shout out to the fellas that's watching the stream. What does this tell you about how you should move in society? And to the women that are watching, my question is, what does this tell you all about how to move in society? Because see, the thing is that this isn't a thing that's just for men, right? Women have to enforce things on other women, and men have to enforce things on men. There's nothing that men can do to get women to stop talking like this, right? But men can do something to simp enforcers. Women who don't believe this kind of rhetoric would be the most effective enforcement mechanism to stop this kind of nonsense in this society, if you ask me. However, because this kind of nonsense has been allowed to be so pervasive, you have the fake male advocates like the ones we see on YouTube, people like Jess Pearly Things and Melanie King, who just make a buck off of telling guys whatever it is that they want to hear, but actually they're modern women. The most modern of the modern women are the women who understand the male hate industry and use it to make money for themselves because they don't really care. They're modern women themselves. They've Me Too'd somebody themselves. They've used all of the powers of feminism to advance themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Why can it not be that men need to express themselves, but shaming them and their sexuality for talking amongst each other is a new low? This is on ABC, nationally televised to millions of people. Y'all have gotten away with far too long of this bullshit. I see some complaints down in my comment sections from time to time that air within this idea of the issue with channels like myself is that by bringing up these topics, we continue to perpetuate the gender war. But what they don't understand and they're not privy to is that content like we're seeing right here has been mainstream for decades now. Do you know what that does to a culture when this type of information hits the masses, whether it be your future girlfriend, your...
Now, this is where I disagree with mediocre tutorials and reviews. This hasn't done this. This is the culture. This is American culture. This isn't doing anything to American culture. What's happening is that American culture is becoming more concentrated. And now you're seeing the terminal stages. American culture will ultimately cannibalize itself. And what you're now actually seeing are the long-term effects actually becoming visible of that cannibalism. Nothing has changed. This has always been around. Feminism has been around since the 1800s. Are you serious? The gender war has always been going on. And the gender war has always been going on in the culture that most heavily influenced the United States. Shout out to LS. LS said, I have heard Melanie King check women hardcore. Here go my question. What'd she say to just pearly things? What'd she say to just pearly things? And she lucky that mediocre tutorials and reviews wasn't drunk that night, because I don't know if y'all saw that collab stream between mediocre tutorials and reviews, but if mediocre tutorials and reviews was a little bit inebriated, right now Melanie King might...
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Because, man, I'm just saying, go back and watch that. If that stream is still up, go back and watch that stream. You know what I'm saying? Mediocre tutorials and reviews was about to be doing the stiff arm. He was about to be doing the stiff arm dance with the diaper.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Oh man, shout out to LS. LS said, I didn't hear. What did she say to just pearly things? Absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Future wife or even your mother, they're being conditioned to disrespect you. They're being conditioned to feminize you. No wonder so many young men today display these feminine characteristics, because these women see masculinity and have been trained to sift it out. But it's all a part of the agenda. The greatest thing that an entity can do to weaken the family is to take the strength of a man out. The
strength of what man and what entity, and who was that done to first? Now, let's see. Now we have to talk about this stuff, because there's already a group of Americans where this has been done to them. This is nothing new. I have no sympathy for the dominant society, because this has already been done to many people where we come from. And it was done to provide an advantage to the dominant society. So when we get to these elements and we talk about these kind of agendas, what agenda? Are we talking about like COINTELPRO? What did COINTELPRO do? What agenda? I don't care who that makes uncomfortable. What was J. Edgar Hoover talking about? We're not going to sit up here and act like this is the first time the United States is doing something like this. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. I don't care. Good luck. Because where was anybody when this was going on with us? Oh, that's right. They was participating. They were sending their wives in to disrupt the Black Panthers. That's back in the day when the NRA was a gun control organization, and Ronald Reagan signed the legislation to stop Black Panthers in California from having guns. As many of these people that complain about liberal gun laws, what they don't tell you about the California liberal gun laws is that they were advocated and funded by the NRA to get Ronald Reagan to sign them to stop the Black Panthers from having guns. That is a historical fact that you can look up. Now, here's the question. Why was that done? Was that done because the elites all want to make us all slaves? Is that why that was done? Let's actually talk about it. Instead of calling them liberal gun laws, why don't these flakes call them Reagan gun laws? Because that's whose gun laws they are. They're Ronald Reagan's gun laws. Or why don't they call them the NRA gun laws? Because that's who funded them. It was the NRA. The good old boys. It's funny how when it comes to certain people, the NRA becomes a gun control organization. But when it comes to other people, the NRA becomes a gun advocacy organization. But we're all in it together. What are we all in together, actually? It's amazing how feminism can benefit one group of people's family while turning other groups of people's families upside down. Again, if we're all in it together, then all of the same things should help all of the same people the same, but they don't. So again, what are we all in together? And because people don't want to deal with the realities, just don't talk about it because you're upsetting me. I don't care. Until you're upset for 400 years and being upset is born into you, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So all these political conversations, if you ask me, every single political conversation, every single gender war conversation, they're all dishonest. And they're all dishonest in the attempts to make certain people who have not earned comfort be comfortable. And I don't think that people need to be affording that kind of luxury anymore until that luxury is actually earned, and it hasn't been earned. And honestly, at this point, if you ask me, the statute of limitations for even attempting to earn that is up. It's up. The statute of limitations for any correction of crimes against us is up. Now it's time for us to start enacting our own corrective mechanisms. And see, when you've decided to take centuries to not correct situations, you've given all of the leverage of how those situations get corrected to the people who need the correction. The time for any type of conglomeration or the time for any type of working together or brainstorming, 400 years. Time's up. Time's up. I'm not going to have these type of conversations about this type of stuff without discussing the micro details to take away from how this specifically affected us. Because again, this isn't nothing new. What are we going to sit here and say that there's no time in American history when this kind of stuff wasn't happening? Seriously? What is COINTELPRO? What about Gloria Steinem? Do you guys notice how when these people talk about this kind of stuff, they never bring up any of that stuff? Why not? Now, and again, see, I'm not the content police. I'm not sitting up here telling people how to do their content. That's one of the beautiful things about YouTube is that if you're able to do reactions to videos and you know what I'm saying, like you can make your own videos and talk about certain things, right? Like I would never tell mediocre tutorials and reviews how to do his content because that's something that I can do. You know what I'm saying? Like I can make the adjustments that's necessary for a message that I want to deliver. using his content, right? Like that's what a reaction is. That's what you're supposed to do. But I feel that when you don't discuss things in their pure raw form, it takes away from the potency of the message. And see, the problem is that if it takes away from the potency of the message, then maybe instead of your channel having 700,000 subscribers, your channel might mess around and you might be stuck with only having 30 people live in your chat for the next 3 years, next 4 years. These are the trade-offs that you got to have. You know what I'm saying? These are the trade-offs that you got to have. There's another contingency of people that people don't talk about. There's a contingency of people that feel exactly like how we feel. You guys know that? The way that we feel is a lot more popular than anybody would think. But these people are such bitches. They'd rather hide and not say anything. And present like a mediocre tutorials and reviews or like a Abba and Preach. But at the same time, they feel the same way as we do. That's one of the reasons why so many black conservatives silently support reparations. You guys remember when Professor Black Truth did that video about how when he was talking about that Pew Research study, and he was talking about how black conservatives silently support reparations, a large majority of them? That's why, because they're cowards. It's like Anthony Brian Logan. Anthony Brian Logan to make a video, you know what I'm saying, talking crazy about black people and then battle with white people all day on Twitter about DEI and about woke and about racism. If you don't believe me, go look at his YouTube channel, look at the YouTube videos, and then go look at his Twitter feed. That's why me and TD be joking about ABL secretly a pro-black. He make one sort of content on YouTube, and then he turn around and go on Twitter and be rebuting the very people that watch his videos. If you don't believe me, go look at Anthony Brian Logan's Twitter feed. Go look at it. Don't take my word for it. I had said, shout out to Professor Days. I don't know if Professor Days is in here. I was in a live stream last night. Shout out to Black Men Being Brutally Honest. I was in there watching it, and they had brought up Daniel Patrick Moynihan. And and I said, yeah, a couple years ago, Daniel Patrick Moynihan his daughter got in trouble for an AAPI hate crime in New York City. And then like somebody on the panel was like, yeah, that must have been a joke or something. No, it actually happened. Like, but again, like look it up. It's right. Like, you know what I'm saying? The South China Post actually wrote an article about it. Like, but again, this tells you about society. You know what I'm saying? So we're living in a time where facts don't matter. It doesn't matter if something is a fact or not. Like it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. Did that like it's almost embarrassing. Look at this. Look at this. Go back to China. Racist rant. Suspected IDs as daughter of late New York senator. The suspect wanted for an ugly racist rant in New York City cab has come forward, and her identity is just as shocking as the hate she spewed. Maria Ha, 25, and 31-year-old Dan Lee say they were verbally harassed on the street in Kips Bay and told to go back to China by an unknown woman on Sunday. The question so many have been asking, where is this woman from and who is she? Eyewitnesses traced her face mask back to performing arts theater in Woodstock called The Colony. On the website, there were posts from people claiming to know the suspect, saying they will never speak to her again. Multiple sources close to the investigation then confirmed to Eyewitness News that it was the suspect. The owners of The Colony released a statement on Facebook disavowing the woman's actions and clarifying she had no association with the establishment other than wearing one of their masks. The statement in it read, in part, regarding the horrible incident in New York City where a woman in a taxi cab engaged in a racist, hate-filled, anti-Asian tirade towards a couple while wearing a mask from our establishment. Please understand the colony has absolutely no connection with this person in any way, form, or shape other than she happens to be wearing one of the masks. We find her attitude, words, and actions to be absolutely abhorrent and sickening. Okay? Now look at this. She is neighbors with her victims, but she isn't your ordinary neighbor. Her name is Maura Moynihan, the daughter of the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. That's the guy that wrote the benign neglect memorandum and the guy who wrote the Moynihan report. And I was told that I must be joking when I said that this woman got in trouble in New York City for a AAPI hate crime without any research. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell. So yeah, benign neglect must run in that family because she was benignly neglecting treating those Asian people right.
Strength of a father out. And these dumb lemmings just don't understand that you are weakening the foundation of a healthy society of two-parent households, putting gay men on a pedestal because they're good.
Now, here's my thing, right? How come when this was going on in the 60s to people in our community, where was all of the actual justice warriors and all of these people to say that this is wrong, that what people are doing to us? This is one of the reasons why I don't feel that we owe any allegiance to any of these causes or anything. Not just because it sounds cool to repeat Dr. John Henrik Clarke, because as cool as Dr. John Henrik Clarke is, I'm not really into repeating people. The only person that I'm into repeating is, you know what I'm saying, the single mom song.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Well, the person that said it, they didn't really like, they weren't like trying to go in on me, but like they thought I was joking. And I'm like, why would you think that I'm joking? Like I'm actually serious. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't joke about that. Like that shit actually happened. And I know because I did a video on it during the AAPI hate crime nonsense. When we then found out by doing research that 70% of the AAPI hate crimes were committed by not black people. But if we talk about that, that's wokeisms and anti-white. Because if you protect your image from being assaulted as a black person, it's anti-whiteisms. You know what I'm saying? Like the civil rights movement was anti-whiteisms, according to these people. And this is what I'm saying. Society is moving closer towards the extremes on that end. Both sides. Liberals and conservatives. Same toilet. You know what I'm saying?
Good at accessorizing, who do not want to have children with you. But see, the reason why you do that is because you fell into the marketing hook, line, and stinker. You've been sold a stupid dream by these media outlets that you are powerful for.
So again, before the media outlets, like this is cool and all. See, like this is what I don't like, right? It's only acknowledged that something is happening in society when it's happening to white people. Now that these gender wars are negatively affecting white people, and we see the propaganda and stuff starting to create a lot of the problems that we dealt with in their society, now these are legitimate issues. When Donald Trump is being tried by the justice system, now it's a two-tier justice system, despite the fact that these exact same idiots will sit there and say, well, black people relate to Trump because they've all been to court because they're all criminals. Now, there's no such thing as systemic racism, but you delusional black people will just sit there and tell you that Trump relates to you because he's in trial right now. So go ahead and vote for him, and we're not going to do anything for you. I'm telling you, man, people got to start rejecting that stuff, man. Like, stop letting people, it don't matter how uncomfortable people are. They need to be in a state of being uncomfortable if they want to continue to spew nonsense. You need to always be uncomfortable if you're going to try to make other people uncomfortable. I don't take this kind of mess, and then I always get told that I'm the problem and shit, which I don't care. I'll be a problem. I'll be a menace to society. It is what it is. That's what they say black men are anyway. Shout out to the Hughes brothers motion picture. You know what I'm saying?
Being a boss bee, that you are strengthened by being within your masculine. And now your masculinity is in direct competition with the man's masculinity. Women like this have been brainwashed completely into hating what.
So again, if what mediocre tutorials in reviews is saying is true, who created the feminism doctrines? The feminism doctrine is still pervasive today. Who's the most masculine women then? Why are we leaving that out? Why is it okay for everybody to make trans jokes about Michelle Obama, but we can't tell the truth about the masculinity of OG feminism? Who's the masculine women who started off saying that they have the same rights as men? Who were they? This is one of the reasons why people should not let certain people head conversations. Who were the first group of women to want to be equal to men? The only group of men and women who were actually equal in society at the time were black men and black women, and that's because we equally had no rights. White women have always competed with white men for rights since before we even had rights. When it comes to black people, we have always had gender equality because we've always lived in society with no rights, which if both groups have no rights, then that means that we are equal. It's these other groups of people that have been in competition with the masculinity and the femininity for rights because they actually had rights to be debated about. We didn't. That's just the facts. But if we talk about that, that's wokeisms. Because then the people that created society and built it like that have to be examined for the results of society being built like that. Facts. Shout out to Cameron Jones. Cameron Jones said black men never had the power to oppress anybody in society. Facts. And little do black women know they secretly don't have any feminist power whatsoever. It's an illusion. Which is why you see Candace Owens unemployed right now. But, you know, it is what it is.
That you are strengthened by being within your masculine. And now your masculinity is in direct competition with the man's masculinity. Women like this have been brainwashed completely into hating.
Facts. And shout out to LS. LS says those WWs con BWs into joining up together. And that's one of the reasons why I be like saying the stuff that I be saying in regards to the manosphere. Because when it comes to BW joining WW in feminism, all they did was became WS adjacent, not getting anything out of it for yourself. It's the same thing as black dudes with this we're all in it together stuff as the manosphere. No, you've literally just become a part of the white manosphere and are reinforcing white supremacy. Like, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. And what's funny about it is that they both of these entities, they go back and forth with each other, and they don't both see how they're misguided in their thought process. I don't know if I would necessarily say true masculinity is based on violence. I would say that ability to maintain and exert power is a function of violence. I would say that. I don't know if I would necessarily say true masculinity is based on violence, but I get where you're going with that, Cameron, and I think like we would approach at the same conclusion. You know what I'm saying? I would just phrase it different. You know what I'm saying? Right. Black men benefit from just being a man, right? Like how George Floyd did. Like how Martin Luther King did. How come if we're all in it together as men, where was the white men wearing the I am a man posters around their necks during the 1960s? That was the original manosphere, right? White men have traditionally called black men boys, but we're all in it together as men. If we're all in it together as men, why during the Martin Luther King days that these people like to quote so much did they call us boys if we're all in it together as men? If we're a boy, we can't be in it together with y'all because you're men and we're boys. And you all have deemed black men as boys. Again, these are questions that need to be hammered out. Like these questions actually need to be answered, not swept under the rug. Like answer the damn question. Is it a fact that pre-1960s, it was commonplace in the United States for white men and white women to address black males as boy? Is that true or false? Let me know in the comment section. Is that true or is that false? So my question is, if that's true, how are we all in it together as men if you have one group of men that doesn't see the other group of men as men? And again, my thing is that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like if we say it's these type of people like to sit there and say, well, time has passed. Yeah, time has passed, but nobody has come out and said we see black men as men. So if time has passed and nobody's corrected anything, then I have to believe that things are the way that they used to be. I'm not going to just give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that somehow you've changed when you haven't come out and make a public declaration of change. And you keep sitting up there saying that you're not going to make a public declaration of change. But you want me to believe something that I don't have any evidence of, which is where religion comes into play. But that's another story for another day. So yeah, bro, like, dude, yeah, like, you know, we're all in it together as men. You know what I'm saying? Like, are we really? Because your granddad was calling my granddad a boy. And I don't know 100% for certain if in your family you were taught that we're men. So no, we're not all in it together as men. We're not in it together as men until several public declarations take place. And if those public declarations take place, they don't take place, you can always know one person who's not going to be in it with the other men. Is right here, me. I'm not going to be in it with the other men. I'm not going to be in it with you. I'm not going to be in it with a group of men who built their wealth and declared that we're boys and has never made a public declaration to change that. No, absolutely not. And I run them over every time. People don't play chicken with me. Listen. I said this in the chat of TD Hip Hop Media's live stream. One of the reasons why people want Trump as president is because Trump don't care. Trump is one of them I'll pull the trigger people. I'm one. Don't play chicken with no crazy person. You will always lose. I'll run your ass down like I'm trying to get into the end zone and not think twice. You will have a whole ass footprint across the back of your head. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of them crazy people that don't break eye contact. You start staring at me, I'm staring at you till you turn your head or until you get into a car accident, whichever one. I don't care. Let's get it. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And then and on top of it, I'm a visibly put my hands in my pocket. So if there's a CCTV camera around, you know I didn't take my hands out and put my hands on you. But I'm going to run your ass over. I can't tell you how many times people turned around and said asshole towards me. That's all you're going to do is say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, people have to know that there's a black cloud out there. People got to know that there's a monster in the dark, always. Being nice is not the business, man.
What men represent. Instead, they want to be the man. But what they find is that they can never be happy within themselves. They can never be true.
Now, again, one thing that's good about how mediocre tutorials and reviews is framing this is that how he's saying this about how these women want to be masculine, he's substantiating my talking point that gender war is pre-LGBTQ because gender war encourages role confusion. But these are the very people that say that they're conservative, though, which we just saw Andrew Tate sit up there and say that men having sex with women for pleasure is legitimate, which is absolutely insane. You know what I'm saying? Quite the opposite, actually.
What men represent. Instead, they want to be the man. But what they find is that they can never be happy within themselves. They can.
If a woman wants to be a man, is that gender role confusion? Yes or no? If a man wants to be a woman, is that gender role confusion? Yes or no?
Why are you gay?
So here's my question. Have I been able to make my point that the gender war, as much as people say that it's under the guise of improving male-female relationships, it's actually right in line with the legitimate agenda and is actually another component of moving towards mass gender role confusion? Like they're on the very same side as the liberals that they complain about. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. Shout out to DJ Elmo. It's maximum sophisticated confusion. Facts. And it's coming from both sides to create an intersection point. Facts. In the words of Allah himself, it's a sickness. It's facts. Shout out to Zayla. Andrew Tate also said he would have sex with a male instead of having it with an ugly female. Yeah. I mean, there's one very important thing that an ugly female has that a male doesn't have. It's called a kitty cat. Like, seriously? I mean, you might be ugly. You might look like somebody busted you upside your head with a snow shovel, but you got a kitty cat. Like, there's no justification for any of this nonsense that Andrew Tate says. And again, look. Yeah, Gamers Den, check out the beginning of the stream. Check out the beginning of the live stream. Not fresh, but Myron Gaines said it too. Myron Gaines said it too. He said if women are so difficult, it's easier to just get a man. So dudes are just going to get men. Myron said that. You know what I'm saying? And we're just not supposed to say anything about it. Like, that stuff is just as extreme as this nonsense that these women here are saying. But the grandstand police are only focused on Andrew Tate and Myron. These women get a pass at this. And again, when I say these women, I'm not talking about all women. I'm specifically talking about the women on The View. I don't know why you have to repeat this kind of stuff so many times, but you got to repeat it. You got to repeat it. You got to repeat it. Women like these women on The View and women who agree with the nonsense of the women on The View. And they still get fans. Facts. And like I said, I've been YouTubing for 3 years. And I can't even get 100 people live in my streams. And then when I do start getting 100 people live in my streams, magically, I just don't get 100 people live in my streams. And then literally everybody else just gets hundreds and thousands of views on their migrant crisis content that I was talking about a year and a half ago. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Oh, you sound like a bitter failed YouTuber. That's because I am a bitter failed YouTuber. That's why I sound like that. You know what I'm saying?
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Oh man. Hey, shout out to Hurricane IQ. We finally hit the 100 like threshold. That's what's good. That's what's good. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said you should also get to Megatron. I've got morons on my team. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm gonna try to find that. If you find it, Cameron, throw it in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? And I'll flip it. That's hilarious.
Never be true within themselves because they're in a constant battle between what they've been brainwashed into believing is strength and what they are biologically.
Look, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said you deserve the number, bro, 100%. Yo, I appreciate it. But yo, check this out. I'm telling y'all, how many people watch my old live streams? You could watch it. You could watch an old live stream from like 2022, 2021, or watch an old video from 2022, 2021. Literally no growth in my channel. Literally none. No growth. Literally. Still got the same number of people and you will actually, believe it or not, you will see the same people. You will see Cameron. You will see Carlton. You will see Carla. You know what I'm saying? You'll see DJ Elmo for sure. Now, again, we got to ask the question, how does YouTube actually distribute the content? Okay, bet. Good look, bro. How does YouTube actually distribute the content? And then you got people that go around and say that their channel is shadow banned, but you will see that their channel actually grows. They have more subscribers, their live number increase, all that. That's why I don't believe in the shadow ban. I believe in algorithmic manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Hurricane. I appreciate you, bro. But again, that's just me, and you guys know how I am. Believe it or not, I'm extremely open-minded and extremely tolerant of differences and differences in opinion. You know what I'm saying? Bro, man, listen, Win, Lose, or Rug, I'm telling you, that's one of the reasons why, like, I'll be able to just do a week of just nonsense content like this because I've already talked about everything. But what's crazy about it is what's crazy about it is that when the news does come up, they don't push any of my old content, don't get a new push. But now you will see other old videos getting a push. Shout out to Eddie. What's good with it, bro? So make it make sense. It's YouTube. It is what it is. We're going to have fun and kick it regardless, though.
Inclined to do. So they're never happy to be a supporter and a helpmeet to a man. And within that, because of their emotional capabilities, they'll never seek accountability. Like this woman right here. You're complaining about the man that you chose because of your razor demon-like tongue. The man is probably done. He's in a stage or a situation of happy wife, happy life, and he wants nothing more to do with you as he continues to allow you.
I would advise men not to accept that. I would advise dudes not to accept a happy wife, happy life situation unless you are actually the reason why your wife is happy. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like, you're not about to be old, ugly, and sitting around talking crazy about me. And I'm a millionaire. Seriously? The hell out of here, man. If worse come to worse, I'll get an escort. And see, this is what I'm talking about when people be like, oh, you know, you tricking and this, that, and the other. Man, like, man, bro, if I'm in this upper age and I got a wife that ain't acting right, man, you got me bent. I know I'm not really out there in the dating market or anything like that. If I'm an old man, I'm about to do what I got to do. Now, the thing is I'm not about to sit there and say that I'm getting all of that because of game. I'm going to be 100% honest. You know, I bought her for the night. Like, it is what it is. Oh, you sound terrible. You bought her? Yeah, I bought her. And she accepted the money. Why do I sound terrible? You know what I'm saying? I had a wife that I treated wonderfully for 50 years, and she got up on The View and started talking crazy about me. Yes, I bought a woman that I'm paying to keep her mouth shut because all of the money that I paid my wife, she didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. This is just supposed to be happy and funny and hilarious. Shout out to Lewis. Make sure y'all show Lewis some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Lewis.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Lewis. Let that bitter villainy flow through you like Mum-Ra. Facts. Facts. Super facts. You know what I'm saying?
You to berate and beat him down from the man that he once was. But when you listen to the words that they say, you begin to uncover the unhappiness that exists within their world.
So now my question, here's my question. My question to the simp enforcers is that I agree men shouldn't loosely talk about women in degrading ways, right? I don't think that that's good for male-female dynamics. I don't think that that's good for male-female relationships. I don't think people should do that just out of human respect for each other, right? But now, how do we remedy what's going on here? And when you're dealing with simp enforcers, what you'll find is that simp enforcers will always have some type of plebiscite babble to either justify this kind of nonsense or to not address it.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
Well, it's not really a problem. It is a problem. It's a problem if I talk like this about women. It's a problem like this if I talk about legitimate. What you mean this ain't no problem? It's not a problem for you because you hate yourself. I don't hate myself, so this is a problem for me.
Self-deletion. This one talked about how talking to gay men save her from self-deletion. What? If men are useless, then you, ma'am, are trash. The fact is that if all women stop working today, the world would...
If men are useless, then why do women use simp enforcers? Can we ask that question? How come simp enforcers are never studs or never women? Yeah, them dudes that treat them women like they treat them bad, them girls ain't going nowhere. Them the most faithful ones, which is wild. I know people that have been treating they female significant others like crap for years, and they ain't going nowhere. Matter of fact, they them had like 8, 9, 10 kids. A friend of mine that I used to work with stay getting dogged by her baby dad. She got about 8 kids with him. Shout out to Vega. What's good with it? She got about 8 kids with homeboy. And honestly, if I'm not mistaken, I think she was recently pregnant again. I don't know. I wish I had no. I don't know. Yeah, if men are useless, then that means that they can't enforce simps. They can't enforce being a simp properly. So they need to stop. They need to let women fight all their battles. Why do people talk about this thing about women having protection? If women have protection issues, it's because women aren't protecting themselves properly because men are useless, which means that there should be no expected protection from men. We're useless. Why are you expecting us to protect you? You're probably getting attacked and beat up and all of that because you're expecting protection from useless people. If you would get yourself together and protect yourself, then things will probably be going better for you because you're expecting useless people to protect you. We're useless, remember? Oh shit! Shout out to Vega. I'm just reading what Vega said. What? I'm gonna definitely have to go. But speaking of gossip, I definitely got to go check that out. So, well, at least one thing that we know now is that she's not in New York. That's hilarious. That's crazy. Hey, you know what I'm saying? All I gotta say is this. This is all I gotta say.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Hey. Hey. That's hilarious, Megan. That's funny. Single mom, you know what I'm saying? That's hilarious.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Man, that's hilarious. That's wild. Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I don't even know what to say. Vega came in here and messed everything up. Vega came in here and just tore it down. You know what I'm saying? She shut down shop. Stop, drop, shut it down, open up shop. Man, I was about to hit the play button and I seen that comment in there. I said, well, what? Hey, all I gotta say is it's a dog-eat-dog world, man. And there's 2 types of people in the world. Users and the people that get used. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. I hope that it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Fresh. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to use Fresh for Fresh's resources. Fresh wanted to use her for what she had. You know what I'm saying? And now she a single mom.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Oh man, single mom, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Single mom. That's crazy, man. I definitely got to go catch up. Man, y'all making me want to end this stream so I can go watch, so I can go catch up on some YouTube, on some YouTube storylining. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy work, man. Yeah, that's why I want to get one of them Ferraris and one of them Lambos. Listen, man, I don't care what y'all. If somebody else paying for my Ferrari or somebody else paying for my Lambo, you know what I'm saying? I definitely need the single mom mobile. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Vega. Vega said, yeah, Duke gonna take my wrench. Duke gonna take my wrench for sure after the things I had to say. I hope not, man. I hope not. I don't see why he would take your wrench for that. I hope he don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I can't say. You know what I'm saying? Only that's up to him to make that decision. But that's hilarious. I would hope not, though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but like I said, though, I want one of them single mom mobiles. That's all I got to say on that.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That Lamborghini will get you them high value 304s. Getting 304s, still sitting on foes. That's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. All right, let's get it.
Continue to flourish. Nothing would slow down. Maybe the impact within medical fields or perhaps teachers would slow down to a degree, but the world would continue to spin. If all of the men in the world stop working today, calamity, collapse, the infrastructure would fail. And it's a damn shame that they don't push the truth like that to their audience, because at the end of the day, you got to think, who is their audience? This is a daytime talk show. This is an audience of women that are more than likely at home while their husband goes out and works. So imagine being a husband to a wife that...
Yeah, but okay, now here's my thing, right? This is where I disagree with mediocre tutorials and reviews. Would you guys say that with the adaptation of live streaming and streaming TV and live TV, there's really no such thing as daytime TV anymore. Like everybody, like the only thing that exists now is on-demand TV. You can watch TV on demand on YouTube. You can watch TV on demand on, Hulu or Vudu or any of these type of, Netflix or something like that. There's still regular daily programming, but even the regular programming you can watch on an app. Say, for instance, you got Spectrum, or if you download the Sci-Fi Channel app or whatever. So like there's like the daytime TV is outdated. Be logic. Do your research before talk to me. You must have Maybach. You must have 7 Bitcoin. Be logic.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Shout out to our FBA brother, Anton Dotson. If Anton Dotson is not an FBA name, I don't know what is. That's the reason why you could take that voice and just put it to some music and it actually sounds like a dope song. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just that FBA talent. Would y'all agree? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. And they from Alabama, like they was from some city, I forget what it was called, like Bluntville, Alabama. Like them is some for real FBAs. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Lord have mercy.
That consumes this bullshit right here and coming back home to a home of no peace because the media that she attaches herself to instructs her not to give peace, to disrespect you, to belittle you, and to emasculate you. The last thing that I want to say is the way that they jumped on this woman right here for speaking positivity into her husband should be a lecture studied in college institutions. What they're trying...
Well, all the dynamics of how they jumped on her and how this relates to what went on in the 60s should be talked about. Would you guys agree? That's the dimension that needs to be talked about. How this kind of bad girls club and bullying has been going on until it completely ripped the family apart and turned into a full-fledged feminism movement that helped to create issues with the Black Panthers. Like, yeah, sure. Let's talk about it. Mediocre tutorials and reviews. You ready to have 150,000 people unsubscribe? Probably not.
You. The last thing that I want to say is the way that they jumped on this woman right here for speaking positivity into her husband should be a lecture studied in college institutions. What they're trying to do right here is indoctrinate her into the mind virus. They're trying to invite her into the echo chamber. There's this social order or grouping or hierarchy amongst women that is wholly dependent on being a conformist. You often will see men that will disagree on big things hang out with each other, at least a lot more so than what you see women. But it's really crazy to see the echo chamber form in real time. But keep on speaking life into your husband, man, because it's clear all
there's I don't know I don't know about what mediocre tutorials and reviews is saying, right? As far as like female social behavior, there's only a couple things that I know about female social behavior. One thing that I know about female social behavior is that 304s tend to roll in packs. Like that saying, birds of a feather flock together. Like we talking about chicken heads flocking together, they really do, which in some situations, depending on what you're looking for, can be a wonderful thing. In other situations, it can be a completely destructive thing, right? Now, another thing is that when it comes to women or when it comes to men, one thing that I've noticed is that bad men and bad women are more likely to influence good men and good women in a negative way than good men and good women are likely to influence a positive man. If you're a good woman and all of your friends are 304s and you go hang out with those 304s, the chances that you will turn your friends into church-going, married, conservative women is very low. I haven't seen many examples of that take place in my life. I have seen good women turn into complete, just like fast mamas. I've seen that happen. I've seen like normal women that are just normal literally turn into cheetah skin terrorists out of the clear blue sky. I've seen this happen. I've seen dudes who are good, hardworking dudes start hanging out with the wrong people and get strung out on drugs, ruin their lives, their family, and their marriages. I had a friend that actually happened to. He was a white dude. You know what I'm saying? Real good dude. You know what I'm saying? One of my really good friends. He was actually friends with my brother too. And he got with this individual, and he went from like being like having a good trajectory in life to just completely bombing. And it was really sad to see. You know what I'm saying? It was really sad to see. And I think that that's interesting because what it seems like is that the person that's doing what's perceived as negative will tend to always have a greater influence than positivity. It takes less negativity to have a greater influence, and it takes more positivity to have less of an influence. Would you guys agree? So you really got to understand the amount of pressure that Sunny was under here to actually continue to not say anything negative about her husband. You know what I'm saying? Dudes, if you guys get a woman that stands up for you like this, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to my girlfriend because she's a woman like that stands up for me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that's very hard to find. And if you find that, it should be valued. You know what I'm saying? For real. Now y'all already know. If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Although folks like myself are doing battles against these narratives, it's clear that you want to speak the truth, but don't let them dissuade you from speaking the truth. Last but not least, this woman needs to have hands thrown by this woman yet again for that comment at the end about her husband being gay. How dare you speak ill of another woman's husband?
Facts. And that's what I'm saying. And now again, right? You would think that all of the women would have an issue like, hey, how y'all just gonna disrespect her like that? You disrespecting her marriage. You're disrespecting her choice in men. Where's the girl power effort to say, hey, why y'all bullying Sunny like that? There is none, as you can see. More of the double standards. You know what I'm saying?
You dirty, dirty woman. But this is why in modern times today, the modern woman today is not set up for, dependent upon the media that she consumes and the actions that she portrays, for marriage. Because she can go in with the best of intentions, but if this is what she consumes, then it's destined for failure. This is why so many damn men are saying see ya to the Western woman and going abroad.
Yeah, but that doesn't help. No. Listen, now, I don't have an issue with the passport movement, right? Y'all know this already. Y'all know my feelings on this. There's a lot of passport goofies out there that make the passport movement look bad, right? But I don't have a problem with the passport movement. Matter of fact, I don't have a problem with anybody's dating choices as long as people are responsible for their dating choices. I don't automatically assume that black women that are with white men are divestors like everybody else on YouTube does. I don't assume that. I don't automatically assume that black dudes that are with white women hate themselves like how everybody else on YouTube does. I don't assume that, right? But here's the thing. with the passport thing that I don't think that people take into consideration. I don't think that you should go to other countries with the expectation of those women are going to be inherently better than American women. For one, because those other countries have inherent problems of their own that you're not familiar with because you're not a part of that culture. Would you guys agree that that's a lot? That's an accurate and logical precaution to take. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Second, if American culture is as influential globally as it is, then what that means is that with the spread of Western culture, literally everywhere else in the world is on a timetable. They're on a TikTok situation of every woman becoming a Western woman because American culture is the most influential culture in the world. There's not people like they put the McDonald's in Russia. You guys remember back in the day when they went from the Soviet Union to Russia and Michael Jackson was over there, and you know what I'm saying? Like Michael Jackson is like the sign of internationalism. All the people all overseas. That's American culture. That's American culture. Nikes, Michael Jordan, you know what I'm saying? Rap music. American culture. Even the white people stuff, cowboys and all that. American culture. Everybody try to talk like us. Everybody try to be like us. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we got the most influential culture, but all American culture, all the Asian women want a white boy. You know what I'm saying? All that has to, if we're looking at it as globalism and Americanism, FBA culture spreading all over the world is literally the same as everybody, all these women all over the world wanting a white dude. You know what I'm saying? Because even though we influence the culture, you know what I'm saying, of the West, white people, particularly white men, are the face of the West. You know what I'm saying? So as much as people might not like that duality, that goes hand in hand. It's just how it is. It's just the reality of America. You know what I'm saying? Now, if all other countries are in competition to mirror the United States, then what that means is that in other countries, all the cultures are attempting to Westernize. If all the other cultures successfully Westernize, it doesn't matter if you go to Thailand because the Thai women have successfully Westernized themselves because Westernism is spreading across the world like a disease. Western culture is not contained to the United States. Shout out to Aristopat. What's good with it, bro? Western culture is literally the United States' probably most profitable export product. And if the Western culture is being exported, where is it being exported to? So you mean, and yeah, that's facts. Shout out to Zava. Big facts. So where's Western culture being exported to? So now, do you really escape Western culture if you say, I'm going to go to the Philippines? No, because those Filipino women there are chasing Western culture. They're dressing like Western women, acting like Western women, listening to Western women music. Now, there might be a few cultural elements here or there that they still have, you know, of their native culture. But look at Daisy. Daisy is a Chinese woman from China who got her face chiseled to look Western. And she admitted it on an episode of Fresh and Fit. She said that the women in China get plastic surgery a lot of times on their faces to look like Western women. So these women are actually even getting mechanical modifications to look like, quote unquote, what you would consider a Western woman. So does passport alleviate you escaping Western culture? When you have Western culture engulfing the entire world like an eclipse, you're not going to escape Western culture unless you have a machine that can teleport you to another part of the galaxy where there's an advanced humanoid civilization that is, you know, reproduction compatible with humans that doesn't have any knowledge of Western culture. And not to be funny, but if even in the event that happens, that civilization that's older than our civilization, that would be further out in the galaxy, are probably the predecessors to humans on planet Earth. So you're still not escaping Western culture in that highly fictional situation. So what people just need to realize is that people need to figure out what elements of Western culture in a woman that they're willing to accept versus what they're not willing to accept, and just realize that the entire world has a bit of Western culture, and you have to just do better vetting. You're not going to go to a different. If you listen, all of these people, right? Like, it's been a lot of black women that's been getting deleted by these white dudes, right? All of these people are sitting up here online, sitting up there talking about, well, see, this is what you get. This is what you get. You're dealing with this Chad. This is what you get. Because this Chad, you know, you don't have no standards for him, and you think because he's a Chad that he's better. How can you say that and then turn around and automatically assume that somebody from a different country is not going to have Western issues simply because they're not the West? How can you say that? Like, literally in the same breath, a person will try to associate all these black women that get killed by these white dudes as if somehow they're all divestors. But we don't know that because we don't know anything about them. But then then those same people who sit there and say that will turn around and say, I'm about to go to Asia to find me a good woman. Just because a woman is Asian don't mean that she's a good woman. You doing the same thing that you criticizing these chicks that get off by these chads for. You basically doing the do as I say, but don't do as I do thing. So again, when it comes down to, for me, if you ask me, is that the only successful way to create a filtration criteria for who you want to see yourself with is by using individual micro filtering. Individual micro vetting, making assumptions because of generalizations, that's not gonna lead to the optimal situation for you. If you think that leaving the United States is the guaranteed way of finding a woman, I'm gonna tell you something, man. How many people, foreign women, are so scandalous? They actually have a crime that's called a sham marriage that a lot of foreign women are involved in. And you can read about it on the United States Custom and Immigration Services website. It's called a sham marriage. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those cultures, when you go to those, a lot of those cultures are ethno-states. I don't know why people don't realize that. Like, if you go to China, like, it's not like the United States. You know what I'm saying? It's an ethno-state. It's literally like 99.9% Asian. You literally gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Most people that live in the United States are not accustomed to that culture shock. Most people that live in the United States, even though they try to surround themselves in their echo chambers and in their enclaves, going to a place where there's no people like them for hours is something that's beyond their comprehension. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm a pretty open-minded person. I'm a pretty accepting person. You know what I'm saying? I'm a pretty tolerant person. I'm from the Midwest. I had culture shock when I went to New York City. That's still right here in the United States. I was not ready when I came out from up under the Manhattan Tunnel. That was some new shit. I wasn't ready for all that, what they had going on up in Manhattan. That was completely different than what I'm used to. So if you get culture shock just from being in the United States, imagine how that culture shock will feel going to a different country. Like, imagine going to like Korea, or imagine going to Russia. Now, again, is this me telling people not to travel? No, I'm all about traveling. I feel that people should travel. You should get the best experience out of the world as you can. If we had intergalactic travel and there was some type of commerce between other planets, I would tell people to do that too. Go get out and see the world. the world is either as large or as small as you make it. So for the short time that you have here on the planet, enjoy as much of it as you can. But at the same time, do it with discretion. Do it with your better judgment. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying about a lot of these people on YouTube, they're not really trying to help you have better judgment. Men are useless is not better judgment. You know what I'm saying? So that was a long ass stream, man. I keep trying to tell y'all I ain't trying to have these long live streams, man, but I got the best subscribers on YouTube and I can't help it, man. So shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate you guys for being here. Make sure you guys show some love to the stream sponsors. We got 11 stream sponsors this stream, man. That's what's up, man. Shout out to y'all. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. We got Hurricane IQ. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Shout out to AB Promotions. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to J Cage. I appreciate you. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen holding it down. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Hurricane IQ again, killing it. Shout out to the lovely Sherry. Make sure y'all show the lovely Sherry some love. Throw some membership emoji in the chat for her joining the membership. Remember, we need about 24 more members to get that March of Dimes emoji that DeAndre wants. So, you know, membership's only 99 cents. Consider it. You get to see all the yellow dollar sign streams. You know what I'm saying? And if I ever decide to have a membership live stream, you'll be able to check that out too. Shout out to my man AB Promotions again. Shout out to AB Promotions again. And shout out to Lewis Knowles. I definitely appreciate it, bro. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour. Got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this light. Hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Hold up.